Chapter 1, First Friend. Minato-kun, are you out early again for your training? You truly are a prodigy destined for the academy. As the sun cast its warm glow upon the streets of Konoha village, an elderly lady organizing groceries observed the golden-haired child emerging from an alley. Still in the midst of stretching, she addressed him with a kindly smile. The child, known as Minato, nodded, the remnants of sleepiness vanishing from his expression. His face seamlessly transformed into a radiant and innocent smile, revealing the gap between his baby teeth, rendering him both pure and immaculate. Yes, Grandma Matsui, but you're even earlier. I just noticed you setting up your stall here. Upon hearing Minato's words, Grandma Matsui playfully feigned a worried expression and remarked, I hope I haven't disturbed the slumber of the future ninja-sama. That would indeed be a tragedy. Minato, well aware of Grandma Matsui's jest, simply shook his head, assuring her, don't worry, Grandma Matsui. I'll be back later to purchase groceries. Please set aside some for me. Very well, very well. Grandma will set aside some tender greens just for you. With a smile and a wave of her hand, Matsui, displaying her slightly damaged teeth, couldn't help but marvel at why her own grandson couldn't exude the same charm as Minato. In addition to exchanging pleasantries with Grandma Matsui, Minato warmly greeted several other vendors in the vicinity, effortlessly securing the essential ingredients for the day. The neighboring stall owners were more than delighted to assist and cater to the needs of this endearing child. However, as Minato ventured away from the familiar street where he resided, the radiant smile on his face gradually faded, making way for a serious and focused expression. His recent receipt of the admission letter to the academy weighed heavily on his mind, with tomorrow marking his inaugural day. Effectively, he was now a preparatory student at the esteemed institution. Since the arrival of the admission letter, Minato had become acutely aware of the need to intensify his physical training. Aware of his commoner status, Minato acknowledged the absence of the privileged background and abundant resources enjoyed by those born into shinobi families. Consequently, in order to keep pace with his peers at the academy, he recognized the imperative need to invest extra effort on his individual training. Given the turbulent state of the ninja world during this period, even within the secure confines of Konoha Hidden Village, Minato's innate perceptiveness had already detected the shifts occurring around him. In these unsettled times, sightings of ninjas leisurely strolling through the streets of Konoha were rare, their movements were purposeful, undoubtedly engaged in various missions. Moreover, discussions among vendors and shopkeepers hinted at the recent surge in transportation costs, suggesting that some significant trade caravans had relinquished their routes, reducing the availability of some essential goods. Though unacquainted with the harsh realities of war, Minato found himself gripped by a growing unease fueled by the observations and snippets of conversation he encountered. Standing pensively at the street corner, his gaze fixed upon the distant Hokage rock, he quietly murmured, I hope it's merely my misunderstanding. Redirecting his attention, Minato shifted his focus to a self-assessment of his physical readiness. Ensuring the flexibility of his ankle and knee joints, he conscientiously adjusted his breathing, priming himself for the impending exercise. Uncertain about the specific training regimen undergone by children from shinobi families before entering the academy, Minato remained in the dark regarding the optimal path for his own growth. Nonetheless, he was convinced that speed, strength, and endurance stood as indisputable pillars essential for any aspiring ninja. Prepared and poised, Minato shifted his gaze towards the corner of the opposing street, musing aloud, are you putting in this much effort because you foresee a future akin to mine? Engrossed in his solitary conversation, a diminutive figure gracefully turned the street corner, materializing before Minato. The boy, adorned with naturally curled blue-white hair, radiated a sunny smile that immediately caught Minato's attention. Tadada. At the sight of this boy, Minato's countenance once again brightened with a smile. Clenching his fists, an inexplicable surge of motivation enveloped him whenever he laid eyes on this peer of the same age. Hey, Minato-san, hitting the training grounds early again? You're really something? How about a little race to the academy gate? Swift as a breeze, the boy dashed past Minato, leaving behind words that reverberated in the air. Minato nodded, his gaze following the retreating figure, before turning to sprint in the opposite direction. Truth be told, the boy's path led more directly to the academy, but Minato adhered to his own training route, a routine meticulously followed for the past month. Despite the boy's persistent invitations, Minato remained steadfast in maintaining the course he had set for himself. Minato found himself puzzled by how the boy was privy to his name, considering they had never been formally introduced. In the initial days, he didn't invest much attention in the boy, or rather, time didn't allow for idle conversation, as the boy showed no inclination to pause for a chat. Nevertheless, as time elapsed, Minato's curiosity about this same-aged companion burgeoned. In the boy, Minato sensed the blossoming of a genuine friendship. Yet, Minato couldn't shake the embarrassment that he remained oblivious to the boy's name. Contemplating this, Minato, who had just embarked on his run, abruptly halted and turned around to catch one last glimpse of the boy's retreating figure. You're likely an academy student as well. Even though I'll find out your name tomorrow, I'd prefer to be friends sooner. With determination, Minato altered his course and sprinted toward the boy. Fortunately, the boy's pace wasn't exceptionally swift. After all, it wasn't a sprint but rather a long-distance run. Over time, Minato steadily closed the gap between them. The boy appeared to sense Minato's approach, and as he turned to glance at Minato, he hesitated for a moment before breaking into a grin, showcasing a row of small white teeth, with one noticeably absent. The boy even flashed Minato a thumbs up. However, in an unfortunate twist, his attempt at a show of approval coincided with him turning his head, causing his foot to collide with an empty can and nearly sending him stumbling. This mishap led to a sudden drop in the boy's speed, allowing Minato to swiftly catch up. Extending a helping hand, Minato and the boy exchanged a brief glance, not needing words to convey the unspoken understanding between them. Instead, their shared gaze was directed toward the academy gate, a mere 200 meters away. Tadada. Tadada. The moment Minato released his grip, both of them surged forward, their eyes fixed on the prominent character, ninja, above the academy gate. The smiles that adorned their faces faded, replaced by a solemn and determined expression. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Approaching the climax of their sprint, the two, devoid of formal ninja training, struggled to maintain balance at their heightened speed. Their attempts looked somewhat awkward, yet they pressed on with determination, drawing closer to the academy. Tat. Almost in perfect unison, both stepped onto the weathered wooden board in front of the Konoha Academy gate, bearing visible signs of the passage of time. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously reached out, their hands making contact with the academy gate. Pa. As expected, Minato-san. Your speed is truly impressive, but this time, victory is mine. Withdrawing his hand, the boy supported his ribs and flashed a triumphant smile at Minato. Minato, not overly concerned with the outcome, pressed against his own ribs, regulating his breathing. After a brief recovery period, Minato finally caught his breath and extended his hand toward the boy, introducing himself. I'm Minato Namikaze. May I know your name? The boy glanced at Minato's outstretched hand, opting not for a handshake but delivering a high five instead. This unconventional greeting seemed to leave Minato slightly uncomfortable. Before Minato could decipher Tatsuma's intention, the boy smiled and responded, I'm Tatsuma, Sakamoto Tatsuma. As Tatsuma uttered his name, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Praised and defeated opponent, can unlock talents speed +3 and stamina +2. Would you like to acquire them? Yes. Chapter 2, Unique System. Meet Sakamoto Tatsuma, an intriguing character navigating the complex tapestry of his existence as both a transmigrator and a war orphan. The origins of his parents, potentially being ninjas, remain shrouded in mystery. His identity, current abode, and financial support are all orchestrated by the village that has taken him in. While these years have brought a semblance of stability to Tatsuma's life, one perplexing detail nags at him incessantly. Why, of all things, does Sakamoto Tatsuma boast a head adorned with a riot of blue and white curly hair? Regrettably, Tatsuma finds himself in the Naruto world, not the Gintama universe he longs for. In that alternate reality, he envisions using his inherent strengths to stage a spectacular resistance against aliens, akin to the heroic exploits of Jintoki and his three comrades. Alas, the boundaries of his current reality confine him to grappling with the peculiar nature of his own existence. Embarking on life as an orphan in the perilous realm of Naruto, Tatsuma dedicated his early years to fervently exploring his innate talents and strengths. Ultimately, the fruits of his self-discovery revealed that, beyond possessing a radiant and captivating smile that endeared him to the elderly, Tatsuma lacked any remarkable abilities. Originally resigned to the idea of leading an unremarkable life, a mere month ago, everything changed. Upon waking up and spotting the Konoha Academy enrollment notice on his table, Tatsuma unlocked his own game-changing advantage appraise and challenge system. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma. Talents. Strength, 30/120. Speed, 43/248. Stamina, 37/210. Wisdom, 100/200. Ninjutsu, 0/120. Illusions, 0/120. Spirit, 40/120. Seals, 40/120. Note, Genin's minimum ability threshold is 100, Chunin's minimum ability threshold is 1000, Jonin's minimum ability threshold is 10,000. Special talents. Spacetime, 20%, possesses a modicum of spacetime ninjutsu talent. Ninjutsu development, 10%, displays a small aptitude for ninjutsu development. Note, the algorithm for special talents differs from the regular talent algorithm, percentages indicate the extraction rate. This represents Tatsuma's basic system panel, a moniker he coined himself. In Tatsuma's perspective, this system serves as a refreshing breath of air in his journey. In a system community where the prevailing methods involve looting and resorting to violence for rewards, Tatsuma's unique system takes a distinctive approach requiring authentic praise and triumphing over adversaries to acquire their talents. What sets Tatsuma's system apart is the gratifying realization that defeating opponents doesn't necessarily entail direct combat. For instance, in recent times, Tatsuma has orchestrated daily sessions with Minato Namikaze, discovering that even running can trigger system rewards. As a seemingly inconspicuous figure with talents capped at 120, Tatsuma recognizes that the system stands as his sole avenue to alter his destiny. In these days, he has gleaned substantial benefits from his interactions with Minato Namikaze, including acquiring talents in spacetime and ninjutsu development. Casting a brief glance at the subtly altered system panel, Tatsuma wore a genuine smile as his gaze shifted to Minato, his friend finally responding for the first time today. Planning to continue training later? I'm heading to the training ground for some practice with the ninjas, Tatsuma suggested. Upon hearing Tatsuma's proposition, Minato's eyes lit up, a realization dawning on him that this approach hadn't crossed his mind earlier. Without hesitation, he nodded enthusiastically and replied, absolutely. Tatsuma's nod was accompanied by an even more radiant smile. His motive for bringing Minato to the training ground was straightforward. Most individuals there were seasoned ninjas. Tatsuma couldn't outmatch these skilled practitioners, especially in training. Bringing Minato along served the dual purpose of defeating him and continuing to reap benefits from their interactions. Despite this calculated intention, Tatsuma maintained his cheerful demeanor as he looked at Minato, who remained blissfully unaware, and suggested, let's grab breakfast first, my treat. How can I accept that? Minato's gaze shifted to Tatsuma's attire, noticing the misprinted logos on both their clothes, likely cheap knockoffs from a street vendor. Swiftly recognizing that Tatsuma, much like himself, belonged to the lower economic class, Minato shook his head and asserted, let's each get our own breakfast, I can't let you spend money. Minato graciously declined Tatsuma's offer, refraining from assuming the role of an affluent individual and reciprocating with an invitation. He was acutely aware that his financial means were derived from village subsidies, and he couldn't afford to frivolously spend even a single coin. Although the idea of treating his newfound friend appealed to Minato, he recognized the practical constraints and opted to wait until he achieved the status of a ninja with a steady income before indulging in such gestures. Observing Minato's understanding demeanor, Tatsuma shook his head, offering a friendly pat on Minato's shoulder. With a nonchalant excuse, he stated, I forgot to bring my ninja tools today. Can you lend me yours? I'll treat you to breakfast as a thank you. In response, Minato cast a brief glance at Tatsuma and verified the absence of a ninja tool pouch. After a moment of consideration, he nodded and replied, sure, but next time, remember to bring your ninja tool pouch. It's often required for class. Oh, by the way, Minato added, I haven't asked you yet, Sakamoto-san, are you also a student at Konoha Academy? Yeah, my classes kick off tomorrow. The duo, their figures diminutive amidst the burgeoning crowd, meandered through the increasingly bustling street. In this era, Ichiraku Ramen had yet to grace Konoha. That iconic ramen shop wouldn't materialize for another decade, well into the youth of Heitake Kakashi. The two casually procured breakfast from a street vendor and made their way to the nearest training ground. Minato, let's have a contest to see who can complete 100 pull UPS faster. Okay. Remarkable, you tackled those pull UPS impressively for a first-timer. However, this round, victory is mine. Ding! Successfully praised and defeated your opponent, you can acquire the talents, Stamina +3 and Strength +2. Would you like to claim them? Minato, let's challenge each other to complete 200 squats in record time. Sure. Remarkable. Ding! Successfully praised. Minato, let's hone our skills in shuriken throwing, see who can hit the target's center first. Alright. Impressive, you nearly clinched the victory. If your strength had just been a tad more, hitting the target would have been a certainty. Ding! Successfully praised and defeated your opponent, you can acquire the special talent, Ninja Tool Throwing, Minato Namikaze Limited Edition, 20%. Would you like to claim it? Abruptly halting his contemplation of the upcoming competition, Tatsuma cast his gaze upon Minato, who stood hands on hips, wearing a resigned smile with a subtle glint of surprise in his eyes. To Tatsuma's astonishment, he hadn't anticipated Minato possessing a limited edition ninja tool throwing talent. After all, talents such as ninja tool throwing were presumed to be something general, not unique to an individual, weren't they? However, Tatsuma swiftly reconsidered Minato's trajectory, taking into account his formidable abilities like the S-rank ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Jutsu and the refined Flying Thunder God, second step. In that context, it seemed entirely reasonable for Minato to harbor his own distinct ninja tool throwing talent, didn't it? Yes. As Tatsuma refocused on the moment, he promptly claimed this newfound talent. Instantly, his mind became a repository of diverse throwing techniques for an array of ninja tools, spanning from kunao and shuriken to senbon, flash bombs, and even the audacious concept of hurling people. Distinguishing themselves from regular talents, special talents operated on a what you pick is what you get basis. Unlike regular talents that merely elevated the upper limit attainable through training without directly enhancing abilities, increasing the max cap, special talents were a straightforward acquisition with no need for additional development through training. However, these memories retained a somewhat fuzzy quality, likely a consequence of the incomplete talent extraction. Tatsuma had only acquired 20% of the talent. Especially when it came to techniques involving the unconventional use of people as ninja tools, the impressions were fleeting, hinting at the potential necessity for coordination with other ninjutsu. Despite these nuances, Tatsuma found himself sufficiently content. He turned to Minato, who had adjusted his mindset, and remarked, Minato, your talents are truly impressive. In response to Tatsuma's continued praise, Minato regarded him with a wry smile. This friend had triumphed over him in various fields throughout the afternoon, consistently showering him with accolades. It led Minato to ponder if he was being treated akin to a toddler taking their first steps. However, Tatsuma didn't just convey sincerity, his enthusiasm was palpable. He pressed on, although your throwing technique is good, there are some nuances that need refining. Allow me to demonstrate the correct method, and we can resume our friendly competitions afterward. Oh, I appreciate the guidance, Tatsuma-kun. Thank you so much. Chapter 3, Entrance Examination. Where the leaves dance, the fire thrives endlessly. The flickering flames shall cast a glow upon the village, ushering in a season of new growth. Within the hallowed halls of Konoha Academy, successive waves of eager students hung on every word of Lord Third, the venerable Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. A sea of faces displayed admiration and unabashed excitement, as the prospect of a new chapter in their lives unfolded before them. Amidst the throng of fresh faces, Minato Namikaze, sporting an infectious smile, turned to his companion Tatsuma. With emotions now settled, he inquired, Tatsuma, do you reckon we'll find ourselves in the same class? Tatsuma shook his head and responded, how would I know? Yet, if we excel, we might find ourselves placed in an exclusive class. Exclusive class? Is that even a thing? Minato was perplexed. The concept of an exclusive class had never crossed his ears before. Hokage-sama had made no mention of it either. Tatsuma merely shrugged, offering no further explanation. While there officially was no exclusive class within the academy, Tatsuma had keenly observed a cohort of children adorned with clan emblems meticulously drawn on their attire. They occupied seats nearest to Lord Third. Further away, another group of youngsters, distinguished by both clan symbols and well-appointed gear, stood out. Though not necessarily affiliated with prominent ninja clans, their parents were likely serving as active-duty ninjas. In the third stratum, civilians occupied the space. Their attire bore no clan emblems, and while their equipment may not have been entirely comprehensive, their ninja tools, pouches, clothes, and shoes were notably pristine and new. Their evident prosperity suggested favorable financial circumstances. Tatsuma and Minato found themselves on the outermost perimeter, surrounded by peers who exhibited signs of hardship, emaciated figures clad in faded or ill-fitting garments. The wear and tear on their ninja tool pouches hinted at a second-hand acquisition, and like Tatsuma, many were likely orphans. Despite sharing the status of war orphans, Tatsuma and Minato stood apart from their counterparts. Unlike the malnourished children around them, it wasn't a matter of preferential treatment from the village. All war orphans received identical financial assistance. The distinction lay in the fact that the duo had formulated clear and purposeful plans for every monthly stipend they received. Tatsuma, having navigated the intricacies of two distinct worlds, possessed a keen understanding of income distribution and the art of financial management. In contrast, Minato's maturity seemed precocious, suggesting a depth of understanding beyond his years. The meticulously arranged seating plan left Tatsuma skeptical about the randomness of the academy's class assignments, while Minato, perhaps viewing it through the lens of childhood innocence, might have believed in the arbitrary decisions of the academy senseis. Tatsuma couldn't afford such nonchalance. Follow me, we're about to conduct an entrance test for you. Shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his address, several Konoha ninjas, adorned in shinin vests, ushered the new students toward the training ground. Tatsuma cast his gaze across the landscape and observed a series of targets in the distance. Positioned 5 meters away from these targets, a lengthy table sprawled with meticulously arranged kunaos, shurikens, senbons, and various other standard ninja tools. Taking in the scene, Tatsuma instinctively turned to Minato. In that shared glance, a tacit understanding passed between them, and a grateful smile adorned their faces. The impromptu training from the previous day had equipped Minato with improved proficiency in throwing ninja tools. While Minato's skills remained at an average level, he had absorbed the techniques well. Precision in hitting the target was now a given, with no concerns about insufficient strength or misdirection leading to the tools missing their mark. Tatsuma grinned and remarked, "Come on, with your talent, yesterday's training is bound to yield impressive results. How about we make it interesting and compare our scores?" Confronting this friend, whose competitive spirit seemed insatiable, Minato didn't reveal the subtle frustration from the previous day's repeated defeats. Instead, he nodded decisively. Reflecting on the prior night, Minato pondered the time spent with Tatsuma. He recognized that, after each agreed-upon match, he set personal goals, and this pattern fueled a newfound vigor within him, propelling him to fulfill the agreed-upon training. It dawned on him that perhaps this inclination to set up matches was rooted in Tatsuma's desire to spur motivation. Select the ninja tools you prefer, take aim at the target ahead, and throw 5 times. There's no need to feel pressured, it's just a straightforward little test. After several batches of new students took their turns, it was finally Tatsuma and Minato's chance. The sensei from the ninja school smiled at the duo and remarked, "Please pick the ninja tools of your choice. Aim at the target in front of you and make 5 throws. Don't stress too much, it's just a simple assessment." Following the test, Tatsuma courteously inquired, "Could you kindly inform us of our scores later, if that's convenient?" Tatsuma, inclined towards using polite language, especially in requests, noticed the sensei pause as he observed the distinctive mental demeanor of these two children, a departure from the usual war orphans. Eventually, a nod of approval came from the instructor. Witnessing this, Tatsuma exchanged a smile with Minato, who also nodded in acknowledgement. Without hesitation, they each selected a kunao from the table. The sensei, observing the two youngsters wielding kunaos, couldn't help but express a hint of surprise. After all, for children of 5 or 6 years, kunao could prove somewhat heavy and large. While adult ninjas might find little difference in difficulty when throwing kunais, shurikens, or senbons, the same could not be said for younger children. For those at such a tender age, shurikens would be the more suitable choice, kunais proved too weighty, and senbons too light, making control a challenging feat. However, the manner in which these two children gripped the kunai suggested a seriousness that belied any notion of frivolity. Despite the subdued expectations the ninja school senseis may have had for war orphans, curiosity flickered in their eyes as they observed the duo poised in front of the targets. Thud, 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 thud. With minimal mid-flight adjustments, Tatsuma and Minato seamlessly retrieved kunais from the table, maintaining a fluid rhythm in their throws. In a remarkably brief span, they effortlessly launched 5 kunai, each finding its mark on the target stationed 5 meters away. For seasoned ninjas, a 5-meter target typically falls within the category of proximity, a distance seldom used for training. However, for children yet to embark on formal instruction, hitting a target at such close range is commendable. The ninja school sensei blinked, reconsidered the targets, and then turned his gaze toward the duo, a tinge of astonishment coloring his expression. He inquired, "Have you undergone prior training?" "We usually frequent the training ground for practice." Tatsuma responded with a smile, prompting a nod of acknowledgement from the sensei. "Impressive. It appears you both have a natural aptitude for ninja skills. You, with 50 points, and you, with 45 points, kindly present your admission letters." The sensei swiftly traced a few strokes on their admission letters before returning them, remarking, "Very well, head over there for the next test." With a nod, the sensei diligently recorded the scores of Tatsuma and Minato. In the same group, the absence of the telltale sound of ninja tools striking targets hinted at the challenges faced by the other students. Following a polite salute, Tatsuma and Minato proceeded to the designated area. Tatsuma turned to Minato, offering a compliment, "Your talent is truly exceptional. If you had commenced training a month ago, akin to my start, perhaps you would have surpassed even me. Ding stamina +2. Minato absently scratched his golden hair at the temple and acknowledged, "Today's success owes much to your guidance. Even with an exceptional performance, I would only have managed to match your scores in this round." Tatsuma, "If I'm not mistaken, a 5-meter target hardly does justice to your true capabilities, does it?" Tatsuma responded with a knowing smile, opting not to verbalize his agreement. Only he knew that had he not unearthed Minato's potential the day before, today would have been a reliance on sheer luck. Time to move on. The next test awaits us. Achieving the same class level demands more than a single standout performance. Let's persist and give it our all, Tatsuma encouraged. Absolutely, let's give it our all. Chapter 4, The Pair of Prodigies. Follow me, beckoned the sensei. As they ascended the stairs leading to the teaching building, another instructor meticulously examined the entrance exam notices of the two individuals, giving a subtle nod of approval before guiding them up to the next level. Upon reaching the landing of the second-floor staircase, Tatsuma astutely observed that the waiting students in the corridor were predominantly war orphans, interspersed with a handful of children from more conventional backgrounds. Continuing their ascent to the third floor, the corridor now hosted a mix of students from ordinary families, accompanied by those donned in ninja gear, and a select few from prestigious ninja clans. Upon arriving at the fourth floor, the guiding sensei came to a halt. Tatsuma surveyed the corridor and immediately noted the sparse presence of individuals awaiting their turn. Those in view belonged to esteemed ninja clans and were adorned with a complete array of ninja gear. The other sensei stationed at the classroom entrance registered a hint of surprise upon spotting Tatsuma and Minato. Their unexpected presence on this floor suggested an exceptional performance in the ninja tool throwing test, with an average score of 9 or higher. For the descendants of ninja clans, achieving such a score was par for the course, given their early initiation into training, often starting 2 or 3 years prior. However, Tatsuma and Minato bore unmistakable signs of war orphans, evident markers of their challenging circumstances and financial constraints. Even if they weren't war orphans, Tatsuma and Minato hailed from impoverished families. Children in similar situations seldom had the chance to engage in ninja tool throwing, rendering their presence here quite unexpected. Not only were the senseis from the ninja school observantly appraising them, but the children from esteemed ninja clans were also casting curious glances at the duo. Truth be told, these scrutinizing gazes unsettled Tatsuma to some extent. Despite his circumstances, he had not yet reached the point of becoming indifferent to such judgments, unlike someone more seasoned and mature. In contrast, Minato appeared unfazed. His eager anticipation for enrollment seemed to overshadow any concern about the onlookers, showcasing a resilience and determination that set him apart. Leading Minato, Tatsuma came to a halt right at the classroom door nearest to the stairs. Noticing the presence of non-ninja clan children in the vicinity, Tatsuma opted not to impose and refrained from entering the area where the direct descendants of ninja clans were assembling. Given that the teams had not been officially formed, and new social circles hadn't yet taken shape, there was no urgency to immerse themselves in the burgeoning commotion. After a brief wait, the senseis stationed in front of the classroom doors, seemingly receiving some cue, synchronized in action. Simultaneously, they swung open the doors and guided the new students into their respective classrooms. For this round, we'll evaluate your chakra refining proficiency. I assume all of you have at least mastered the chakra refining technique, right? The sensei from the ninja school quipped, a half-smile playing on his lips as the new students settled into their designated positions. Upon hearing this, Minato sported a confident smile, but in the next moment, his gaze shifted to Tatsuma, a trace of concern flickering across his expression. Tatsuma, catching Minato's glance, nodded reassuringly at him. The chakra refining technique had been included in the enrollment notices, and over the past month, Tatsuma had dedicated himself to continuous practice. While the efficiency might not have reached an exceptional level, it was certainly not lacking. Chakra is the result of the fusion of spiritual and physical energy. In this world, even those who aren't ninja possess chakra, with their bodies continuously generating it. The chakra refining technique involves deftly manipulating the chakra within the body and temporarily augmenting it. For novices, this process necessitates the use of hand seals. However, the hand seal employed is not one of the 12 fundamental seals, instead, it's the seal of confrontation. The seal of confrontation marks the initiation of practical combat training for students at the ninja school. It carries tangible significance, assisting ninjas in swiftly refining their chakra to better navigate the challenges of battles. If there are no objections, let the timing commence. Observing the unanimous agreement in the classroom, the sensei from the ninja school pressed the alarm clock on the podium. Instantly, all the new students swiftly formed the seal of confrontation. Chakra extraction proved to be a challenging task for this freshly enrolled group of students. Recognizing this, the ninja school sensei, after the room fell into a hushed stillness, diligently began assessing each newcomer. Phew! After a considerable duration, a student from the Sarutobi clan successfully refined their chakra. Witnessing this accomplishment, a subtle expression of as expected momentarily flitted across the face of the ninja school sensei. Observing the nod from the student, the sensei reciprocated, and the new member from the Sarutobi clan also nodded in acknowledgement. A silent understanding hung in the air, indicating that someone in his family had briefed him thoroughly on the process before undertaking the test. 3 minutes elapsed, and Tatsuma finally tuned into the sensation. With each breath, he felt the ineffable blend of spiritual and physical energy. A gentle breeze seemed to materialize around him, delicately tooling his curly hair. Opening his eyes, Tatsuma directed his gaze towards the ninja school sensei at the podium. The sensei nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his face. Tatsuma then noticed the absence of any visible markings denoting affiliation with a specific ninja clan on the chin and vest and attire of this particular sensei. Realizing this, Tatsuma discerned the significance concealed within the sensei's smile and reciprocated with a brilliant grin of his own. After a brief interval, Minato Namikaze also accomplished the chakra refinement successfully. Observing Tatsuma's cheerful anticipation, Minato shrugged in a somewhat resigned manner. 15 minutes later, every new student in the classroom achieved success in refining their chakra. The instructors diligently marked additional notes on the enrollment notices. Now, it's time for the final examination, the written test. With a smile, the ninja school sensei retrieved a stack of exam papers from beneath the podium. He instructed, each of you take one, pass the remaining papers to the students behind you, and the last student, bring the extras up to me. The distribution of exam papers proceeded smoothly, with each student receiving their respective sheets. The ninja school sensei neatly organized the remaining papers and remarked, the exam will conclude in 1 hour. I trust none of you will stoop to the folly of resorting to cheating on these questions. Listening to the sensei's caution, Tatsuma perused the exam paper. It appeared straightforward, featuring basic written queries that included the memorization of the fundamental 12 hand seals of ninjutsu, matching hand seal gestures, and a culminating question. Centered around the will of fire, elucidate your perspective on being a ninja and compose an essay of no fewer than 300 words. Reading the last essay question in silence, Tatsuma couldn't help but smirk slightly. Despite his initial disdain for such a query, his hands instinctively started addressing the final question first. Weaving together dreams, efforts, comrades, bonds, responsibility, and perseverance, infusing the theme with love and peace, Tatsuma swiftly poured his thoughts into the essay. Once he completed the composition, he casually glanced at the clock on the podium before methodically going back to tackle the preceding questions. After a final check to ensure he had written his name, the alarm clock resounded precisely. The sensei stood up and declared, "Cease answering the questions. Next, submit your exam papers, and then you are free to leave. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., the school gates will open. You can come and check your assigned classes. Remember, classes commence promptly at 8 a.m., so ensure you're punctual." Tatsuma observed attentively as the sensei illustrated on the podium, securing the exam paper with his enrollment notice before exiting the classroom alongside Minato. He noted that exams were still in progress in other rooms, particularly on the 3rd and 2nd floors. Glancing through a window on the 2nd floor, Tatsuma caught sight of a sensei distributing papers in a nearby classroom. In the midst of his observation, Minato suddenly queried, "Do you want to engage in some training this afternoon, Tatsuma?" Tatsuma returned to the present, nodding appreciatively. "You're genuinely talented and hardworking. If I let up, I'm afraid you'll surpass me in no time, won't you?" Minato chuckled, brushing off the compliment. "You keep saying that. I'm just really excited about the official start of school tomorrow. I don't know how to pass the time. Haha, no need to explain. I would have gone to train even if you didn't bring it up." Tatsuma playfully hooked Minato's shoulder, and together, they exited the academy, making their way directly to the third training ground. In the exam room, the sensei responsible for grading papers attentively examined Tatsuma's test. After meticulously perusing it 3 times, he couldn't help but murmur in amazement, "Is Konoha on the verge of producing another genius akin to Orochimaru-sama?" Setting down Tatsuma's paper, he reached for Minato Namikaze's test and once more expressed his astonishment. "No, we have 2 geniuses here." Chapter 5, Sakamo's Challenge. Lord 3rd, here is the list of this year's teams and the entrance exam papers for the new students. Please take a look. Within the Hokage's office, a silhouette shrouded in umbu attire materialized, gently laying a stack of exam papers and admission notices on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, his gaze traversing the top of the list. A subtle crease formed on his forehead as he commented. "So, that kid Ititsu didn't secure a spot in a team? Danzo will likely lodge another complaint, accusing me of favoritism towards the Shimura clan." The Umbu ninja replied, "It appears that there are 2 exceptionally talented children who have surpassed Shimura Ititsu's ranking. Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly perused the list. He recognized most of the names, given his duty as the Hokage of Konoha to be concerned about the younger generation of the village. Furthermore, these names bore the surnames of various ninja clans in Konoha or were the offspring of village jonin. Hence, he swiftly pinpointed 2 distinctive names on the list. Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze. I recall them. Weren't they the 2 kids who have been jogging past the Hokage Tower recently? Yes, Lord 3rd. The Umbu nodded, affirming Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion. These 2 children had been traversing the area around the Hokage Tower daily for the past month. As Umbu operatives, it was their responsibility to investigate, yet a thorough inquiry revealed the innocence of the children. They were merely passing by for exercise. Further investigation seemed unnecessary, especially considering the presence of more individuals with similar routines. In Konoha, there was another genin who, from pre-enrollment until now, had been jogging past the Hokage Tower daily for several years. Umbu recalled this spirited genin who passionately shouted about youth. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already begun reviewing the admission notices and exam papers for Tatsuma and Minato. Observing that both of them had achieved the highest grades in the first 2 tests noted on their notices, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. As the head of the Sarutobi clan, he was acutely aware of the significant impact that ninja clans had on a ninja's development. Ninjas affiliated with ninja clans enjoyed early-age resources that eluded civilian ninjas. The wealth of materials and educational guidance from family elders enabled ninja clan members to outpace their civilian counterparts even before enrolling. Consequently, for civilian ninjas to distinguish themselves, their innate talent and effort must surpass those of ninja clan members by several folds, an even more formidable task for war orphans. After all, a civilian family can scrape together enough funds for introductory ninja books and practice equipment, but for war orphans, it's a different challenge. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware of the financial aid provided to war orphans by the village, ensuring their basic survival needs. However, any additional expenses generally remain out of reach. Within both civilian and war orphan populations, instances of exceptionally talented individuals have been rare, as evidenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen's 2 disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Over the years, the emergence of notable talents among civilians has been sparse, with only these 2 disciples standing out. Now, with the unexpected appearance of 2 more, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds it truly astonishing. Instantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen meticulously reviewed the exam papers of the 2 individuals. Children like them were more susceptible to deviating from the right path compared to other ninjas, especially given the perceived unfair treatment the village had meted out to them. However, as he delved into their explanations of the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen's initially furrowed brow gradually smoothed. After a moment, he turned to the Umbu ninja and remarked, "Where are these 2 children now? They should still be at the 3rd training ground. Good, level-headed, and not arrogant. They are good kids." Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the exam papers, stood up, and declared, "Go change your clothes, accompany me to see how these 2 are doing. It's better to check on them now to avoid having Danzo come over later to question me." "Yes, Lord 3rd. The Umbu ninja nodded and swiftly departed. Sarutobi Hiruzen also made a quick adjustment before descending from the Hokage Tower. Just as he exited the tower, a white-haired young ninja approached him. Observing the serious expression on the ninja's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "How many times have I told you? Once you take off the Umbu uniform, you are Sakamoto Tatsuma. There's no need to be so gloomy." Upon hearing this, Sakamoto Tatsuma suddenly grinned and remarked, "Hokage-sama, please refrain from using such vulgar terms like taking clothes off, especially considering our hierarchical relationship." "Well, the vulgarity can only be found in your perverted mind." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. He had a clear understanding of the elite ninjas of the Heitake clan in this generation. Once they put on the Umbu attire and donned their masks, they transformed into ruthless killing machines. However, when they changed back into their regular clothes, they became something else entirely. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't find a term to describe them, so he just shook his head and headed towards the 3rd training ground. "Hokage-sama. Good afternoon, Hokage-sama. Lord 3rd. En route, Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged greetings with numerous Konoha ninjas and civilians. Upon reaching the third training ground, he observed two children in a corner practicing throwing techniques with discarded targets. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's discerning eyes, he quickly assessed the skill levels of the two individuals. The child with blue and white spiral hair had already mastered ninja tool throwing at the level of a ninja school graduate. As for the kid with golden hair, although he was slightly behind, he still demonstrated more proficiency than some current ninja school students. Are they truly geniuses? Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, then took a step forward. Minato, your progress is indeed impressive. However, in this match, my skills still surpass yours, he heard as he approached. Drawing nearer, Sarutobi Hiruzen caught snippets of the conversation between the two children. Their dialogue swiftly ceased as they noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's distinctive attire. Lord Third, Tatsuma and Minato quickly saluted. Tatsuma scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sakamoto Tatsuma, unsure of why they were here. While their performance today was commendable, he couldn't fathom why it would warrant the attention of the Hokage. Even if Tatsuma is a time traveler, he probably wouldn't have anticipated that his sudden appearance, by taking the place of a child from the Shimura clan, would lead Sarutobi Hiruzen to come out to avoid Danzo's criticism. Observing Tatsuma's scrutiny, Sarutobi Hiruzen also discreetly examined Tatsuma. His initial impression of Tatsuma was quite favorable, perhaps because of the child's infectious smile. Are you both academy students? Although he already knew their identities, Sarutobi Hiruzen intentionally asked. Tatsuma and Minato nodded, with Minato adding, yes, Lord Third. We just enrolled today. I am Minato Namikaze, and this is my friend, Sakamoto Tatsuma. To have such ninja tool throwing skills right after enrollment is truly remarkable. Back in my day, I wasn't as good as you, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. After saying this, Minato's eyes visibly brightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, however, targets are ultimately inanimate. Ninja face living adversaries. Do you have confidence in hitting moving targets? What do you mean? Tatsuma asked in confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Sakamoto Tatsuma, who was overseeing the female ninja training in the distance, and said, he is the most outstanding ninja by my side and also my bodyguard. Would you like to test his skills? Sakamoto, give our future ninjas a little challenge. If you find them satisfactory, how about rewarding them? Huh? Me? Sakamoto Tatsuma snapped back to attention, realizing he had been lost in thought for a moment. Catching Sarutobi Hiruzen's somewhat reproachful gaze, he swiftly refocused and turned his attention to the two little children in front of him, saying, 1 minute. If you're still standing after 1 minute, I'll give each of you a set of new ninja tools. How about that? Minato was intrigued, but he still looked to Tatsuma, seeking his opinion. It wasn't the allure of ninja tools that interested Minato but rather the rare opportunity to spar with the Hokage's bodyguard. Even though Tatsuma had only been friends with Minato for a little over a day, he understood Minato's wishes. He nodded and said, really? Uncle, being the bodyguard of the Hokage, your strength must be formidable. However, if it's just 1 minute, I will definitely hold on. Uncle? What an unflattering way to address me. Sakamoto Tatsuma's expression darkened. In his early 20s, and he was being called uncle? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that without the umbu gear, Sakamoto Tatsuma was quite unpredictable. Despite this, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to let the little test continue. Sakamoto Tatsuma showing some fighting spirit wasn't a bad thing. Otherwise, given his personality, he might just goof off for a minute and then hand these two kids a set of ninja tools. Let's begin then. With that, Tatsuma and Minato swiftly moved to opposite sides. Chapter 6, Secret Taijutsu 1000 Years of Death. Observing the duo move with impeccable form, Sakamoto found himself particularly intrigued, particularly by the blonde child. His low center of gravity and the stylish ninja-like sway of hands behind him caught his attention. Yet, the child who addressed him as uncle deviated from the standard. His hands swung in an unconventional manner, crossing in front of his chest, a departure from the typical ninja style. Watch out, Sakamoto-sama. Minato Namikaze yelled, unfamiliar with the ninja before him. However, upon hearing the Hokage-sama call out Sakamoto's name, recognition dawned on him. In a synchronized effort, Minato and Tatsuma launched their attacks, thrusting their kunai simultaneously towards Sakamoto's waist. Sakamoto's eyelids twitched. Although he understood that this was due to the height difference between them, it still felt unpleasant. Bang! As the two kunai made contact with Sakamoto, he abruptly transformed into smoke. Dudad. The two kunai, now devoid of a target, impaled a strategically placed wooden decoy. This exemplified the fundamental application of the substitution jutsu. Sakamoto didn't even specifically look for the right timing and position to execute the technique and just performed it casually. Doing the opposite would be too much of a bully for these two kids. Sarutobi Hiruzen's true intentions for Sakamoto to engage in a spar with the two youngsters was not lost on him. Taking a quick dash to position himself approximately 10 meters away from Tatsuma, Sakamoto strategically placed himself within the range suitable for ninja tool throwing practice tailored for Academy junior students. The duo, Tatsuma and Minato, were engrossed in their practice at this distance earlier as well. As Sakamoto expected, Tatsuma and Minato swiftly transitioned from chipped kunai to rusty shuriken. In total, they launched 6 shuriken, each exhibiting a slightly irregular trajectory. This inconsistency arose from both youths being unfamiliar with the technique of simultaneously hurling multiple shuriken. Minato had yet to master it, and while Tatsuma displayed a talent inherited from Minato, his proficiency stood at 20%, leaving him short of mastery in this particular skill so far. The 6 shuriken, launched in unison, proved futile in exerting even the slightest pressure on Sakamoto. With fluid motions, he traced a circle in the air with his hands, effortlessly catching the shuriken before nonchalantly redirecting them back towards the 2 youngsters. Observing the shuriken returning at least twice as fast as their initial launch, both Tatsuma and Minato displayed visible signs of tension on their faces. Hastily tracking the projectile's trajectory, they vigorously swung their kunao in response. Ding ding ding, ding ding. Tatsuma successfully deflected 3 shuriken, showcasing nimble expertise. Meanwhile, Minato managed to deflect 2 but was forced to evade the last one by agilely leaping aside. Not bad. Sakamoto offered a rare compliment. However, in the next moment, his figure dissipated into a cloud of smoke, leaving behind only his voice lingering in the mist. Guess which one is me? Pew pew poo. From the dissipating smoke emerged 3 Sakamoto figures, swiftly advancing towards the duo. These weren't shadow clones but rather the most fundamental form of clone jutsu. Despite lacking the complexity of the former, the mere visual duplication was sufficient to sow confusion and deception. Tatsuma, at least, found himself unable to discern the real Sakamoto. He hurled his last shuriken towards the central figure while directing his kunao at the left one. Observing this, Minato swiftly thrust towards the right side, both he and Tatsuma unable to discern the real Sakamoto amidst the trio. Pew pew poo. To their surprise, all 3 Sakamas turned out to be illusions. Tatsuma pursed his lips and remarked, "We were misled." The earlier statement from Sakamoto had led them to believe that one of the 3 duplicates was real. Little did they anticipate the broad-eyed and thick-browed Sakamoto indulging in playful tricks with 2 5-year-old kids. Fortunately, Sakamoto treated the situation as a light-hearted interaction with children and refrained from launching a continuous attack. Otherwise, that singular move could have led to Tatsuma and Minato's defeat. Next, I'll unveil some powerful ninjutsu. Sakamoto's voice resonated once more, and suddenly, from the side, another Sakamoto charged towards them. Both hurriedly blocked, anticipating the need to dispel the clone and ready to lend aid against the genuine Sakamoto, or so they believed. Bang bang. Unexpectedly, both figures were real this time. Minato and Tatsuma found themselves kicked, sent flying in different directions. It was shadow clone jutsu? Tatsuma's mind raced with information about this ninjutsu, but there was no time for further contemplation as Sakamoto's entrancing voice echoed once again. Behold, my latest creation in taijutsu, a self-proclaimed secret taijutsu? It's designed to subject individuals to the torment of 1,000 years in an instant. You 2 little devils will have the honor of being the inaugural subjects for this secret taijutsu. If you manage to endure it, consider yourselves victorious. 1,000 years of death. Tatsuma's buttocks instinctively clenched as he felt the sudden presence of a pair of ominous eyes behind him. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. He hadn't heard Sakamoto mention any recently developed taijutsu, and the notion of employing the secret taijutsu on these 2 kids seemed utterly absurd. At that moment, 2 Sakamoto materializing behind Tatsuma and Minato deftly completed a series of hand seals. Witnessing the intricate movements, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed even tighter. Tiger seal? Fire release? No, it's unmistakably taijutsu. Swiftly analyzing the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood prepared to intervene, his concern growing. He had seen enough to warrant action. He couldn't allow these 2 young ninjas to come to harm. Such an outcome would be unworthy of the title of Hokage. 1,000 years of death. Minato, dodge to the side. Tatsuma's urgent shout cut through the air, his sense of dignity momentarily forgotten as he rolled to safety. Minato, trusting Tatsuma implicitly, leaped to the side without fully comprehending the situation. He quickly redirected his gaze to the initial position of the 2 Sakamoto that had appeared behind them. Observing Sakamoto's posture and the height of his hands, Minato felt an abrupt tension in his buttocks, grateful for Tatsuma's well-timed warning that potentially spared him from an awkward encounter. Huh? Both of you managed to dodge it? You're truly remarkable geniuses. Bang. The shadow clone of Sakamoto beside Minato dissipated, revealing the genuine Sakamoto standing not far from Tatsuma. He scratched his head with an embarrassed expression, realization dawning that he had made an error. Simultaneously, Tatsuma felt a wave of disgust crawling up his spine. This Sakamoto, utilizing his real body to execute such a technique on him, was undeniably shameless. Sakamoto glanced towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating an apology, only to be met with the stern expression etched on the Hokage's face. For a fleeting moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored concerns that Sakamoto might pose a genuine threat to the village's children, but it quickly became apparent that it was nothing more than a theatrical performance. His worry had been misplaced. Indeed, his prior judgment, anticipating Sakamoto's potential descent into darkness after prolonged service in Umbu, proved utterly unfounded. This man showed no inclination whatsoever to tread such a path. Ha ha ha, Sakamoto chuckled, scratching his head, and conceded, as promised, I lost. Come on, I'll take you to get some ninja tools. Ding successfully praised and defeated your opponent to acquire talents speed +1 ninjutsu +1. Upon hearing the system prompt, Tatsuma's mouth twitched in an almost bewildered manner. He had nearly succumbed to a state of shock, and all he could discern were these modest few talents. Accept. Sigh, it was still better than nothing. Chapter 7, Minato's Envy and Goal. The rewards were disappointingly minimal, and Tatsuma couldn't help but deduce the underlying reasons. First and foremost, the collaboration with Minato Namikaze on this challenge seemed to diminish the accolades. Furthermore, the glaring difference in strength between Tatsuma and Sakamoto resulted in what could only be described as an opportunistically derived victory. Adding to the complexity of the situation, Sakamoto had voluntarily acknowledged Tatsuma's triumph, rendering the match somewhat incomplete. The amalgamation of these factors contributed to Tatsuma's meager rewards following his hard-fought victory over Sakamoto. Despite having a hunch about the reasons behind the modest rewards, Tatsuma couldn't shake off a pervasive sense of discomfort. After all, the battle against Sakamoto had proven to be far more perilous than the enduring quality of Minato, akin to facing a high-quality Wagyu beef that consistently delivers satisfaction with little effort. If Tatsuma hadn't possessed prior knowledge about the infamous 1,000 years of death, his chastity might not have been so miraculously preserved. Adding to the ordeal, he had endured a formidable kick from Sakamoto earlier, leaving his ribs still pulsating with pain. The tumultuous emotions swirling within him found their way onto Tatsuma's visage. Hiruzen, observing the subtle expressions of discomfort crossing Tatsuma's face, cast a disapproving glance at Sakamoto. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, the intricate turmoil within Tatsuma's psyche remained hidden from his perception. Even as the Hokage, when startled by Sakamoto's secret taijutsu, he had felt a twinge of phantom pain during Sakamoto's demonstration. One could only imagine the intensity of Tatsuma's first-hand encounter, nearly enduring the brunt of it all. With a hint of remorse, Hiruzen directed his gaze toward Tatsuma and Minato, expressing, "Tatsuma, Minato, both of you demonstrated exceptional skill. In time, I'm confident you will evolve into formidable ninjas dedicated to safeguarding the village." Despite the praise from Hiruzen, Minato, who should have been elated, harbored residual unease stemming from the recent close call. He responded with a somewhat absent-minded nod. Observing Minato's lingering distress, Hiruzen felt a heightened sense of regret and continued, "Let's conclude your training for today. You're both still young, and subjecting yourselves to overly strenuous exercises isn't suitable. How about this? I'll treat you to a barbecue, and afterward, Sakamoto can guide you in acquiring new ninja tools." Lord Hokage, we. Tatsuma hesitated, reluctant to draw excessive attention given their current status and abilities. Acknowledging the potential drawbacks, he was about to voice his reservations when Hiruzen interjected, proposing, as a compromise, "How about refraining from divulging the unconventional ninjutsu techniques of my subordinates?" Realizing the diplomatic nature of the suggestion, Tatsuma understood it would be impolite to decline further. With a nod and a polite smile, he responded, "You're very gracious, Hokage-sama." As for the title Sama, Tatsuma didn't perceive it as implying subservience. To him, it held a resemblance to addressing a boss, supervisor, or manager in his previous life, devoid of any implications of inferiority. That night, Tatsuma returned to his modest apartment, having savored a hearty meal, his first substantial meat intake since arriving in this unfamiliar world. Laden with several sets of brand new ninja tools, he reflected on the invaluable additions to his arsenal. While the cost of ninja tools was a considerable expense for him, they were mere commonplace consumables for a seasoned jonin like Sakamoto. The set he received wasn't limited to the basics, such as kunao, shuriken, and senbon. It aimed to elevate his arsenal to a new level. Included in the set were Fuma Shuriken, Giant Shuriken, Sajamata, a distinctive pole weapon with 2 prongs, ninja blades, concealed blades, chainmail, ninja boots, gloves, and more. Tatsuma marveled at the array, realizing that if not for his and Minato's intervention, there might have been even more exotic and specialized ninja tools in the mix. The existing array of ninja tools had already captivated Tatsuma's eyes, some even managing to surprise him. Take the chainmail, for instance. In his previous life, influenced by manga, he had envisioned it as some kind of fishing net. Now, experiencing its solidity and lightness firsthand, he marveled at its true qualities. Outside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen observed Sakamoto and inquired, "What are your impressions of those 2 youngsters?" Pausing in his attempt to change clothes, Sakamoto halted at the question. After a moment of reflection, he responded, "They possess Jiraiya's infectious enthusiasm and Orochimaru's measured restraint, coupled with a remarkable mutual understanding. Complete trust binds them. They are truly exceptional youngsters." Upon hearing Sakamoto directly employ his 2 disciples for comparison, Hiruzen didn't take offense. Given Sakamoto's seniority to both Orochimaru and Jiraiya, such a comparison was not considered disrespectful. In fact, Sakamoto's judgment resonated with Hiruzen's own assessment. The Hokage nodded and remarked, "Is Atoma the sensei for their class? Have him pay extra attention to these 2 youngsters." "Yes, Lord Third." Sakamoto concurred with a nod, and Hiruzen sighed, expressing, "The Great Ninja War concluded only a few years ago, and conflicts are already resurfacing. I earn Ninja World." The once present smile on his face waned, giving way to a more somber and serious countenance. He responded, "I'll go extinguish some of the sparks." Hiruzen, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, advised, "In the end, it's merely delaying the inevitable explosion. Certain matters don't necessitate your personal intervention. Danzo has overseen the route for quite some time. It's high time we assess his management," he added with a disapproving shake of his head. However, as soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, a deep voice resonated from within the office. Sarutobi, are you questioning my capabilities? Danzo, you choose this moment to make an appearance. Seeing his old friend, Hiruzen couldn't help but sense a headache coming on. Stepping forward, Danzo sneered, if I hadn't come, would I simply stand by as you suppress my Shimura clan? Using 2 orphans as an excuse, your methods are truly cunning, Sarutobi. Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Return to your route, my decisions don't require your interference. Hiruzen was weary of clashing with Danzo and abruptly concluded the conversation. Danzo, infuriated, twitched his face, pointed accusingly at Hiruzen for a moment, and then spat out angrily, Sarutobi, you will regret this. After those words, Danzo stormed off, leaving Hiruzen to return to his seat, rubbing his temples in an attempt to ease the tension. Sensing the awkwardness that lingered, Sakamoto prepared to take his leave when Hiruzen unexpectedly spoke up. Sakamoto, take a break. I need some solitude. Sakamoto nodded, saluted, and replied, yes, Lord Third. The following day, at 7 o'clock, Tatsuma and Minato, having completed their morning training, arrived at the academy. The atmosphere was even more vibrant than the previous day, with a substantial gathering of students, new entrants, as well as ninja and prominent members of the clans, an uncommon spectacle. Observing the new students joyfully holding hands with their parents, Minato was unexpectedly struck by a sense of discomfort. Just as he grappled with these emotions, Tatsuma placed a comforting hand on Minato's shoulder and inquired, feeling a twinge of envy. After a brief contemplation, Minato nodded, allowing his genuine sentiments to surface. Yeah, he admitted. Tatsuma, intending to make a light-hearted comment at first, found himself struck silent as he observed Minato's expression. Opting for a reassuring gesture, he patted Minato's shoulder and remarked, the past is beyond our control, but we have the power to shape a future with fewer war orphans like us. Yeah, I'm committed to making it happen, Minato affirmed with sincerity. Not far away, 3 middle-aged ninjas and 3 young new students gathered, their attention fixed on the duo. A ninja with a distinctive pineapple-shaped haircut spoke up. Are these the 2 kids Lord Hokage met personally yesterday? They certainly harbor impressive dreams. Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, why don't you try to befriend them? Just be mindful of your boundaries and approach. Remember, you're all academy students, and soon-to-be ninjas of Konoha. No sense of superiority clear. The kid with the distinctive pineapple-shaped hair let out a sigh and remarked, Dad, you're always so talkative. Making friends feels like such a chore. Ruffling his child's head, the pineapple-haired ninja responded, a bit of effort now can spare you many challenges later on. Think beyond the moment. Understood. Chapter 8, First Class. Hello, everyone. I'm Sarutobi Atoma, your sensei for this class. It's a pleasure to meet each and every one of you. Before we dive into the course, I'd like to take a moment to get to know you all better. Let's kick things off with some self-introductions. Share your name, age, likes, dislikes, and dreams. We'll go in order from left to right in the first row, then reverse from right to left in the second row, and so forth. He then directed his attention to a student with a hedgehog-like appearance in the first row. The student stood up with a sense of pride and confidently expressed, I'm Uchiha Tenko, a proud 5-year-old. My favorite pastime is engaging in competitions with members of the Hyuga clan, and, well, let's just say I'm not their biggest fan. My dream is to demonstrate that the Uchiha clan stands as the epitome of dojutsu prowess. Uchiha, dojutsu. The new recruits couldn't contain their curiosity, and discussions erupted instantly. In the rear row, a student sporting a pineapple-shaped hairstyle furrowed their brow, surveyed the scene, and muttered, Uchiha, what a troublesome clan. Sarutobi Atoma cleared his throat, exerted a calming presence with a subtle hand gesture, and indicated for the next student to share. There wasn't much for him to comment on regarding Uchiha Tenko's introduction, understanding that the deep-seated history between the 2 clans wasn't within a teacher's power to resolve. Gecko Kome, my hobby is. The self-introductions of the next few students went off without a hitch, and Sarutobi Atoma breathed a sigh of relief. However, shortly thereafter, a student with soft, flowing hair and a smooth forehead confidently rose and declared, Hyuga Sento, 6 years old. My hobby is dedicated practice of the gentle fist. I'm not particularly fond of the Uchiha clan. As for dreams, well, I'm currently living it, considering the Hyuga clan stands as the paramount dojutsu family, and there's no need for me to prove it. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tenko promptly stood up, directing his gaze towards the other end where Hyuga Sento was seated. Hyuga Sento, undeterred, met his stare head-on. Next. In a swift motion, Sarutobi Atoma interrupted, singling out a student in the second row. A boy, wrapped in a windbreaker, rose and declared, I'm a Barame. Once the introductions concluded, he took his seat, and Sarutobi Atoma snapped back to attention, admitting, sorry, could you introduce yourself again? Sensei got a bit distracted and missed it. A Barame Shivi. As a Barame Shivi settled back into his seat, Sarutobi Atoma once again honed in on the moment. Realizing that, beyond the name, he hadn't caught much, he observed that other students also appeared slightly perplexed, as if collectively wondering, did someone just speak? However, continually pressing a Barame Shivi for another introduction would be somewhat disheartening, so he shifted his attention to the student next to a Barame Shivi, a girl who stood up and enthusiastically declared, I'm Inuyasukitsum, just on the brink of turning 5. My hobby revolves around training dogs, and I'm not particularly fond of cats. My dream is to carve my path as the first female Hokage. Inuyasukitsum's voice resonated loudly, and given Abarameshivi's unique situation, even the usually attentive Sarutobi Atoma found his ears itching. Soon, one student after another initiated their self-introductions, and Tatsuma attentively observed his fellow classmates. Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza from the Inoshikacho trio particularly piqued his interest. Yet, a red-haired girl was notably absent from their class at the moment. Tatsuma speculated that she hadn't enrolled yet, recalling that the fiery girl was a transfer student. With 30 individuals in a class, it was soon Minato and Tatsuma's turn. Minato, feeling a bit reserved, refrained from explicitly stating his ambition to become the Hokage. Instead, he conveyed a desire to evolve into a dependable ninja akin to the Hokage. After Minato concluded his introduction, Tatsuma rose to his feet and stated, "I'm Sakamoto Tatsuma, 5 years old. My hobby revolves around making friends and engaging in joint training with them." At this moment, Minato involuntarily shivered, but Tatsuma brushed it. Let's kick things off downstairs. Yeah. The two descended the stairs, stretched their limbs, and Minato retrieved a rusty shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Although Minato no longer utilized these rusty shuriken, they served admirably as a signal. With a flick of Minato's fingertip, the shuriken was tossed lightly into the air. Both assumed their starting positions. Minato crouched down, hands positioned behind him, while Tatsuma squatted, hands on the ground, forming a bow-like shape with his body. Ding! As the shuriken made contact with the solid ground, both of them shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Minato gained an initial lead, but this advantage was swiftly surpassed by Tatsuma, who adopted a more scientifically sound starting posture. Tatsuma had previously suggested to Minato the benefits of mastering this running posture. However, Minato, in his view, found it unnecessary since the ninja run wasn't without reason. Ninja running is crafted for swift travel, creating distance, or closing in on enemies, not solely for racing. The hands behind the back posture proves advantageous for accessing ninja tools in the tool pouch, a practical technique passed down through generations. Tatsuma's running style, on the other hand, was designed for sheer speed. His body exhibited a more balanced structure, better equipped for reaching its maximum velocity, though it might lack the adaptability needed for sudden combat situations. Minato, harboring ambitions of becoming a ninja, had no intention of casually altering his running style merely to outpace Tatsuma in a race. He recognized the limited potential for improvement in this running style, considering it, at best, an embellishment. However, Minato envisioned a future where the mastery of the body flicker jutsu would render both running styles secondary choices, carrying limited significance in terms of learning and practical application. For now, in their ongoing matchup, Tatsuma effortlessly clinched the first victory in the 400 meters. Ding speed +1. The path from Minato's house to the third training ground was so ingrained in both of them that even with closed eyes, navigation was second nature. Hence, with a mere exchange of glances, they initiated the second 400 meters race. Wow, I didn't expect to find someone embracing their youth so late at night. Mind if I join your youthful competition too? Amidst their run, a sudden voice chimed in. Tatsuma, focused on maintaining his breathing rhythm, cast a glance at the young ninja in a green-colored tight suit with thick eyebrows and a bowl-like haircut. He simply nodded and continued running, undistracted. Ding. Ding. Chapter 10, Overtraining and Exam. Upon concluding a lap around the third training ground, Tatsuma and Minato, in silent accord, gradually reduced their pace. They transitioned from sprinting to jogging, allowing themselves a moment to catch their breath. The young man with a head resembling a watermelon fell behind momentarily, only to recognize it and seamlessly switch to jogging as well. Another lap around the third exercise ground, and the trio decided to come to a halt. Minato and Tatsuma turned their attention to the middle-aged man standing beside them, who hadn't broken a sweat. In awe, Minato exclaimed, "Ninja-sama, your taijutsu must be powerful, right?" Upon being addressed as Ninja-sama for the first time, Might-do found himself momentarily taken aback. He then awkwardly scratched his head and responded, "Ahaha, I'm just a genin, not particularly skilled in ninjutsu, so I channel my efforts into physical training. Don't call me Sama, just call me Might-do." Tatsuma also observed this emblematic Konoha genin, the man destined to later instruct Might Guy in the 8 inner gates and the ardor of youth. Ninjas are those who endure what ordinary people cannot, and Might-do, who has embraced self-discipline throughout his life, unquestionably stands as one of the finest examples of a ninja. However, Might-do's prowess doesn't quite live up to some exaggerated claims, and he falls short of the formidable force that the future Might Guy becomes, mainly due to a lack of encounters with stronger opponents. In Tatsuma's estimation, reducing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to only 3 may already be do's limit. This contrast becomes evident when examining Might Guy's childhood. Father and son did engage in joint training, and during a running session, Might-do succumbed after completing 1,500 laps. In stark contrast, the young Might Guy, still a child, achieved a remarkable feat of 5,000 laps. Furthermore, Do's focus remained exclusively on taijutsu, as it was the only discipline available to him, while Guy made a deliberate choice to specialize in taijutsu. Guy possessed both fire and lightning chakra nature transformations, and his chakra capacity brimmed with energy. It can be affirmed that Guy, driven by the desire to embody his father's discipline and carry forward his ninja way and dreams, made the conscious choice to forsake other paths. Undoubtedly, whether it's Might-do or Might Guy, in comparison to Tatsuma, who, even as a genin, falls slightly short in terms of strength, they both stand out as exceptionally formidable ninjas. Confronting this distinctive elder, Tatsuma spoke with a bright smile, "Uncle Do, you are the most diligent ninja I've ever seen. I often catch sight of you training around the Hokage building." Tatsuma didn't finish his sentence before halting, noticing Might-do, who appeared stiffened and almost petrified. After a brief pause, Do leisurely remarked, "Uncle, but I'm only 18 years old." 18 years old? Is this guy really 18? Both Minato and Tatsuma sported big question marks above their heads as they observed Might-do, with his thick eyebrows, large eyes, a face marked by the passage of time, and even a dense stubble, leaving them in silence. After a moment of quiet reflection, Tatsuma suddenly realized that Do lived to the age of 35, perishing in the Third Great Ninja War. So being 18 now makes sense. So, practicing taijutsu can expedite maturity? Minato, it looks like we've got a lot more training ahead of us. Unable to withstand the eerie silence any longer, Tatsuma broke the awkwardness. After all, it was he who broached the subject. Hearing this, Minato promptly nodded and remarked, "Yes, maturity is what garners trust. Is that what you guys meant by that?" Do suddenly gazed at the two with tears streaming down his face. Then, overwhelmed with guilt, he confessed, "I thought you were implying that I looked old. It seems I haven't fully embraced youth. I actually doubted youth. It's settled then. Tonight, I'll run 100 laps around the exercise ground before sleeping. If I can't complete it, I'll do 5,000 fingertip push ups." With these words, Might-do, paying no mind to Minato and Tatsuma, initiated his solo run, persistently expending sweat and passion under the night sky. Watching Do vanish into the distance, Tatsuma glanced at his breakthrough in talent that exceeded 1,000 points, then turned to Minato and said, "Minato, you go back first. I want to train a bit more tonight." Is it to catch up with big brother Do's pace? Impressive, Tatsuma. Count me in, I'll endure longer than you. Seeing Minato turn his own words against him, Tatsuma flashed that infectious smile, sprinted off, and chased after Do's figure. Under the night sky, 2 equally mischievous boys were added. As a result, on the day of the final exams, Minato and Tatsuma, both with dark circles under their eyes, bloodshot eyes, and unsteady steps, supported each other as they arrived at the academy. Minato's appearance was relatively fine, but Tatsuma's image posed an even greater challenge to describe. His naturally curly hair, left unwashed, had transformed into a stylish explosion resembling an afro. Such was the perpetual dilemma of natural curls. "You two." Observing their states, Sarutobi Atoma opened his mouth, hesitated, and then inquired, "Can you still proceed with the exam? Should I give you some time to rest, consider placing you in a different class, and conduct the exam later in the afternoon?" "I'm fine." However, Minato, despite having excellent talent, he's too fatigued. Let him take the exam in the afternoon. Tatsuma, always aiming to project strength, politely declined Sarutobi Atoma's suggestion. Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, Minato, who had lost 2 laps the night before, gritted his teeth. The desire to win and lose had been stirred within him, and he said, "It's okay, sensei. I can do it too. And my grades will be better than Tatsuma's." Under normal circumstances, a Minato who had suffered a setback might have boldly declared his intention to top the class. However, in their current condition, he dared only to claim superiority over Tatsuma. Atoma looked at the 2 students. He knew Tatsuma had a strong desire to win, so he anticipated Tatsuma rejecting his proposal. However, he didn't expect Minato, the well-behaved kid, to be swayed as well. Respecting the students' choices, Atoma allowed them to wait in the designated area. As they waited, they noticed someone in a situation similar to theirs, Nara Shikaku. Sitting down next to Shikaku, Tatsuma looked at him and asked, "Hey Shikaku, did you train all night too?" Shikaku replied weakly, "No, I found a tough position earlier in shogi and stayed up all night trying to solve it." "Did you manage to solve it?" Curious about Shikaku's exhausted appearance, Minato inquired. Shikaku's face turned completely gray upon hearing this, revealing a corpse-like pallor. After a moment, he regained some vitality and mumbled, "Give me one more day, just one more day, and I'll solve it right away. Why do we have to take exams, wasting time?" Tatsuma, looking at Minato, then back at Shikaku, said, "Why don't you apply to take the exam in the afternoon? Waste another afternoon." Shikaku rolled his eyes and remarked, and Tatsuma chuckled, uttering his customary phrase, "You really are something." The first round of the final exam still involved ninja tool throwing, but this time the distance was extended to 10 meters. The self-selected ninja tools were changed to kunao and shuriken as mandatory, with senbon as an optional choice that could earn extra points. Soon it was Shikaku's turn, but as he stepped forward, he executed a move reminiscent of Jiraiya's ninja art, throw everything out jutsu. Unfortunately, not a single projectile hit the target. Under Sarutobi Atoma's murderous gaze, Shikaku returned to Tatsuma's side and took a seat. "Tatsuma, Minato, you two better perform well." Sarutobi Atoma gritted his teeth and shot an intense glare at Tatsuma and Minato. Tatsuma smiled slightly, deliberately assuming a proud posture, and said, "Just ninja tool throwing, easy peasy with hands." However, as he picked up a kunao and gripped it forcefully, his right hand instantly cramped. He collapsed to the ground, holding his right hand with his left, exclaiming, "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Chapter 11, Nara Clan's Ultimate Technique. Following the initial round of examinations, Tatsuma and Minato found themselves in a favorable position, courtesy of the bonus points earned through their adept senbon throwing skills. Unfortunately, their optimism waned when they realized the second round involved a practical test, leaving them regretful for not opting for an afternoon examination. During the practical test, 2 classmates were chosen at random for evaluation. Each participant had to undergo 3 practical tests, engaging with different classmates in order to garner a comprehensive score. Tatsuma hit the jackpot in the draw for the practical test, landing Nara Shikaku as his opponent. A shared glance and knowing smiles passed between them, a silent acknowledgement of their mutual understanding. On the flip side, Minato found himself facing off against Akimichi Choza. The initial bout unfolded between Minato and Choza. The clash was intense, lasting a full 5 minutes, and culminating with Choza's potato chips scattered beyond the ring's boundaries. As he hurried to retrieve them, Minato clinched a narrow victory in the opening round. Subsequently, it was Tatsuma's turn to face Shikaku. Stepping into the arena, Shikaku maintained a serious demeanor, declaring, "Sakamoto Tatsuma, I shall unveil the ancestral ultimate technique of the Nara clan." Tatsuma nodded affirmatively, remarking, "The Nara clan's ultimate technique? Huh? I'm genuinely eager to see it in action. Nevertheless, even if you've mastered a formidable ultimate technique, I am confident I will still emerge victorious." Sarutobi Atoma observed the 2 students, both poised and tense in anticipation of the impending confrontation. With excitement, he declared, "Commence the seal of confrontation. I concede." The moment Sarutobi Atoma uttered those words, Shikaku voiced his surrender with a hint of reluctance. Supporting his knees with both hands, he mumbled, "Too strong. I actually lost." Tatsuma, also catching his breath, chimed in, "Indeed, the Nara clan's ultimate technique. Even I could only secure the win by a stroke of luck. Ding wisdom +5. Sakumo hey take a look. Witness the inheritor of the Nara clan, so astute and generous." Tatsuma exclaimed with such excitement that he nearly shed tears. In this poignant moment, the 2 stood as heroes who shared a profound understanding and respect. Sarutobi Atoma, initially brimming with anticipation for a fierce battle, now wore a completely darkened expression. Gritting his teeth, he directed his frustration at the pair. "The Nara clan's ultimate technique? Huh? Winning by a stroke of luck? Huh? Get out of here." Observing the furious Sarutobi Atoma merely yelling at them without escalating the situation, the 2 breathed sighs of relief. They then strolled casually, shoulder to shoulder, towards the waiting area. Back at the waiting area, they caught sight of Minato's resentful gaze. He was embroiled in a heated battle with Choza, and had Choza not prioritized snacks over victory, Minato might have lost the first round. "And what about our 2 protagonists?" With exchanged glances and a subtle understanding reflected in their eyes, they schemed the potential outcome of their match. It was truly unbelievable. In the second round of practical tests, whether by coincidence or Sarutobi Atoma seeking revenge, Shikako and Inuzukatsu found themselves in the same group. Tatsuma was paired with Uchiha Tenko, and Minato Namikaze was grouped with Hyuga Sento. Minato muttered, "Can I not catch a break?" Shikako donned an expression of despair, his eyes reflecting the cruel reality of exams. Assigned to be the first to step forward, he reluctantly dragged his weakened body to the center. As the seal of confrontation was initiated, Sarutobi Atoma exchanged a meaningful glance with Inuzukatsu. Some nodded, sporting a cruel smile. Only then did Sarutobi Atoma satisfactorily declare, "Begin." ICONC. Observing Inuzukatsu rushing towards him, Shikako hurriedly attempted to concede, but Inuzukatsu paid no attention. She shoved a handful of dog treats into Shikako's mouth, rendering him speechless. In a swift move, Shikako found himself caught in a leg lock, instantly mounted by Inuzukatsu. With her left hand suppressing Shikako's attempt to spit out the dog treats, the other hand delivered merciless punches. All right, cough, you've won?" Even Sarutobi Atoma had to intervene, seeing Shikako taking a beating until a tooth fell out, and he declared the end of the test. Inuzukatsu stood up, satisfied, and left. Shikako, now spitting out bits of dog treats, gazed towards the waiting area where Tatsuma and Minato were frantically massaging their legs to recover faster. He closed his eyes, a single teardrop glistening as it rolled down his cheek. Tilting his head, he lay on the ground and remained still. "Tatsuma, Minato, this is as far as I can help you. You better recover quickly." Shikako. Witnessing Shikako seemingly faint, Atoma grew anxious. After a swift examination, he noticed a hint of fresh blood at the corner of Shikako's mouth. "Wait a moment, Sensei will take Shikako to the medical room for a checkup." Saying this, Atoma lifted Shikako on his back and hurried towards the school's medical room. Unfortunately, 20 minutes later, when Shikako was brought back by Atoma, his injuries hadn't improved. On the contrary, he now had 2 large bumps on his head. With his limited skills in disguise, he couldn't conceal anything from the doctor. All that remained was to capitalize on Sarutobi Atoma's caring nature. Despite this, Shikako skillfully managed to secure an extra 20 minutes, providing Tatsuma and Minato with the time they needed to recover from yesterday's strenuous training. After a few more rounds of battles, attention focused on the duel between Tatsuma and Uchiha Tenko. The moment the two stepped into the arena, Uchiha Tenko arrogantly raised his head, adopting an attitude of pride as if he were Madara or the Sage of Six Paths. "Intentionally dressing yourself up miserably to have an excuse after losing to me? No matter how hard you try, you can never defeat me, a member of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing Uchiha Tenko's mocking tone, Tatsuma became excited. He flashed a confident smile and retorted, "Yes, facing the Uchiha clan, famous for their abundant talent, my own skills may pale in comparison. But, I will win." Observing the intense atmosphere between the two, Sarutobi Atoma couldn't help but display a skeptical expression this time. After all, this was similar to the fight between Shikako and Tatsuma, but he still declared, "Initiate the seal of confrontation." In response to the command, the two instantly formed the seal of confrontation. This time, Tatsuma swiftly mobilized the chakra within his body. Compared to when he first entered the academy, he had become exceptionally proficient in refining and manipulating chakra. "Begin." After Sarutobi Atoma spoke, he warily glanced at the two. However, he observed Uchiha Tenko swiftly extracting several shuriken and hurling them towards Tatsuma. Finally, he was assured that Tatsuma wouldn't cause any trouble. After all, how could the Uchiha clan be expected to cooperate with others? Facing the incoming shuriken, Tatsuma maintained the gathered chakra without releasing it. Instead, he swiftly lowered his body, skillfully evading 2 shuriken aimed at his forehead and throat. Then, with his left hand, which hadn't formed any seals, he effortlessly intercepted the other 2 shuriken aimed at his chest and abdomen, making it look deceptively easy. However, Tatsuma's demeanor turned serious because Uchiha Tenko displayed the ability to throw multiple shuriken simultaneously. Although individually not overly powerful, they proved effective in diverting attention. As expected, just as Tatsuma regained his stance, 3 more shuriken flew towards him. Tatsuma responded by throwing the 2 he had intercepted, skillfully deflecting Uchiha Tenko's projectiles. In that moment, something unusual occurred. Initially, there should have been only 1 remaining shuriken, but Tatsuma's eyes perceived 3. Witnessing this scene, Tatsuma quickly grasped the situation. Uchiha Tenko, in the instant he dodged, had not just thrown 3 shuriken but likely released 2 sets of 3, with the second set hiding behind the first. This meant Tatsuma was now facing 4 remaining shuriken. Chapter 12, Tatsuma vs Uchiha. Sarutobi Atoma held a kunao in his right hand as he observed the unfolding scene. It was evident that he was prepared to intervene if needed. This was, after all, a test, and while enduring some blunt injuries was deemed acceptable, the use of shuriken was considered too risky. Tatsuma, who had already deduced Uchiha Tenko's strategy, remained composed. With a swift motion, he swiped his left hand against his waist, summoning a senbon into his grip. Expertly, he hurled it toward Uchiha Tenko while smoothly executing a roll to the side. Thrusting the Senbon was a strategic move aimed at preventing Uchiha Tenko from launching additional ninja tools while he's evading. Such evasive tactics had become irksome, compelling Uchiha Tenko to forego the third round of ninja tool throwing in order to dodge Tatsuma's precise Senbon. Seizing the advantage, Tatsuma propelled himself off the ground with both feet, rapidly narrowing the distance to Uchiha Tenko. His intention was to employ taijutsu and launch a direct assault. Close quarters combat? You might not be aware that ninja tool throwing is a trademark skill of my Uchiha clan, but close quarters combat happens to be one of my specialties as well. Uchiha Tenko brandished a kunao, thrusting it directly toward Tatsuma. In response, Tatsuma's hands, which had been in the midst of forming seals, descended. The chakra he had just refined worked swiftly to alleviate the soreness and weakness in his body. With a swift motion, Tatsuma deftly blocked Uchiha Tenko's thrust, simultaneously executing a dynamic maneuver that placed his front foot behind Uchiha Tenko's heel. The intent was to exploit the momentum and unbalance his opponent. Yet, Uchiha Tenko, seemingly anticipating Tatsuma's tactics, raised his leg to evade, seamlessly following up with a sweeping low kick. In a nimble reaction, Tatsuma had to lift his knee to block the incoming attack. Tatsuma's momentary relaxation in his upper body allowed Uchiha Tenko to retract his hand swiftly. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Tenko's kunao was directed toward Tatsuma's temple in a rapid counter. Simultaneously, the leg from the low sweep ascended to block Tatsuma's altered trajectory. Assessing the unfolding scenario, Tatsuma responded with swift agility, evading the kunao while executing a sneaky attack to neutralize Uchiha Tenko's attack. Evidently, Uchiha Tenko hadn't encountered Tatsuma's crafty fighting style before, but his reactions were remarkably quick. He raised his leg to block Tatsuma's oncoming hand, which was rushing toward his younger brother. Tatsuma refrained from persistently dismantling Uchiha Tenko's attack. Uchiha Tenko's knee skillfully intercepted Tatsuma's hand. Just as Uchiha Tenko was about to declare the ineffectiveness of Tatsuma's move with a faint smile, Tatsuma unexpectedly surged forward. In an instant, Uchiha Tenko, originally balanced on one leg, lost his equilibrium. Tatsuma capitalized on the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Uchiha Tenko's face, prompting him to recoil in trepidation. With his unsteady body already compromising his defense, Uchiha Tenko inadvertently left himself vulnerable. Sensing the opening, Tatsuma executed a spinning kick, deliberately elevating the height of the kick slightly to strike the midpoint of Uchiha Tenko's ribcage directly. Snap! In an instant, Uchiha Tenko crumpled to the ground, struggling to muster the strength to rise. His face reddened, betraying the challenge of drawing breath. Tatsuma's gaze shifted to Sarutobi Atoma, discerning that no winner had been declared yet. Determination etched on his face, Tatsuma persisted in applying pressure on Uchiha Tenko. Given Uchiha Tenko's current physical state, allowing him time to recover might not bode well for Tatsuma. This disruption in Uchiha Tenko's rhythm presented Tatsuma with his prime opportunity. Simultaneously, Tatsuma casually retrieved the kunao that Uchiha Tenko had dropped. Without hesitation, he swiftly closed the distance and pressed the kunao against Uchiha Tenko's throat before he could raise his guard. Only at this moment did Sarutobi Atoma nod in satisfaction and declare, "Sakamoto Tatsuma is the winner? Perform the seal of reconciliation." The onlookers were somewhat astonished. Tatsuma's victory over Uchiha Tenko in less than a minute was unexpected. After announcing Tatsuma's triumph, Atoma casually tossed the kunao aside and moved to assist Uchiha Tenko to his feet. However, Uchiha Tenko, wearing a disgruntled expression, retorted, "You merely took advantage of my slip-up." Before Tatsuma could respond, Atoma approached. His large hand landed on Uchiha Tenko's chest, and with his thumb and forefinger, he pressed down on the spot where Tatsuma's final kick had landed. Uchiha Tenko's body twisted instantly. At this juncture, Sarutobi Atoma interjected. Tatsuma held back. "If his intentions were different, you might not even be fit to continue as a ninja. Do you comprehend?" "Impossible!" Uchiha Tenko exclaimed in disbelief. On the sidelines, Hayaga Sento, an attentive spectator, chimed in, "I didn't anticipate that you also grasped the basics of the gentle fist technique. We should spar when the opportunity arises." Hayaga Sento's recognition served as a commendation for Tatsuma's calculated strike. While others might have overlooked it, both Sarutobi Atoma and Hayaga Sento discerned that Tatsuma had deliberately avoided crucial pressure points, ensuring Uchiha Tenko remained unharmed, given his inability to use chakra for body protection. Striking the midpoint of the ribcage might induce discomfort for a while, but it wasn't excessively perilous. Nevertheless, even a slight deviation in Tatsuma's technique could potentially jeopardize Uchiha Tenko's ninja career. "You're too kind. I just happened to win by luck." Tatsuma declined Hayaga Sento's challenge for a fight. Instead, he smiled and extended his hand towards Uchiha Tenko. By this point, Uchiha Tenko had reluctantly regained his senses, placing his fingers on Tatsuma's to form the reconciliation seal. Despite this, he maintained, "Next time, I'll undoubtedly emerge victorious. Ding strength +3, stamina +2. Upon hearing the system's verdict, Tatsuma's smile broadened even further. He couldn't help but find Uchiha Tenko somewhat endearing in that moment. Tatsuma nodded and remarked, "With the Uchiha clan's talent, you'll undoubtedly discover a way to defeat me swiftly. However, the next time our paths cross, I'll be stronger." The ultimate victor will remain me. Humph. Receiving praise in defeat left Uchiha Tenko feeling remarkably uneasy. He turned his head, unwilling to witness Tatsuma's beaming smile, and silently walked away. This brief yet intense skirmish further elevated Atoma's opinion of Tatsuma. Despite his idiosyncratic personality and occasional enigmatic actions, it was undeniable that, within this group, Tatsuma stood as one of the top talents. The testing pressed on, and soon it was Minato and Hyuga Sento's turn, although their encounter lacked the precision and intensity of the battle between Tatsuma and Uchiha Tenko. Initially, Minato struggled in close combat against Hyuga Sento. Recognizing his disadvantage, Minato wisely distanced himself and applied the ninja tool throwing techniques that Tatsuma had imparted to him. This compelled Atoma to suspend the testing and proclaim Minato as the victor. Continuing the test posed a genuine risk of transforming Hyuga Sento into a human porcupine. Minato, while possessing an unblemished personality, displayed exceptional ruthlessness in his ninja approach. He seized openings without hesitation and refrained from holding back, especially when targeting vital points. As the second round of practical tests concluded, the lineup for the third round was unveiled. Tatsuma couldn't shake the feeling of being targeted, given that his opponent for the upcoming match was Minato. Upon scrutinizing the match schedule, Minato's gaze sought out Tatsuma. Their eyes locked, and both sported smiles. Chapter 13, Tatsuma vs Minato. Enjoy double release today. Make sure to leave a vote and a review. Sarutobi-sensei, are we being detained here just to endure these kids' mundane display? Within the confines of the Academy's teaching building, inside an unoccupied classroom, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, flanked by his 3 diligent students, observed the scene unfolding on the playground below. Orochimaru voiced his discontent. Patience, Orochimaru. The true protagonists I want you to witness have yet to make their entrance. I've organized a showdown between them. Take a closer look later and gauge if it can kindle your interest in mentoring apprentices. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and spoke. Orochimaru furrowed his brow and replied, I'll pass. I've already promised Tsunade to look after her brother. Adding another responsibility with our current workload would be too distracting. Upon hearing Orochimaru's straightforward decline, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he cast a glance at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya reached into the gap in his clothes, scratched his belly, and then remarked, I wouldn't mind taking on an apprentice. After all, I should make for a good sensei. But it depends on the individual, not everyone piques my interest, ha ha ha. Jiraiya's words brought a smile to Hiruzen's face. He then redirected his gaze to Tsunade. Tsunade furrowed her brow and remarked, Jiraiya mentioned he's interested in taking on an apprentice. Why not let him mentor both? Tsunade, the inheritance of the will of fire is not confined to a specific individual or generation. It is the responsibility of every Konoha ninja, extending to every villager of Konoha. Just as I received the will of fire from Tobira Misama and passed it on to you, your will of fire should also be shared, carrying on for the sake of the new generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with great sincerity, but Tsunade still shrugged dismissively. At that very moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the arrival of the 2 children. Abandoning his attempts to persuade her, he instead remarked, It's those 2 kids. Take a closer look, they might be the ones to carry on your will, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Observing the significance placed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, even Orochimaru, who had initially sworn off taking on apprentices, became slightly more attentive, focusing his gaze on the playground below. Jiraiya casually leaned against the windowsill, scrutinizing the scene, while Tsunade continued to play with her hair, displaying a hint of impatience. On the playground, Tatsuma and Minato, having stepped into the designated duel area, initiated the seal of confrontation without Sarutobi Atoma needing to intervene. Even before the competition commenced, both focused intently on honing their chakra. I must say, it's impressive, Tatsuma began with his customary opening phrase, then added, after the extensive training last night, you succeeded in defeating Choza and Sento consecutively. However, this time, I am determined to secure the victory. It's not that simple, Tatsuma. Remember, you used up more chakra than I did last night, Minato said with a smile. The recent swift resolution of Tatsuma's match against Uchiha Tenko deviated from Tatsuma's usual style. There was only one explanation for this, Tatsuma's stamina might be inferior to Minato's, placing him at a disadvantage now. Aware that exploiting Tatsuma's significant lack of stamina and slowing down the match's pace could secure his victory, Minato confidently plotted his strategy. Tatsuma fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, his stamina was in a dire state. Although Tatsuma's diverse talents surpassed Minato's, the inherent limitations of his abilities were evident. Minato held more advantages that remained untapped. Take, for instance, stamina and spirit. During this period, as the ceilings of these 2 talents increased, Tatsuma could sense his recovery ability in all realms growing. However, given the present circumstances, Minato's talent ceiling was undoubtedly higher than his. In simpler terms, within the same time frame, Minato could recuperate more stamina than him. This meant that Tatsuma held no significant advantage. As the 2 individuals squared off, Atoma reminded himself to keep a vigilant eye on them, ensuring nothing unexpected occurred, especially since Hokage-sama seemed to be observing nearby. Begin. After Sarutobi Atoma declared the start, he swiftly stepped aside, a kunao materializing in his hand, ready to intervene at any moment. Ding ding ding. Meanwhile, Tatsuma and Minato had already completed a round of ninja tool throwing. Tatsuma's prowess in ninja tool throwing was inherited from Minato, while Minato's own skills in the art were taught by Tatsuma. As a result, their collaboration in ninja tool throwing was highly synchronized, with their tools colliding mid-air. However, this synchronization was confined to ninja tool throwing. Despite extensive practice and familiarity in various aspects of combat, disparities in their fighting styles still persisted compared to ninja tool throwing. Following the ninja tool throwing segment, Tatsuma promptly charged, aiming to close the distance and overpower Minato with superior physical prowess. However, Minato, anticipating this move, deftly retreated. Quite spirited, these two little devils. Observing that these two were involved in a distinct kind of sparring compared to the others, who remained focused on testing each other's skills, Jiraiya became slightly more intrigued. His remark also captured the attention of Tsunade, who had been absent-minded, prompting her to gaze down at the scene below. Increasing the distance, Minato swiftly retrieved another shuriken. In anticipation of Tatsuma's advancing movement, he hurled it directly. Tatsuma, without breaking his stride, brandished two kunai in his hands, skillfully deflecting the incoming shuriken. I can't keep this up. Tightening his lips, Tatsuma's eyes flickered as he swiftly assessed the situation. He hurled a kunai with his left hand, accurately predicting Minato's next move. Forced to pause, Minato deftly dealt with the approaching kunai. Observing Tatsuma still in pursuit, Minato caught the thrown kunai and tightly gripped it to face Tatsuma. Ding! Their kunais clashed, producing a small spark. Minato briskly retracted his right hand holding the kunai and promptly thrust it again. Seizing the opportunity, Tatsuma shifted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding Minato's kunai. Utilizing his left hand to grab Minato's wrist holding the kunai, Tatsuma's right hand passed beneath Minato's arm, directing the kunai straight toward Minato's throat. This maneuver showcased his exceptional flexibility and unpredictability. However, having practiced with Tatsuma countless times, Minato was well aware of this move. He also tilted his head and lowered his body, causing Tatsuma's kunai to merely graze across his shoulder, achieving no success. Simultaneously, Minato retracted his right hand, aiming to create distance once again. However, Tatsuma wasn't willing to grant Minato the opportunity. He swiftly seized Minato's right hand with both of his own, then forcefully pressed downward while lifting his knee to strike Minato's face. That's quite ruthless. Jiraiya, who observed the match, suddenly shuddered. It wasn't that he hadn't witnessed such tactics before, he had seen even more brutal ones. However, Tatsuma and Minato were just two children who hadn't yet reached 6 years old. Even among the older academy students, such decisiveness was exceptionally rare. For example, the previous groups seemed more like they were engaging in a ninja game, lacking a genuine intention to physically confront each other. Confronted with the knee striking towards his face, Minato had no choice but to awkwardly block with his left hand. It wasn't about preserving his image, his face was just too vulnerable. A casual hit would significantly impact his condition. With the initial attempt unsuccessful, Tatsuma swiftly shifted his weight to the other foot and raised his knee once again, aiming for consecutive strikes. However, Minato wasn't foolish, he lunged forward promptly, executing a direct tackle that brought Tatsuma to the ground. The sudden imbalance caused Tatsuma to release his grip on Minato's right hand, and Minato promptly withdrew it. Not wanting to give Tatsuma an opportunity, Minato's kunai descended directly. Tatsuma abandoned defense elsewhere, using his left hand to grasp Minato's right hand. His right hand secured Minato's left hand, preventing him from exerting force with both hands. Aren't you going to intervene? Seeing the kunai just a few centimeters away from Tatsuma's eyes, Jiraiya frowned and remarked, but Hiruzen waved his hand, saying, for these two little ones, it's just the beginning. Chapter 14, Narrow Victory. Caught in a precarious grappling situation, Tatsuma found himself at a distinct disadvantage, facing the risk of exhausting himself more quickly than Minato. In a strategic move, Tatsuma decided to take a calculated risk by releasing Minato's left hand and forcefully redirecting his right hand to the side, narrowly avoiding the kunai that grazed Tatsuma's cheek in the process. Recognizing the fleeting opening, Tatsuma swiftly launched a counterattack, his hands targeting Minato's ribcage. Sensing the imminent danger, Minato rolled to the side, managing to evade the full impact, but Tatsuma's palm still connected with his left ribs in a decisive move. After the impactful strike to Minato's ribcage, he attempted to roll and rise, only to find himself struggling to straighten his waist. Meanwhile, Tatsuma had already regained his footing and, observing Minato in a semi-crouched position, unleashed a direct left kick toward Minato's face. In a defensive maneuver, Minato employed his left hand, simultaneously tilting his head to avoid the incoming kick. Gritting his teeth, he exerted force in an attempt to lift himself from the ground and counter Tatsuma's advancing left leg with a takedown. Anticipating Minato's response, Tatsuma swiftly raised his leg, aiming for a downward kick. However, sensing the imminent strike, Minato, choosing not to engage directly, stepped back with calculated precision, recognizing there was no need to rush like Tatsuma. Minato attempted to put some distance between himself and Tatsuma, but Tatsuma persistently pursued, launching a relentless barrage with his left fist and kunai. Minato adeptly defended and parried, showcasing the seamless coordination born out of their almost daily practice together. Observing the intense exchange, Jiraiya tightly gripped the window frame, his expression growing serious. The white-haired brat seems anxious, Orochimaru remarked, breaking his silence as he analyzed the ongoing battle. Jiraiya instinctively nodded but then turned to question, Orochimaru, are you referring to me? Orochimaru shook his head and responded, I don't need to throw shade at you, you're already trailing behind. Damn it. Enough. Keep watching. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, his gaze fixed below as Minato, capitalizing on his stamina advantage, finally managed to put some distance between himself and Tatsuma. He unleashed a continuous barrage of shuriken and kunao from his nimble hands. Struggling to block, Tatsuma deftly deflected the incoming ninja tools. On the sidelines, Hyuga Sento frowned as he observed the scene, recalling his recent defeat to Minato in a similar manner. However, Tatsuma was not Hyuga Sento. He intimately understood Minato's throwing habits. Despite finding himself in a precarious situation due to exhaustion, Tatsuma exhibited remarkable agility, narrowly dodging several rounds of Minato's ninja tool throwing attacks. On the opposite end, Minato furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated Tatsuma to reveal such formidable skills when genuinely serious. Assessing the situation, he reached into his ninja tool pouch, mentally gauging the remaining arsenal. 2 kunao, 6 shuriken, and 8 senbon, right. With this inventory in mind, Minato swiftly retrieved all the shuriken and hurled them towards Tatsuma, followed by the senbons. Opting to withhold the last 2 kunao, he instead charged directly at Tatsuma. Tatsuma honed his focus, deftly evading the onslaught of ninja tools. Yet, as he adeptly knocked down the shuriken and prepared to deflect the senbon, he suddenly realized that Minato's flying kick was rapidly closing in. Senbons should be fine, Tatsuma murmured to himself, paying little attention to the incoming senbons. His focus zeroed in on Minato's trajectory, prompting him to take a step forward and draw upon the boxing techniques he had honed during his past life in university. These acquired skills now proved invaluable in the midst of battle. With swift precision, Tatsuma executed a well-practiced step, blocking Minato's oncoming right leg with his left shoulder. Simultaneously, he seized Minato's right knee with his left hand, while his right hand tightly clenched a kunao. Employing the blade as an improvised weapon, Tatsuma delivered a punch to Minato's abdomen. As the punch connected, the concentrated power in Minato's core instantly dissipated. Staggering backward, he became vulnerable, and Tatsuma seized the opportunity to skillfully bring him to the ground. Simultaneously, Tatsuma knelt forward, applying pressure with his knee against Minato's stomach, leaving him powerless. The kunao in Tatsuma's right hand pressed firmly against Minato's collarbone. Tatsuma's initially serious expression gradually softened into a smile as he remarked, impressive as always, Minato. But this time, luck happened to be on my side. Unconcerned about his own defeat, Minato directed his attention to the senbons embedded in Tatsuma's shoulder and thigh, anxiously inquiring, are you okay? Huh? I wouldn't have felt it if you hadn't mentioned it, Tatsuma replied. Minato's reminder brought the soreness in his muscles and the piercing sensation from the senbon to Tatsuma's attention, causing the kunao against Minato's collarbone to weakly loosen. Atoma-sensei? Come quickly and check on Tatsuma. Observing Tatsuma's stiff fall to the side, Minato anxiously called out to Sarutobi Atoma, who was approaching. Sarutobi Atoma nodded and reassured, it's just some minor injuries, mainly due to extreme fatigue. Inside the classroom, Tsunade squinted through the window at the scene and remarked, are these two really on good terms? How can two people with a good relationship go so hard on each other? In the blink of an eye, the transition from inflicting injuries to expressing concern for each other struck an unusual chord. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered an explanation, over the past few months, they've been training together. Except for the final round, the previous exchanges were probably familiar to both sides, so it wasn't dangerous. Still first-year students, right? Their level of determination might even surpass some ninjas, don't you think, Jiraiya? Tsunade's observation prompted Jiraiya's face to take on a greenish hue. If Orochimaru's earlier comments might have been unintentional, Tsunade was now openly pointing fingers and scolding, wasn't she? However, while Jiraiya dared to express his anger towards Orochimaru, he refrained from doing the same with Tsunade. Instead, he silently swallowed his grievances. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a smile, remarked, Tsunade, weren't you uninterested before? How about now? Tsunade paused for a moment, then shook her head and continued, these two kids are indeed impressive for first years, even when compared to students in other grades at the ninja school. However, I still don't want to play house with kids. I don't have time to waste on these students. No need to rush. Right now, it's just for you all to have a look. Even if you really want to be their sensei, you'll have to wait until they graduate. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, content with Tsunade's noticeable shift in attitude. There was no need to push for more. Pushing too far might upset Tsunade, and she could stubbornly refuse to take on disciples for an extended period. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's lack of intention to force the issue, Tsunade nodded. At barely 20 years old and having recently attained the rank of Jonin, she wasn't inclined to waste her prime training years babysitting children. I'd like to go and interact with these two kids. Ever since receiving the prophecy from the Great Toad Sage a few years ago, Jiraiya had entertained the idea of finding a student. It would be even better if the student turned out to be the prophesized one, but it wasn't a strict requirement. Confident in his ability to instruct the prophesized one, he believed he could excel in teaching others. Even if a student wasn't the chosen one, they should still become better ninjas under his guidance. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "You're all on break now. Feel free to do whatever you want. You've seen what you needed to see today. If you have things to attend to, you can leave." "All right." Tsunade turned and walked away. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, confirming there was no crucial information to linger for, and said, "Well then, Sarutobi-sensei, I'll be going." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, then turned to Jiraiya, who remained by his side, and asked, "Is there anything else you need?" Cough. Jiraiya's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he continued, "Sensei, well, it's about the mission reward. You're short by over 100 and something thousand? With the village's finances being so tight right now, can't you wait a bit before claiming it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat displeased. Jiraiya, with a touch of helplessness, added, "Tsunade borrowed all my money. I can't even afford ramen now." Hearing Jiraiya emphasize the word borrowed, Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the implication. He nodded and said, "Let's go to the Hokage Tower to get it then. By the way, Jiraiya, sometimes you really need to hold on to your money." "Well, never mind, I know you won't understand. Here's 100,000, and I'll safeguard the rest for you." Okay. Chapter 15, Meeting Tsunade and Jiraiya. Ding strength +3, speed +3, stamina +5. Once whisked away to the medical room for urgent treatment, Tatsuma finally found the energy to review his newfound gains. It's worth noting that Minato remained the best target, yielding bountiful rewards. Reflecting on the perks acquired, Tatsuma, reclining on the sickbed with bandages adorning several areas, couldn't suppress a hearty chuckle. Just then, an unusual voice echoed from beyond the door. "Why are you laughing so happily? Do you really enjoy getting injured?" As the words hung in the air, the small curtain enveloping his sickbed was drawn aside, revealing a female ninja with golden hair in Tatsuma's line of sight. Tatsuma studied her for a moment and inquired with a hint of uncertainty, "Tsunade-sama?" Observing Tatsuma's recognition, Tsunade was somewhat taken aback but didn't dwell on it. While her current renown hadn't reached global heights, she was by no means an unknown ninja. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a protege of the third Hokage, among other distinctions, she held a noteworthy place in the ninja world. It was only natural for Tatsuma, a young aspirant who likely harbored dreams of becoming a ninja, to be acquainted with her reputation. Tsunade nodded and remarked, "I happened to pass by today. That blonde kid outside begged me to treat you the moment he spotted me." In response, Tatsuma exclaimed with genuine joy, "Really? Tsunade-sama is willing to treat me?" Tsunade patted the pocket where her wallet resided. Having borrowed money from Jiraiya a few days ago, she had managed to squander it all in gambling. Left with no other plans but to head home, she nodded and added, "Yes, but you haven't answered my question yet." Before Tatsuma could reply, Tsunade, not one to wait, channeled a burst of green chakra into her hand. As the chakra enveloped Tatsuma's wounds, he experienced a tingling and itching sensation. To distract himself from the physical sensations, Tatsuma spoke up, "Nobody enjoys getting injured. It's just that the feeling of winning is too exhilarating. If I could, I'd prefer to keep winning." As Tatsuma's words reached her ears, an unexplainable surge of anger welled up within Tsunade. Was this kid being sarcastic or something? Despite the irritation, Tsunade refrained from exploding, mindful of her role as a medical ninja. How could she harm a patient while trying to heal them? Yet, as Tsunade delved into her medical ninjutsu, a subtle furrow appeared on her brow. It seemed that Tatsuma's recovery ability was not particularly remarkable. Compared to the blonde kid outside, who could bounce back and be lively after a brief rest, Tatsuma lagged significantly behind. The body's recovery ability, to a large extent, could indicate a person's potential. Take Tsunade herself. For instance, she was well aware that her body's recovery ability surpassed that of an average person, even without the aid of medical ninjutsu. Observing the young boy before her, in comparison to other prodigies who had distinguished themselves during their academy days, he didn't appear to possess particularly high innate talent. With this thought in mind, Tsunade suddenly inquired, "If, in the future, you discover that after 10 years of dedicated practice, your accomplishments are not even on par with someone else's progress in just 1 year, what would you make of it? Are you referring to talent?" Tatsuma inquired. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. Tatsuma took a moment to reflect. The disparity in talent could indeed be profoundly disheartening, and he had come close to losing hope because of it. Nevertheless, he found himself in a position to alter his inherent abilities, a stroke of fortune that set him apart from the majority. With an infectious smile, he remarked, "Everyone is destined to face death, so why get bogged down in the journey? For me, as long as the outcome remains the same, even if my path differs from others, it's worthwhile. It might have taken me a decade to achieve what some accomplish in a year, but isn't that still an achievement? My talent might not measure up to others right now, but who's to say that won't change someday? The future is uncertain for everyone, isn't it?" "Humph, lofty words for a little one," Tsunade muttered. She shook her head, concluded the healing process, stood up, and advised, "In the future, steer clear of these unnecessary injuries. Otherwise, while you're recuperating, others might catch up, surpass you, and leave you in the dust." "Thank you, Tsunade-sama." Sensing the pain dissipate and a significant amount of fatigue lifting from his body, Tatsuma expressed his gratitude to Tsunade. She waved her hand dismissively and exited the medical room. Leaving the medical facility, Tsunade spotted Jiraiya squatting on the ground, engrossed in conversation with the blonde kid named Minato Namikaze. Originally intending to stroll past them, Tsunade changed her mind the moment she turned around. The corner of her eye caught sight of a distinctly square shape protruding from Jiraiya's pocket. She approached and inquired, "Jiraiya, did you go to Sensei to claim a mission reward?" "Yeah," Jiraiya subconsciously replied, realizing that Tsunade wore a familiar smile. He instinctively guarded his pocket and added, "Well, not exactly. The village's finances are a bit tight lately. Bring it out." "Tsunade, there's really. Bring it out." Under Tsunade's determined gaze, Jiraiya reluctantly produced the money he had just received from the Hokage building. Tsunade swiftly snatched it away, poised to tuck it into her pocket, and simultaneously declared, "The next time I win, I'll return this along with the previous amount." "Don't, Tsunade, leave me some money for meals," Jiraiya pleaded. Tsunade frowned, then counted out 3 or 4 bills and handed them back to Jiraiya. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, at least he wouldn't go hungry for the next few days. But soon, he thought of another matter and inquired, "Weren't you leaving? Why are you still at the school?" Before Tsunade could respond, Minato interjected, "I bumped into Tsunade-sama and asked her to treat Tatsuma. Oh, he's already healed and can go home anytime." After Tsunade finished speaking, without waiting for Minato's words of gratitude, she departed. Images of her reigning supreme in the gambling scene began to replay in her mind. Jiraiya pocketed the money in his hand and suggested, "Call your friend, I'll treat you both to ramen. Wouldn't that be too extravagant?" Minato hesitated, considering that Jiraiya's funds might not even surpass what he had saved over the past 2 years. He didn't want Jiraiya to go hungry just because he treated them to ramen. However, Jiraiya boldly waved his hand and asserted, "It's just money, no big deal. I can earn a couple 100,000 with a casual mission. I just happened not to have it on me at the moment." Minato was somewhat skeptical, but he didn't want to outright reject Jiraiya. He reluctantly invited Tatsuma, who had just recovered from his injuries. The moment Tatsuma saw Jiraiya, his eyes lit up. Jiraiya felt uneasy under Tatsuma's enthusiasm. He recognized that fervent and sincere gaze. It was the same look he has when peeping into the women's bathhouse. Finally, at the ramen shop, Jiraiya couldn't bear it any longer. His voice trembled, and with a blend of severity and ambiguity, he questioned, "Kid, why are you staring at me like that? What do you want?" Chapter 16, The Problem with Curly Hair. That, is. Tatsuma absent-mindedly scratched his stylishly explosive curls and remarked, "I heard that Jiraiya-sama developed ninjutsu involving hair." Upon catching wind of this, Jiraiya paused, casting a somewhat eager yet shy glance at Tatsuma. He queried, "Yes, are you interested in learning?" "Well, can I?" Tatsuma felt a twinge of embarrassment. Given the limited interactions between him and Jiraiya, it felt audacious to be requesting ninjutsu on their very first encounter. Tatsuma couldn't help but acknowledge the slight shamelessness and presumption in his request. Jiraiya, however, didn't mind. He just laughed heartily. After all, the ninjutsu he created for hair applications had not yet received much recognition, and he had even been criticized by Orochimaru in various ways. "Haha, of course you can. It's not some profound or dangerous ninjutsu, but I'd like to ask, why do you want to learn my ninjutsu?" After the laughter, Jiraiya looked at Tatsuma seriously, hoping to hear words like admiration, powerful, and handsome from him. However, Tatsuma scratched his temple and said, "Well, I've always struggled with my unruly curls. If I could use ninjutsu to keep them in check, it would save me a lot of trouble in the mornings, you know. Because of these natural curls, I'm interested in learning ninjutsu related to hair to see if I can straighten them out." Jiraiya's face, initially serious and filled with anticipation, suddenly stiffened. After a brief pause, he asked, "Is that the sole reason you want to learn my ninjutsu?" Worried that he might have given the wrong impression, Tatsuma hastily added, "Jiraiya-sama, you may not fully grasp how terrifying and troublesome natural curls can be. Take washing hair, for instance. If you don't wash it, the hair will expand the next day, just like mine now. But if you wash it and don't dry it in time, the hair will collapse and shine the next day, just like seaweed in seaweed soup. Even if you dry it in time, if you accidentally use the hairdryer with hot air, sharp corners will emerge from the hair, like hiding shuriken in the hair. You have no idea how much I wish for smooth straight hair." As Tatsuma spoke, Jiraiya began to feel increasingly sorrowful, as if Tatsuma was not describing his natural curls, but rather some incurable condition. However, Jiraiya quickly snapped back to reality, shook his head, and said, "It doesn't matter why you want to learn my ninjutsu, but there's one thing I need to clarify up front. My ninjutsu may not straighten your hair, let alone make it smooth. Are you sure you still want to learn?" Tatsuma chuckled, "Even if it doesn't give me smooth straight hair, if it can at least prevent my curls from turning into a ninja arsenal, I'd consider it a win. So, yeah, I'm in." Tatsuma contemplated his already achieved 15% ninjutsu development talent. Now, with a newfound willingness to put in the effort, he could already develop some E-rank ninjutsu. Drawing inspiration from Jiraiya's Needle Jizo and Wild Lion's main jutsu as a foundation, he believed that creating a jutsu for smooth hair had a good chance of success. So, he nodded and said, yes, Jiraiya-sama, I want to learn your ninjutsu for hair applications. Jiraiya nodded and turned to Minato, asking, Minato, why don't you learn it too? Originally intending to gauge the ninjutsu learning talents of these two youngsters, Jiraiya was met with a momentary stun from Minato, followed by an excited response, Jiraiya-sama, really? Thank you so much. Jiraiya was pleased with the reactions of both, and he also understood why Minato was so excited. For ninja from commoner backgrounds, any ninjutsu, as long as it wasn't a joke or prank ninjutsu, was immensely precious. Aha, the ramen is here. Let's eat first, and later we'll head to the training ground. I'll demonstrate for you, but when it comes to learning, you'll need to put in your own effort. I'll leave some scrolls with the principles and my insights for you, but I don't have much time to personally instruct you. Tatsuma shook his head, saying, we're already grateful that you're willing to teach us ninjutsu. Jiraiya accepted the ramen handed by the shop owner, smiled at the two, and remarked, ouch, it's really hot. In an instant, as Jiraiya flashed a smile, he accidentally got splashed by the hot noodle soup. Witnessing this, Tatsuma's eyes lit up, and he said, Jiraiya-sama, even such a powerful ninja like you is afraid of getting burned? Let's have a little competition to see who can finish the ramen faster. Minato sighed, recognizing that his friend's peculiar competitive spirit had kicked in again. Jiraiya, still a bit dazed, didn't have time to recover before Tatsuma picked up the large bowl and started eating heartily. Careful, don't burn yourself, kid. Jiraiya warned, then used chopsticks to pick up the noodles, saying, and besides, this old man won't lose to anyone. Ninja art? Ramen cooling jutsu. Minato looked at Jiraiya in surprise. Could it be that this Jonin-sama also had a peculiar competitive spirit? However, Minato understood in the next moment that Jiraiya's so-called ninja art was simply blowing air toward the ramen to cool it down faster. Before long, Tatsuma finished his ramen, let out a burp, and without even wiping his mouth, he looked at Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya still eating, Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief and said, I must say, Jiraiya-sama, you're amazing. You can even practice ninjutsu while eating ramen. However, I won this round. Ding Talent Ninjutsu plus 10, Special Talents Emotional Expert, Jiraiya Limited Edition, 100%. Observing the popped-up information, Tatsuma got excited, especially with the appearance of special talents. However, after examining the special talents, he smirked and thought, pick up the talent ninjutsu plus 10, skip the special talent. Well, Jiraiya's romantic journey was truly hard to describe. In his prime, the young Jiraiya might not have known that for the next 35 years, he would never successfully pursue Tsunade. Perhaps the most likely instance was when, for the sake of the village and his disciples, he gave up the opportunity to escape from an adversary. Such a Jiraiya was indeed touching, but Tatsuma didn't want his own romantic journey to mirror Jiraiya's. Therefore, even though they were limited special talents, Tatsuma chose to forego them. Moreover, being able to pick up a regular talent with a 10-point limit already made Tatsuma happy. After all, their interaction was just a ramen eating competition. Indeed, Jiraiya was a good sensei, so generous even to two kids who hadn't officially become his students. Boss, the bill. After Minato finished eating, Jiraiya, in a grand gesture, covered the bill. Fortunately, ramen wasn't expensive, and the average cost per person was only 60 ryo. After settling the bill, Jiraiya stood up, stretched his body, and looked at the two excited kids with dark circles under their eyes. He smiled and said, let's go, I'll teach you ninjutsu next. Chapter 17, Learning from Jiraiya. In the third training ground, Tatsuma and Minato perched on weathered wooden stumps, their attention fixed on Jiraiya standing before them. With a casual air, he began, now, when it comes to weaving ninjutsu with hair, I've conjured up a pair so far. Naturally, I'm still toying around with a few more. The first, I've dubbed Needle Jizo, and the second is what I call the Wild Lion's main jutsu. Both come with a hefty B-rank learning curve, a bit too steep for you two at this juncture. The challenges posed by these two ninjutsu techniques revolve around dual aspects. The initial hurdle lies in mastering chakra control, demanding an intricate finesse to infuse chakra into the individual strands of hair. The more precise the manipulation of chakra, the greater the flexibility attained in the released ninjutsu. The second challenge concerns the quantity of chakra involved. Needle Jizo, Wild Lion's main jutsu, and the majority of ninjutsu all share a common thread. The potency and reach of the jutsu hinge on the amount of chakra seamlessly woven by the user. When it comes to refining chakra control, there are training methods at your disposal, like tree climbing and water walking. By the way, are you familiar with the intricacies of tree climbing and water walking training? Jiraiya inquired, and Tatsuma and Minato gave affirmative nods. Given Tatsuma's transmigrator background, he naturally possessed the knowledge, and Minato had gleaned the information from Tatsuma. Their acknowledgement momentarily surprised Jiraiya. Reflecting on his own past, Jiraiya couldn't help but acknowledge that, at their age, he himself had been somewhat in the dark about chakra. His attempts at chakra refining were, to put it bluntly, chaotic, not to mention the intricacies of training techniques like tree climbing and water walking. However, learning that both Tatsuma and Minato were already acquainted with the concept spared him the need for elaborate explanations. Jiraiya carried on, since you're already in the loop, I won't delve into the details. Let's shift our focus to the aspect of chakra quantity. You ought to be aware that chakra stems from the fusion of physical and spiritual energy. Therefore, if you aim to amplify your chakra reserves, the fundamental requirement is to bolster the strength of both body and mind. For the physical aspect, engage in taijutsu training. Regarding the mind, its fortitude can be gradually reinforced through pursuits like learning, reading, contemplation, and gaining diverse experiences. Becoming a formidable ninja demands resilience in both physique and mind. Furthermore, this is a prerequisite for unleashing potent ninjutsu, not only for my techniques but also for numerous others. Observing the duo listening with keen attention and evident engagement, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Allowing a brief pause for the two to absorb his words, Jiraiya continued. Now, it's time for you to witness the might of ninjutsu, something you won't find in textbooks. With those words, Jiraiya gracefully vaulted into the air, elegantly flicking his long locks before striking a pose that defied easy description. Without delay, he began weaving hand seals and exclaimed, "Ninja art? Needle Jizo." The moment Jiraiya completed the intricate hand movements, his already waist-length white hair erupted in growth, rapidly enveloping his form to create a protective cocoon. Simultaneously, a portion of it swiftly delved into the earth below. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, strands of hair emerged from the soil surrounding the wooden stumps beneath Tatsuma and Minato, resembling senbon needles as they skillfully pierced into the stumps. In the midst of the protection within the hair, Jiraiya imparted, "Needle Jizo is a versatile ninjutsu that seamlessly melds offense and defense. Its adaptability shines as it can be employed independently for either purpose, offering remarkable flexibility." Uttering these words, Jiraiya's hair gradually retracted to its original state. As he observed the awestruck expressions on Tatsuma and Minato, his contentment swelled. Without delay, he began weaving the hand seals for another ninjutsu, Wild Lion's Mane Jutsu. With the completion of the intricate hand seals, Jiraiya swung his hair. The already dense mass seemed to erupt further, and the hurled strands embedded themselves into the wooden stumps beneath the duo. Yet, the spectacle didn't conclude there. Jiraiya's hair persisted in its growth, extending outward and reaching into the nearby forest, spanning several dozen meters. The hair wove around tree trunks, pulling them taut and even causing a slight bend. Wild Lion's Mane Jutsu boasts a broad spectrum of applications. It excels in close range, medium range, and extends its prowess to long-range attacks. Additionally, it functions as a binding ninjutsu, offering assistance to teammates or complementing other ninjutsu. Naturally, given its need to disperse hair in all directions, the defensive capabilities aren't as robust as Needle Jizo. However, it can be adapted in an alternative form to enhance defensive prowess. As Tatsuma and Minato marveled, grappling with a mix of awe and confusion in response to Jiraiya's elucidation, a sudden low shout erupted from Jiraiya. Ha! Crackle! Boom! In the distance, the colossal trees entwined by the cascading hair were either pulled apart or uprooted. Swiftly, several trees were summoned to Jiraiya's side, creating a formidable protective barrier around him. Jiraiya beamed with pride as he declared, "Observe closely. This showcases the might of employing this ninjutsu with precise chakra control. It can manipulate surrounding trees, rocks, and even adversaries to form an impervious defensive shield. You have the option to pull enemies directly towards you, anchor them in place, or seamlessly integrate it with other ninjutsu, like." As he spoke, a collection of sizable trees assembled in front of Jiraiya. Once again, he swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Fire release, flame bullet." Boom! A colossal fireball erupted, engulfing the clustered trees in flames, reducing them to ashes. At this juncture, Jiraiya relinquished control over his hair, casually patting the few strands now adorned with flickering flames. He then directed his gaze towards Tatsuma and Minato, stating, "These are the two ninjutsu I aim to impart to you. Not immediately, though. In the coming days, I'll compile these techniques into scrolls and endeavor to guide you through them before my upcoming mission." "Thank you, Jiraiya-sama." "Thanks." Both of them were brimming with a sense of excitement. The ninjutsu demonstrated by Jiraiya might not have exuded a stylish or suave demeanor, but its undeniable potency presented a fortuitous opportunity for them to acquire such formidable techniques. Moreover, Tatsuma harbored hopes of leveraging these newfound ninjutsu to tackle the conundrum of his naturally curly hair. Subsequently, Jiraiya shared invaluable insights, small yet pivotal pieces of knowledge omitted by the academy but crucial for any aspiring ninja. These included nuggets such as fire release techniques often concluding with the tiger seal, and earth release techniques typically culminating with the snake seal. Grasping the nuances of various nature transformations held the key to deciphering an opponent's hand seals, allowing them to discern the type of ninjutsu in play, a crucial skill for maintaining composure in face-offs with real ninja. Initially, Tatsuma and Minato were attentive, but Jiraiya's mature, uncle-like voice, coupled with the toll of last night's late study session and rigorous training, gradually wore them down. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiraiya settled on the ground, flanked by a slumbering Tatsuma on one side and a dozing Minato on the other. Gazing at the captivating scenery, the blend of twilight and evening glow, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of melancholy settling in his heart. "I have no clue where you two little devils live? Come on, wake up and find your way home." Ultimately, Jiraiya couldn't bring himself to rouse them. Instead, he opted to take them back to his own apartment. Settling onto the sofa, he sipped his drink and gazed at the stars. The next morning, with the sky transitioning to daylight, a noise stirred from the bed behind him. This pillow reeks of an uncle's smell. Where am I? Uncle. Jiraiya, not fully awake yet, sprang to his feet, pointing at Tatsuma and declared, "Out. Get out of my house. I am absolutely not some uncle." Chapter 18, Ninjutsu Scrolls. A mere 3 days had passed since Tatsuma concluded his lunch and meticulously organized his living space. The tranquility of his room, however, was abruptly disrupted as the window adjacent to his bed swung open with unexpected force. In a display of agile prowess, a shadowy figure gracefully vaulted into Tatsuma's house. Unfortunately, the intruder's entrance was not flawless, as a brief stumble on the modest rug beneath the bed culminated in an undignified sprawl across the neatly arranged sheets. Who dares trespass? Caught off guard while attending to the final details of his room's cleanliness, Tatsuma shifted his attention swiftly. A white-haired man, face obscured, executed a series of stealthy movements. Despite the unexpected intrusion, Tatsuma couldn't suppress a wry smirk. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, currently reclined on Tatsuma's bed, could barely contain his chagrin at his own folly. Despite years of ninja experience and a plethora of successful infiltration missions, he found himself floundering in a child's room. "I'm invisible, you can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me," Jiraiya muttered, almost like a desperate mantra. Tatsuma, with an eye roll, played along, saying, "Who are you? You've actually invaded my room, come out quickly." Tatsuma's unexpected cooperation momentarily threw Jiraiya off guard. Given his size sprawled across the bed, Tatsuma couldn't possibly miss him. The only plausible explanation was that Tatsuma was graciously saving his face. Contemplating this, Jiraiya felt a sudden surge of emotion. Swiftly dismounting Tatsuma's bed, he executed a body flicker jutsu, effortlessly perching on the windowsill with casual finesse. "Kid, I didn't anticipate you spotting me so quickly. Your vigilance is truly commendable." Jiraiya-sama. Tatsuma displayed a shocked expression, the garbage bag in his hand meeting the ground with a resounding thud. Fortunately, the robust bag held firm, preventing any spillage. Observing Tatsuma's theatrics, Jiraiya couldn't help but sport a few bemused lines on his face. "All right, brat, your dramatic flair wouldn't even qualify you for a role as an extra, let alone a ninja. You've got a long road ahead in honing those acting skills." Having spoken, Jiraiya cast a discerning eye across Tatsuma's room. It bore a striking resemblance to the apartments allocated to other war orphans, a confluence of living space, dining area, kitchen, and bedroom, accompanied by a modest study space. While the room didn't boast an abundance of possessions, everything occupied its designated place, contributing to an overall aura of impeccable neatness. Despite the slight disarray caused by Jiraiya on the bed, the room could almost be deemed a paragon of order. "Kid, I didn't expect your place to be this tidy. It's different from what I had in mind." "Different from what you imagined? You should say it's different from your place." Tatsuma lifted the garbage bag and gave a nonchalant shrug. Jiraiya's expression darkened slightly, he indeed had a penchant for overlooking cleanliness. The recollection of 3 days ago surfaced. This kid had woken up, and the first utterance was a complaint. The memory only served to heighten Jiraiya's irritation. "After the next mission, I'll definitely hire a cleaner to tidy things up." Jiraiya resolved internally, then absent-mindedly scratched his head, chuckling, "Ahaha, everyone's got their own way of living. I'm usually too busy, no time to tidy up." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma maintained a neutral stance. To him, sustaining home cleanliness was a daily practice with the highest cost-effectiveness. Devoting a mere 10 to 20 minutes each day sufficed. However, negligence over time could escalate the task to several hours, with the difficulty and intensity amplifying significantly. At that stage, some might opt to forego cleaning altogether. Yet, Tatsuma refrained from passing judgment on Jiraiya's lifestyle. Furthermore, Jiraiya's rationale was quite reasonable, the perpetual busyness of his schedule. If uttered by someone else, such an excuse might seem contrived, but in Jiraiya's case, it held a genuine ring of truth. After all, in the subsequent years, Jiraiya became renowned as one of the most prolific and top-tier ninjas in the shinobi world. It was noteworthy that Jiraiya had refrained from undertaking any missions for over a decade, primarily due to the Orochimaru incident. Even after more than 10 years had elapsed, Jiraiya maintained a substantial lead in terms of completed missions compared to his peers. With such a stellar track record, if he asserted being busy, there was unequivocally no room for doubt. "Jiraiya-sama, I'm curious about what brings you to seek me out?" Tatsuma inquired straightforwardly. Jiraiya nodded, carefully descending from the windowsill. Circling the bed, he approached the door of the training room. Upon swinging it open and casting a brief glance, a flicker of disappointment swiftly crossed his face. This meticulous organization extended to Tatsuma's training room, where even the arrangement of ninja tools displayed a high level of precision. A dedicated area showcased kunao and shuriken, each wiped clean and neatly positioned. Apart from the meticulously organized tools, the room housed textbooks provided by the academy, with no additional embellishments. Unfortunately, Tatsuma couldn't afford extra resources like ninjutsu scrolls. After a brief survey, Jiraiya withdrew 2 scrolls from his vest and announced, "These are the ninjutsu scrolls I promised you and Minato. However, I only have 1 copy, so my suggestion is for each of you to take one, transcribe it, and then exchange them. I'm heading off on a mission, so I won't have the time to explain everything in detail." coordinate with Minato to discuss how to divide the work. The initial challenges and crucial points are similar anyway. When do you expect to return? I'll make sure to return these scrolls after transcribing them. Approaching Jiraiya, Tatsuma accepted the 2 ninjutsu scrolls handed over to him. Jiraiya scratched his head and replied, I'm not certain. There's a chance I might not return at all. Please refrain from saying things like that. A formidable ninja like you, what mission could pose such a challenge for you? Tatsuma shook his head, expressing sincerity. Beyond being aware of the plot, he had spent the last 6 months cultivating a mindset that genuinely appreciated and complimented others whenever possible. Of course, Tatsuma harbored sincere hopes for Jiraiya's safety. Jiraiya responded with a smile, playfully tooling Tatsuma's head and further disheveling his already unruly hair. With a light chuckle, he remarked, I appreciate your good wishes. Make sure to study hard. When I find a chance to return to the village, I'll be checking in on yours and Minato's progress. No clinging to my ninjutsu scrolls and leading a laid-back life, all right. I understand, Jiraiya-sama. I'll devote myself to studying your ninjutsu diligently. Tatsuma nodded. Ninjutsu and genjutsu were already his major weak points, and in the past, he had no opportunity to learn them. With Jiraiya generously providing him with 2 ninjutsu scrolls, there was no reason for Tatsuma to slack off. Jiraiya gazed out of the window and announced, it's about time. I should get going. Please opt for the door on your way out. Tatsuma observed as Jiraiya made his way toward the window. With a tinge of resignation, he commented, using the door is the mark of a proper ninja. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, retorting, using the door is for ordinary ninjas. Having made his statement, he vaulted out of the window, swiftly disappearing from Tatsuma's line of sight with a series of agile jumps. Tatsuma, feeling a sense of resignation, closed the window, straightened the bed, and descended the stairs with the 2 scrolls and the garbage bag. After disposing of the trash, Tatsuma made his way directly to Minato's house. Knock, knock, knock. Minato, have you rested enough during lunch today? Tatsuma's usual boisterous inquiry echoed, seemingly intended to goad Minato into some form of challenge. Minato, comfortably situated inside the house, had grown accustomed to these exchanges, responding casually, come in. Chapter 19, copying homework proved useful. As the muffled voice reached Tatsuma's ears, he promptly swung the door ajar, only to discover Minato lacing up his shoes, a ninja tool pouch hanging nonchalantly from his waist. Minato shot Tatsuma a glance and quipped, you are unusually late today. Observing Minato geared up for training, Tatsuma playfully waved his hand and retorted, no field today. Jiraiya dumped a couple of ninjutsu scrolls on me, let's tackle the fine art of transcription together. Really? Minato's contented smile remained as Tatsuma retrieved the 2 scrolls, making his way towards the training room. Following suit, Minato entered the room, producing 2 pens and 2 blank scrolls. While Minato maintained an immaculate home, it was clear he possessed more possessions than Tatsuma, especially in the training room. In contrast to Tatsuma's relatively bare bookshelf, Minato's collection was diverse. Textbooks, literature, and the biographies of renowned ninjas adorned Minato's shelves. He had nearly amassed them all, from mundane tomes to the extraordinary. The cost of these ordinary books typically hovered around 150 ryo, a price that Minato could easily afford. Tatsuma has the means to purchase books as well, yet he refrains from doing so. Given his exceptional talent, distractions are a luxury he cannot afford. He finds satisfaction in saving the little money that remains each month, fostering a sense of security. Minato, displaying his usual hospitality, pulled a chair from the dining room and arranged drinks and snacks for Tatsuma. Only then did they settle down face to face at the desk. Handing the needle Jizo scroll to Minato, Tatsuma remarked, Minato, your generosity knows no bounds. Merely transcribing a scroll, and yet you've gone to such lengths to treat me. I, too, have something to propose. Having received the scroll, Minato flashed a smile and proposed, shall we determine who can transcribe it faster? You truly get me, Tatsuma replied with a grin. Both of them eagerly unrolled the scrolls, revealing not only the basics of ninjutsu and hand seals but also a trove of personal insights inscribed in small characters. They delved into the intricacies, exploring the significance of each hand seal. For instance, the choice of the snake seal as the final seal for needle Jizo came with explanations, thanks to Jiraiya's detailed annotations. The needle Jizo technique, with its unique effect of embedding and subsequently releasing hair into the ground, was thoroughly discussed. Jiraiya had crafted the method by drawing inspiration from the principles of various earth release ninjutsu. Many earth release ninjutsu culminate with the snake seal, as it facilitates a smoother communication of chakra with the earth. This parallels the tiger seal, aiding the practitioner in harmonizing the fire release chakra generated within the body. Jiraiya's wild lion's mane jutsu follows a similar thematic structure. Not only did Jiraiya meticulously detail each hand seal, but he also expounded on the technique's application and provided strategies for its coordination with other jutsu. Despite Jiraiya's somewhat mediocre drawing skills, he adorned the explanations with abstract figures, underscoring his earnest effort to convey the nuances of these 2 ninjutsu. It was clear that Jiraiya was committed to elucidating all the crucial points. Upon perusing these meticulous notes, Tatsuma finally grasped why Jiraiya dedicated 3 days to complete a single scroll record. In the realm of instruction, Jiraiya left no room for carelessness. Minato took a quick glance before focusing on the scroll in Tatsuma's hands. It became evident that Tatsuma's scroll harbored more detailed content, placing him at a slight disadvantage in their impromptu competition. Considering Tatsuma's peculiar yet remarkably robust competitive spirit, Minato took the initiative and suggested, "Tatsuma, how about we take turns transcribing?" "No, I'll prove to you that I am the best at transcribing in the world," Tatsuma insisted, affirming his unwavering determination. Tatsuma flatly declined, putting the honor of the speed and endurance honed through 12 years of relentless homework copying before entering university in his previous life on the line. He was resolute about emerging victorious in this match. Flexing his fingers, wrists, and elbows, Tatsuma prepared for the challenge. Meanwhile, Minato meticulously filled the inkwell on the inkstone. After both took a sip of their drinks, they quietly grasped their pens, dipped them in ink, and simultaneously began transcribing on the blank scrolls. Initially, Minato managed to keep pace with Tatsuma's speed, but as time elapsed, a subtle shift occurred. Minato started feeling a bit overwhelmed. The extended exertion on his arm resulted in a dull ache spreading through his elbow and forearm. Glancing at Tatsuma, Minato observed that Tatsuma deviated from the pen-holding technique taught by the senseis. It resembled more of a chopstick grip, with his fingers positioned closely to the pen tip and his wrist resting directly on the table. Not only was Tatsuma's speed superior, but his characters also possessed a standard and aesthetically pleasing quality. Witnessing this, Minato's competitive spirit, sparked by Tatsuma, began to stir. Minato, not one to cling to stubbornness, swiftly adapted. In the blink of an eye, he altered his pen-holding technique. Emulating Tatsuma's approach, he discovered that with his wrist supported, not only did his hand fatigue less, but he also gained better control over the pen. As two individuals singularly focused on their task, employing this technique for transcription proved remarkably efficient. They continued transcribing, and for the first time, Minato realized that writing could be this physically taxing. On the table, the drinks, apart from the initial sip, remained untouched by both. After all, this was a competition, and indulging in too many sips could pose a disadvantage during potential bathroom breaks. The same logic applied to snacks. It wasn't until dusk that Tatsuma finally set down his pen, leaned back, closed his eyes, and began deep breathing. He harbored no inclination to declare victory. Several hours of intense focus on writing had indeed taken a toll. Having eased his mind, Tatsuma glanced at Minato and realized that Minato remained blissfully unaware of having already completed the transcription. Despite the intense concentration, Minato was on the verge of concluding. Not wanting to disrupt Minato's focus, Tatsuma quietly rose and left the training room. His routine task involved raiding Minato's refrigerator, an action that held no reservations for either of them. Cooking was a shared responsibility, with Minato often reciprocating the gesture without hesitation at his house. With a simple dish of fried fish and miso soup prepared, Minato eventually emerged from his room. Upon seeing the meal ready, Minato admitted with a weak smile, "Tatsuma, this is the most convinced I've been of losing. Haha, in other talents, maybe I'm not as skilled as you, but in this particular aspect, I won't lose to anyone. Ding, stamina +2, wisdom +2, ninjutsu +6. The gains this time took Tatsuma somewhat by surprise, not due to their insignificance, but because of their unexpected abundance. Moreover, it elevated the limit of his weakest talent, ninjutsu, adding considerable value. In the midst of Tatsuma processing these improvements, Minato interjected, saying, "While transcribing just now, I had some thoughts. Needle Jizo, this ninjutsu, can actually be broken down into several steps for separate practice." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma finally grasped the reason for rewarding an increase in the ninjutsu talent limit. It turned out that Minato wasn't merely transcribing the scroll, he was also delving into the content. Reflecting on this, Tatsuma furrowed his brow and then remarked, "You're absolutely right. Considering these two ninjutsu as a whole, the B rank difficulty is undeniably too challenging for us at the moment. However, if we break it down, the difficulty of each step will decrease. Perhaps we can expedite our learning of this ninjutsu." "Well done, Minato. You came up with this so quickly." Tatsuma's praise this time was sincere. As a ninja proficient enough to drop the ninjutsu development talent, Tatsuma couldn't help but recall the iconic ninjutsu that employed a segmented learning approach, a technique that Minato would later create in the future. The Raise-Non, Chapter 20, The Deconstruction Learning Method of Ninjutsu. Minato's creation, the Raise-Non, stands as an A-rank attributeless ninjutsu with a unique twist. According to its inventor, the Raise-Non is inherently incomplete, leaving room for improvement through the incorporation of other chakra nature transformations. Naruto Uzumaki, the prophesied child of the ninja world and the seventh Hokage, has proven this notion beyond doubt, displaying a myriad of Raise-Non variations, to the point that he has surpassed the options available in variations for Dango in the village, showcasing the versatility and adaptability of this formidable ninjutsu. Furthermore, Minato's insights reveal that the Raise-Non serves as an exemplary model for deconstructing the learning process of ninjutsu. Exploring the Raise-Non involves navigating through three distinctive stages: popping a regular balloon, bursting a water-filled balloon, and finally, breaking through a leather balloon. These stages serve as valuable aids in Raise-Non practice, gradually reducing the complexity of learning. Moreover, Raise-Non itself represents a stepwise advancement in training. Once Raiznan is mastered as a shape-changing ninjutsu, practitioners can delve into the intricacies of chakra nature transformation. The fusion of these skills gives rise to the creation of an entirely new ninjutsu. With the meal now served, Tatsuma settled into his seat. However, the anticipation hung in the air, and neither of them was in a hurry to commence their meal. Excitement laced Tatsuma's exclamation. In fact, these two ninjutsu can be broken down into several stages. The initial phase revolves around infusing chakra into individual hair strands, a direct test of one's chakra control prowess. To elevate this stage, we can integrate the tree climbing and water walking exercises I mentioned earlier, providing an additional challenge to further refine chakra mastery. Minato nodded in agreement and injected a touch of enthusiasm. Moving on to the second stage, it entails activating chakra throughout the entire body. Channeling chakra to stimulate the scalp and hair follicles results in rapid hair growth under its influence. This principle aligns seamlessly with Atoma-sensei's teachings, much like applying chakra to muscles for muscle activation, swiftly enhancing muscle fiber elasticity and hardness, thereby fortifying defense or explosive power. Tatsuma smoothly pressed on. Moving into the third stage, we delve into the transformation of chakra's form, allowing both chakra and hair to adopt characteristics akin to the hardness of senbon needles or the flexibility of whips. While I haven't devised a specific practice method for this aspect yet, we can leverage the meticulous chakra control honed in the first stage to alleviate the complexities associated with mastering form transformations in the future. On to the fourth stage, where we seamlessly integrate the first three stages, harmonizing them with hand seals to bring the ninjutsu to fruition. It's only in the fifth stage that we apply ninjutsu in tactical exercises, he concluded. Amidst their conversation, the intricacies of the needle jizo and wild lion's mane jutsus were meticulously dissected. The once elusive ninjutsu, now unraveling, prompted Tatsuma to express his awe. Truly remarkable, Minato. Your ingenuity in devising such a learning method for ninjutsu is impressive. Minato humbly deflected the praise. No, the credit belongs to you. If you hadn't introduced the idea that chakra control could be honed through tree climbing and water walking, I wouldn't have been able to figure this out. Amidst the mutual commendation exchanged in their dialogue, even though Tatsuma wasn't seeking a formal reward, the joy he derived from the discussion was palpable. Suppressing the joy swelling in his heart, Tatsuma remarked, coincidentally, the next month is all vacation time. It's the perfect opportunity to slot in tree climbing and water walking training and put our ideas to the test. Shall we head out right after dinner? Yes, right after dinner. It was only then that the two recalled the well-prepared dinner awaiting them. They picked up their bowls and delved into the enjoyable meal. In the ensuing month, alongside their regular training, the duo seamlessly integrated tree climbing and water walking exercises into their routine. Naturally, sparring matches were a vital accompaniment. Tatsuma found immense joy in the training, driven by the tangible progress that fueled his motivation. Engaging in tree climbing and water walking allowed him to tap into 1 to 2 points of his innate talent in both ninjutsu and spirit every day. Consistent training also unveiled his proficiency in other areas, particularly in speed. Surpassing the Chunin lower limit standard of 1000, his talent allowed him to manifest 2 to 3 points each day instead of just 1. Simultaneously, winning daily sparring matches expanded his upper limit, instilling Tatsuma with a sense of a particularly bright future. The lower limit fortified his present self, while the expanding upper limit promised a formidable future. As the vacation of over a month concluded, Tatsuma achieved his second talent, reaching the Chunin lower limit in stamina. Simultaneously, the realization levels of ninjutsu and spirit also surpassed 100, elevating him to the ranks of genin. However, the talent of illusion remained an exception. Despite seeking advice from fellow ninjas training at the practice field and even willingly serving as their target for genjutsu practice, improvement remained limited. Throughout the month, Jiraiya only returned to Konoha once. Despite observing their proficiency in walking on water, he left without the opportunity to learn about the split learning method they had developed. During the vacation, Tatsuma marked his first new year in the ninja world alongside Minato. The realization that the new year had arrived only struck them when they received a New Year's greeting card and a monetary gift from Hiruzen. As the vacation drew to a close and the first day of the new semester beckoned, Tatsuma packed his belongings. Before heading out, he stole a glance at his system panel. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma. Talents. Strength, 161/543. Speed, 256/1132. Stamina, 237/1024. Wisdom, 255/363. Ninjutsu, 107/312. Illusions, 39/209. Spirit, 151/406. Seals, 221/427. Special talents. Space-time, 30%. Ninjutsu development, 20%. Ninja tool throwing, Minato limited edition 40%. Sensory, 10%. While still grappling with the intricacies of genjutsu, Tatsuma believed he was on the brink of being able to graduate to become a genin. However, the thought of advancing too quickly didn't appeal to him, especially not before Minato. Tatsuma aimed to make the most of Minato's presence at the academy. As long as Minato remained, Tatsuma had no intention of departing. He even harbored hopes of being assigned to the same team in the future, ensuring continued benefits from training alongside Minato. Among the individuals Tatsuma regularly interacted with, Minato stood out for his exceptional talent and amiable personality. Even though Tatsuma rarely found himself on the losing end of their matches, Minato accepted the outcomes with a calm demeanor, always prepared for the next challenge. However, the prospect of being on the same team lay beyond Tatsuma's control. He could only hope that Hiruzen, given his friendship with Minato, would consider placing them together. But it was still early days, and there was no need to fret about it at the moment. Tatsuma eagerly anticipated the second semester, having heard from the young genin at the practice field that ninjutsu would be on the curriculum in the second semester of the first year. Although labeled as E-rank ninjutsu, these seemingly simple techniques were precisely what Tatsuma needed to enhance his talents. The E-rank ninjutsu covered in the Ninja Academy curriculum included the escape technique, cloak of invisibility technique, and the trio of fundamental techniques known as the three basic jutsu, clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, and transformation jutsu. Considering the generally modest chakra control of first-year students, the two E-rank ninjutsu emphasized in the initial year were the escape technique and cloak of invisibility technique, both techniques requiring minimal to no chakra. The escape technique carried considerable significance, not only imparting various rope tying and untying methods but also instructing ninjas on the art of dislocating and reassembling their joints. While it might sound like a painful technique, ninjas had to endure what ordinary people couldn't. Early exposure to pain and building resilience was deemed preferable to entering the ninja profession and being unable to withstand even minor injuries. With everything set, Tatsuma left his house and jogged to Minato's place. Minato was already waiting with a smile. Tatsuma waved and remarked, "Impressive, Minato, rising so early. Let's see who can reach the school faster." "Sure thing." Chapter 21, second semester. Hey there, esteemed chief students. Just as Tatsuma and Minato stepped onto the academy grounds, they were greeted by a sardonic voice. Minato, walking a pace behind Tatsuma, mirrored his confusion. Glancing toward the origin of the voice, they found Shikako accompanied by Choza and Inoichi, all wearing mischievous grins. The source of the sarcasm was none other than Shikako himself. Catching the attention of the duo, Shikako continued with a playful smirk. "Considering it's a first in academy history for two students to clinch the top spot simultaneously, don't you think you owe me, the unsung hero and your stepping stone, a celebratory meal?" Upon processing this, Tatsuma and Minato hadn't shown any immediate reactions. Choza, amidst his snack of potato chips, unexpectedly shot his hand up high and declared, "Count me in. Stepping stones, unite." A hush settled over the group, particularly catching Shikako off guard. He had just playfully referred to himself as a stepping stone, and here was Choza turning it into some kind of honorable pledge. Fortunately, both Shikako and Inoichi had grown up alongside Choza, well aware of the Akimichi clan's unwavering dedication to the art of eating. The reputation of their gluttony extended far and wide, both within and beyond the village. "Chief students, huh? Not bad, Minato. Looks like you're holding your ground against me." Tatsuma chuckled, giving Minato a friendly pat on the shoulder. In the practical tests preceding the break, both Tatsuma and Minato displayed comparable skills in the combat assessments. The only notable difference was Tatsuma's heightened determination to emerge victorious, even if it meant sustaining injuries to outdo Minato. Furthermore, Tatsuma considered the joint performance of himself and Shikako in the initial round as a bit of a setback. Hence, despite Tatsuma winning all three matches and Minato securing 2 out of 3, a tied score seemed a fair assessment given the circumstances. However, this did lead to the cancellation of a reward since he didn't win this bet. Tatsuma wasn't overly disappointed about missing out on a talent reward this time. He acknowledged that Minato's performance had been genuinely commendable, worthy of the title of chief student. Moreover, post-tests, Minato actively sought out Tsunade's expertise to mend his injuries. Tatsuma couldn't help but feel that without Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, at least half of his break time would have been wasted. Initially concerned that Tatsuma's strong desire for victory might make it challenging for him to accept the situation, Minato was pleasantly surprised to find Tatsuma still sporting a smile. Witnessing this, Minato's admiration for Tatsuma only deepened, prompting him to say, "Let me treat a few of you to ramen tonight. I don't have a bottomless wallet, though." "All right." The first day of the new semester unfolded with a laid-back atmosphere. Sarutobi Atoma gleefully disclosed the results of the previous exam. The overall performance from the previous semester was commendable, with Tatsuma and Minato standing out in particular. Initially, it was Sarutobi Atoma who decided to place these two commoner students in the same class, even displacing a child from the Shimura clan. At first, he had concerns about whether these two would blend in seamlessly after enrollment. However, geniuses were geniuses. Tatsuma and Minato exceeded his expectations, earning the titles of first-year chief students at the ninja school and catching the attention of the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Sarutobi Atoma showered the two with praise for an extended period, and even Tatsuma, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, found himself blushing. It wasn't shyness but rather a sense of shame, as they were being excessively applauded for their modest skills. Admittedly, in the realm of praising others, Tatsuma still had some room for improvement. Constantly uttering "you deserve it" left and right could potentially make him come across as less refined than he truly was. However, not everyone managed to meet Sarutobi Atoma's satisfaction. Following the commendation, Sarutobi Atoma, without singling out individuals, offered some constructive criticism directed mainly at students born into prominent ninja clans, particularly those famous for the shadow secret technique, without explicitly naming names. Yet, Atoma emphasized that a certain student whose father holds the esteemed position of a Jonin captain and serves as the Hokage strategist was the worst of them all. In response, Nara Shikako expressed genuine confusion, unable to discern whom Sarutobi Atoma was referring to. He even pondered aloud if such a student existed in their class. After an extensive address, Sarutobi Atoma concluded the recap of the previous semester. However, it was worth noting that the morning classes had just drawn to a close. The Inoshikacho trio headed home and notified their parents about skipping dinner at home. Meanwhile, Tatsuma and Minato opted to remain at the academy and enjoy the lunches they brought with them. This choice also played a pivotal role in Minato's plan to treat them to dinner later in the evening. Amid the lunch break, Tatsuma and Minato dedicated some time to a game of shogi. Steering away from physical activities, Tatsuma was keen on refining his shogi skills, recognizing its importance in leveraging Shikaku's expertise in the future. The sole game that captured Shikaku's interest was shogi, and he held a commendable skill level. Tatsuma could only secure victory in 1 or 2 games out of 10. Nevertheless, this proved to be the most effective method for Tatsuma to raise his talent points limit. Despite engaging with Shikaku, Tatsuma noticed that Shikaku never dropped any special talents, he only contributed talent points, primarily in the category of wisdom. In the afternoon, Sarutobi Atoma commenced the introduction of the second semester curriculum, mirroring Tatsuma's earlier studies. The focus shifted towards mastering 2 E-rank ninjutsu, the escape technique and the cloak of invisibility technique. Furthermore, both of these ninjutsu came with price tags, requiring financial investment. Certainly, it wasn't tuition fees but the essential materials required for mastering these techniques. Take the escape technique, for instance, it demanded items like ropes, potions, and small steel wires suitable for sewing into sleeves. Similarly, the cloak of invisibility technique resembled a handicraft class, with students responsible for obtaining their own tools and materials. Upon receiving this information, the others appeared nonchalant, yet Tatsuma and Minato couldn't help but feel conflicted. Being the only orphans in the class, their families were not financially well off, putting them in a challenging position. However, when Sarutobi Atoma handed out the procurement list, both of them let out a sigh of relief. The items on the list weren't particularly expensive, and, coincidentally, the prices aligned with the New Year's money sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In simpler terms, the village had already allocated funds for them to acquire these items. Tatsuma and Minato, accustomed to a consistent spending standard, felt a sense of reassurance. However, they couldn't help but wonder if there were fellow students who weren't as conscientious with their expenses. Nevertheless, such worries didn't linger in the minds of the 2 children. Their gratitude stemmed from the fact that they hadn't spent their New Year's money recklessly. After handing out the procurement list and textbooks, Sarutobi Atoma briefly went over the semester schedule and then exited the classroom, granting everyone some self-study time. In reality, though, studying was the last thing on anyone's mind. The children, still caught up in the holiday spirit, were animatedly discussing the interesting events of the new year, with some even weaving Shikaku's shogi moves into the conversation. The sole exception was Minato, who diligently applied himself to his studies. Tatsuma, on the other hand, found his thoughts wandering, contemplating scenarios like introducing board games from his past life and convincing Shikaku to join him. While Tatsuma might have been a novice at shogi, he was a master at games like Connect 5 in his previous life, unrivaled by the boys, girls, grandpas, and grandmas in the neighborhood. Engrossed in his thoughts, Tatsuma and Minato were interrupted by the bell signaling the end of the class. The Inoshikacho trio strategically positioned themselves at both ends of Tatsuma and Minato's row of seats, almost as if they were apprehensive the two might make a quick getaway. True to his honest and reliable nature, Minato indeed treated them to ramen. Shikaku and Inoichi didn't shy away from ordering the priciest enhanced ramen, while Choza boldly requested a whopping 5 bowls. Despite the extravagant choices, Minato maintained his cheerful demeanor, fully capable of covering the expenses. However, when the time came to settle the bill, both Tatsuma and the Inoshikacho trio voluntarily reached for their wallets and paid their shares. Wasn't I supposed to treat you guys? Minato, already reaching for his wallet, paused for a moment, clearly taken aback. Shikaku shook his head, remarking, "If my mom catches wind that I extorted money from my classmates, I'll be in deep trouble. Spare me the trouble please." With these words, Shikaku was the first to hand the money to the owner. Minato, still a bit perplexed, hesitated, but when his turn came, he only needed to settle his own portion. On the journey home, Tatsuma observed Minato, who still wore a puzzled expression, and offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "Unlike us, they never struggle for a bowl of ramen. They're just using this as a way to get a bit closer to us." Really? Chapter 22, The Significance of Inviting Someone to a Meal. In the clandestine realm of ninja existence, the shadowy dance of social distinctions lingers subtly, weaving its threads even where they aren't explicitly acknowledged. In a world marked by unmistakable class divisions, the nuances of privilege and hardship persist. For those fortunate enough to have been handed silver spoons since birth, the struggles of less fortunate children remain a mystery. The daily battles faced by impoverished youngsters, who must patiently bide their time for an entire year just to savor the simple delight of a hamburger, are beyond the comprehension of the privileged few. It is only on the occasion of their birthdays that these underprivileged souls are escorted to the opulent domain of the so-called fast food restaurant for their inaugural experience. Tatsuma's origins in his previous life weren't exactly privileged. He barely hovered within the bounds of the middle-class spectrum. During his college stint, a roommate hailing from a well-off family shared his living space. In a moment of apparent financial distress, Tatsuma, thinking his roommate was struggling for sustenance, generously extended a loan of 6,000 yen to help him through the tough times. However, upon probing further, Tatsuma uncovered that the roommate's financial struggle wasn't as dire as it seemed. He merely had 60,000 yen left. Adding a twist to the tale, the very same affluent roommate later invited Tatsuma to partake in a meal, creating a déjà vu scenario reminiscent of the past incident. This time, it was an extravagant self-service steakhouse, a place Tatsuma had never dared to venture before, deeming it too opulent for his taste. Tatsuma found the prospect of spending 1,500 yen on a single meal rather steep. Throughout the dining experience, his mind was preoccupied with calculating his daily budget after leaving, factoring in the substantial deduction of 3,000 yen for this meal. Consequently, the full enjoyment of the first steak eluded him. When the moment arrived to settle the bill, the affluent roommate promptly took charge, leaving Tatsuma without an opportunity to contribute. It was only after entering the workforce and slowly amassing some savings that Tatsuma came to a realization: sometimes, asking others to treat you to a meal is merely a pretext for gathering and socializing. However, the dynamics also hinge on the individual. Some are genuinely seeking a complimentary meal, aiming to exploit the generosity of others. Tatsuma, too, has employed this pretext on multiple occasions. Engaging in discussions about career planning and personal aspirations with colleagues or new recruits, he seizes the chance to offer guidance to newcomers. Sometimes, it's nothing more than a casual get-together. Nevertheless, Tatsuma never allows others to foot the bill on his behalf. His proactive suggestion for someone else to treat him is merely a means to assess his standing in their eyes. So, when the trio proposed this, Tatsuma discerned the motivations behind it easily. Well, to be precise, he comprehended Shikaku's intentions. Chozo was just genuinely eager to enjoy a good meal. Tatsuma strategically allowed Minato to take the lead in the conversation. After all, if Minato harbored reservations about the situation's worth or faced financial constraints, Tatsuma could seamlessly step in to navigate the discussion and prevent any potential unraveling. These nuances in handling situations, while within the grasp of Minato's intelligence and precocious nature, are aspects best comprehended through first-hand experience. Tatsuma, ever the mentor, doesn't mind shedding light on such matters for him. Upon reaching Minato's abode, Tatsuma affably patted his shoulder and offered, "Don't overthink it. From today onward, we can officially consider ourselves friends with Shikaku and the others. Would you prefer heading home to rest, or shall we make our way directly to the training ground?" Minato pondered for a moment before responding, "I'll prepare dinner for tomorrow first. I'm concerned that training late might disturb others with the cooking." As considerate as ever, Minato, "I'll head home and whip up a meal too. How about we meet directly at the third training ground? Let's find out who gets there faster." Ever the opportunist, Tatsuma promptly commended Minato and unilaterally proposed a friendly competition. In the face of Tatsuma's challenge, Minato, never one to shy away, nodded and agreed. "Sure, no problem." The following day, instead of embarking on their usual morning training routine, the duo redirected their steps to the recommended ninja tool shop by the academy to procure the essential instructional tools for the semester. Lugging a stack of items to school, Tatsuma scrutinized the potion that bore an uncanny resemblance to a healing salve, and a hush fell over him. The packaging and color weren't the only familiar aspects. Even the scent triggered a sense of déjà vu for Tatsuma. A foreboding sensation crept over him. Was it possible that mastering the escape technique entailed enduring something arduous? Initially assuming the so-called potion might be a substance designed to temporarily loosen the joints, allowing students to acclimate to the sensation of dislocation with the dosage gradually decreasing over time. Yet, as Tatsuma caught a whiff of the potion, the unsettling notion persisted that the sensei intended to forcefully dislocate and reset their joints, resorting to the potion for post-injury healing. His fears found confirmation in subsequent lessons. During the initial phases of mastering the escape technique, Sarutobi Atoma subjected them to the repeated dislocation of joints, exposing them to the sensations of weakness and vulnerability. Following each dislocation, joints were meticulously reset, and the potion, along with chakra, was applied for maintenance, warding off the onset of recurrent dislocations. The process proved undeniably uncomfortable. To Tatsuma's surprise, however, the pain inherent in this procedure was oddly manageable. After all, the majority of first-year students were merely 6 years old, with Minato having recently turned 6 and Tatsuma himself not even celebrating his yet as he was only 5.5 years old. Tatsuma surmised that the relatively softer state of their bodies, colloquially described as still having pliable bones, played a role. Combined with Sarutobi Atoma's adept techniques, it prevented any damage to their bones. Had they been a bit older and continued their practice, the level of pain to endure might have been considerably more substantial. Thanks to the proficient techniques, complemented by the mystical potion and chakra, it took just over a month for the entire class to acclimate to the sensation of dislocated joints in their shoulders, elbows, wrists, fingers, and more without suddenly losing strength throughout their entire bodies. In the ensuing month, the instruction for the escape technique advanced to individuals self-dislocating their own joints, a concept that initially posed a challenge for Tatsuma during the first class of this stage. Tatsuma's acceptance came when he witnessed Minato calmly confront the situation that Sarutobi Atoma had declared each person had to do it on their own. Without hesitation, Minato promptly pulled his left hand with his right, dislocating his shoulder joint. Gritting his teeth, Tatsuma followed suit. With everyone having practiced joint dislocation under Sarutobi Atoma's guidance for over a month, they were already well versed in the fundamentals of the process. As a result, the learning curve was remarkably swift, and within half a month, most individuals could effortlessly self-dislocate their joints. The subsequent phase involved joint resetting, presenting a slightly more formidable challenge. It took about a month for Tatsuma and his comrades to grasp the fundamentals and diverse techniques for resetting joints. Advancing further, they delved into practicing joint dislocation and resetting within confined spaces while restrained. The complexity arose not just from the restricted space but also from maintaining a less than comfortable position. Unlike prior exercises, where joint dislocation and resetting were carried out with relaxed bodies, being bound by ropes, tied up, or even suspended added a notable escalation in the risks and challenges associated with dislocating and resetting joints. This phase not only subjected their joints to a rigorous test but also imparted the skill of sewing small steel threads into the seams of their sleeves. This newfound ability went beyond joint dislocation, aiding in finding ways to untie themselves when bound. While it took a month for the classmates in the class to grasp the basics, true mastery and practical application remained a distant goal. Some students, deterred by the challenges, opted not to continue practicing after the semester's conclusion. In the final half month of the semester, they delved into various methods of rope tying, different knots for diverse scenarios, techniques for binding individuals in different ways, and other intricacies that significantly heightened the difficulty of escape. Meanwhile, in the ongoing semester, the concurrent study of the cloak of invisibility technique unfolded rather seamlessly. Just as Tatsuma had foreseen, it resembled more of a handicrafts class, perhaps even an art class. They delved into the intricacies of producing, preserving, and laying the cloak, accompanied by the acquisition of basic breath-holding techniques. Given the versatility of cloaks crafted from various materials like walls, rocks, and trees, they also explored the art of blending pigments to create a spectrum of colors. Interestingly, during this process, it came to light that one classmate was colorblind. Regrettably, the colorblind student had to withdraw from the class. Tatsuma observed as the student made a solemn trip to the office. The once lively child transformed into something resembling a lifeless zombie, as if the very essence of life had lost its meaning, and their deeply held beliefs had abruptly crumbled. While the reaction might differ in another class, Tatsuma's class was distinctive. Apart from Tatsuma and Minato, every other student had parents who held high-ranking positions within a ninja clan or served as village officials. For these children, the expectation of following in their parents' footsteps as powerful ninjas was ingrained from a young age. The sudden revelation that they couldn't pursue a ninja path was a profound and unsettling shock. Contrasted with the relatively smooth and harmonious first semester, the events of the second semester forced Tatsuma to confront the inherent cruelty and hardships of the ninja path. Despite this realization, he concluded the first year of ninja school with a profound sense of fulfillment. Chapter 23, The Naruto's Unique Jutsu. Injo double release today. Ta Tatsuma. In the midst of the holiday season, as the morning sun cast its gentle glow, Minato swung open the door to find Tatsuma brimming with excitement. Yet, in that initial moment, Tatsuma's appearance was so extraordinary that Minato questioned whether someone had orchestrated a playful prank by depositing a heap of cotton candy at his doorstep. It was only when Tatsuma's face emerged from the cloud-like fluff that Minato's recognition set in. The whimsical figure before him was, indeed, all too real. I stumbled upon the way to activate it by accident. Tatsuma thrust his entire right hand into his explosively charged head, erupting into laughter. Minato grasped the situation and shared in the joy, remarking, "So our research direction is on the right track. Scalp activation does bear resemblance to muscle activation, doesn't it? Ding ninjutsu plus 10. Receiving HTE reward for the challenge they had set months ago, Tatsuma nodded, and his hair, resembling a fluffy tree crown, quivered with a delayed shudder. Tatsuma then added, "But the difficulty is significantly higher. It's not just about activating the scalp, you also need to specifically engage the hair follicles. I can only activate about half of the hair follicles now, but it's also thanks to practicing chakra control for the past 6 months. Otherwise, maybe I could only activate a little bit." Upon hearing this, Minato gazed at Tatsuma, whose entire being was ensconced in fluffy hair, with a touch of amazement. He pondered the idea that only about half of the hair follicles were activated. If Tatsuma were to activate all of them, wouldn't he transform into a walking perm? However, Tatsuma's peculiar state was short-lived. Just as Minato entertained the notion of scrutinizing it more closely, he noticed Tatsuma's hair rapidly shortening and then reverting to its usual messy bird's nest appearance. Scratching his head, Tatsuma admitted, "There's a drawback, it requires complete concentration. If you lose focus, it shrinks back. It seems my training is still not enough. We need to turn this focus into a passive state. Wait, Minato, come with me to the Nara clan. Minato struggled to keep up with Tatsuma's train of thought and inquired, why go to the Nara clan? To learn the Nara clan's unique techniques. With that declaration, Tatsuma seized Minato and darted towards Nara Shikaku's house. Minato, momentarily stunned, then anxiously added, I haven't closed the door yet. 20 minutes later, the duo finally reached Nara Shikaku's house. After Tatsuma pressed the doorbell, he stood in anticipation. Minato couldn't help but ask, you haven't told me what we're here to learn? Also, is it okay to directly consult them like this? Don't worry, it's not their family's secret jutsu, they shouldn't mind, Tatsuma reassured with a smile, alleviating Minato's concerns. After all, this friend was dependable, and they had forged a friendship with Shikaku as well. As long as it didn't involve the family's secret jutsu, they should be able to learn, right? After a while, a seemingly gentle woman approached them and swung open the door. Spotting the duo, she exclaimed in delight, Minato, Tatsuma, are you here to visit Shikaku? Hurry in. I'll go wake up Shikaku. You guys should come often. Since the break started, Shikaku has been sleeping until noon, just like his dad did when he was young. This won't do, he won't get to know any girls this way. After the woman finished her remarks, the trio entered the living room. Tatsuma then spoke, I understand, Aunt Henry, but the purpose of our visit is... Before Tatsuma could finish, Shikaku's mom hurriedly ascended the stairs. Shortly after, a voice, utterly distinct from the earlier gentle tone, erupted. Nara, Shikaku, it's already noon, aren't you getting up? Do I have to feed lunch to you before you'll get out of bed? Your friends have come to see you, and you're still sleeping. Upon hearing this volcanic eruption of a voice, even Tatsuma and Minato couldn't help but flinch. Tatsuma glanced at the clock, it was only 7:30. Indeed, every mother is a powerful woman who conquers time. Shortly after, Nara Henry descended the stairs, wearing a gentle smile, and addressed the two, why are you still standing? Sit down. Auntie will get you some drinks and snacks. By the way, have you had breakfast? Tatsuma and Minato nodded emphatically, responding, we've already eaten, thank you, Aunt Henry. The two settled onto the sofa as Henry brought 2 cups of drinks, a pile of dried fruits, and another stack of fresh fruits. Seating herself beside them, she wore a tender smile as she observed the duo. This made Tatsuma and Minato sit up straight, not daring to relax. They didn't fully settle into their seats, it was the intimidation buff that every woman gains after becoming a mother. 10 minutes later, Shikaku, scratching his head with one hand and clutching his stomach with the other, stumbled down from upstairs. Upon seeing the two, he complained, why did you guys come so early? What's with that attitude? Henry shot Shikaku a stern look, then turned gently to Tatsuma and Minato, saying, don't mind him, Shikaku and his dad both have this kind of temperament. Well, you kids go play. Auntie is going to buy groceries, stay for lunch. No need, Aunt Henry. Tatsuma quickly declined, but Henry showed no intention of taking their opinions into account. She changed her shoes, slung on a small bag, and left. Shikaku walked over, sat down, and said, why did you two come to see me? Are you planning to drag me to the training ground too? Just to be clear, I'm not going. At this point, Minato also glanced at Tatsuma, as he didn't know Tatsuma's intentions. Tatsuma shook his head and said, I know you won't go. I'm just here to learn a unique technique from your clan. Unique technique? Shadow secret technique? Shogi skills? Or are you here to learn our laziness? Shikaku grabbed a handful of dried fruits, eating expressionlessly. Tatsuma shook his head and said, I want to learn how to tie my hair as tightly as yours. Upon hearing this, Shikaku glanced at Tatsuma and Minato's hair, shaking his head, no, your hair is too short, it won't tie up. Don't underestimate the length of any perm. Tatsuma retorted, pulling only the tips of his hair to reach his lips, which stirred Shikaku from his drowsiness. Shikaku even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, you can tie your hair now, but why are you learning this? Is our family's hairstyle becoming the trend for the next season? Shikaku was still puzzled. Tatsuma didn't immediately explain. Instead, he formed a hand seal. The seal could assist a ninja in more precise control of chakra within the body, essential for tree climbing and water walking exercises. As he manipulated his chakra, his hair quickly expanded, though not as dramatically as he demonstrated to Minato. Observing Shikaku's widened mouth, Tatsuma said, this is a ninjutsu that Minato and I learned from Jiraiya-sama, but we still can't control it well. If we lose focus, it shrinks like this, Tatsuma said, pointing to his hair, which was already shortening. He continued, so, I want to tie my hair tightly to keep constant attention on it and practice my control. Learning during the holidays? You two are really strange. But if it's about tying hair... Shikaku walked behind Tatsuma, took off his own hair tie from his wrist, and then gathered Tatsuma's hair. Combing, grabbing, twisting, Tatsuma felt his hair being pulled, causing a tingling sensation. Shikaku swiftly tied Tatsuma's hair tightly and said, like this? Doin'. However, the next moment, Tatsuma's hair playfully escaped from the frail hair tie. Tatsuma touched his head and said, I think I understand a bit now. The key is to twist it tightly at the end, right? Shikaku nodded, and Tatsuma stood up, saying, I got it. I'm going to practice now. Thanks for explaining. I'll treat you to ramen next time. As Tatsuma and Minato were about to leave, Shikaka's expression darkened, and he said, "You're not allowed to leave." Huh. Both looked puzzled, and Shikaka grimly continued, "If you leave now, my mom will definitely think I didn't treat my guests well. Then, she'll nag me for days. You have to stay for lunch before leaving." "Oh, well, that's fine, but you have to play shogi with me." Chapter 24, News of Transfer Student. Little troublemakers, not only are you picking up my ninjutsu moves, but now you're copying my hairstyle too. Beneath the blazing summer sun, Minato and Tatsuma found themselves standing on the water's surface, splitting their focus between activating their hair and maintaining equilibrium. In that moment, a hand landed on their shoulders, and a voice reached their ears. Splash! Taken aback, Tatsuma and Minato plunged into the river. Their hair, fashioned into impressive braids, spontaneously reverted to short lengths, and the two floundered in the water, seemingly oblivious to their ability to swim. "Ha ha ha, you two little troublemakers still have a long way to go." Two sizable hands plucked them from the river and strolled to the riverbank. Finally, the two managed to muster the curiosity to identify their rescuer. "Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya-sama, you're back." Jiraiya, sporting a grin, observed the two soaked individuals and remarked, "Indeed, with a few days off. By the way, that hairstyle you just had, did you come up with it yourselves?" Minato nodded, exchanging a glance with Tatsuma, and explained, "It was Tatsuma's idea to break down ninjutsu into different stages for targeted practice, a method to master high-level ninjutsu." Haha, Minato was the one who realized it first. "I just threw in a few suggestions." Tatsuma quickly waved his hand. While receiving praise felt good, commendation that wasn't rightfully his always felt a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya rubbed his chin and inquired, "Tell me more." Tatsuma and Minato then briefly elucidated the learning method they had devised 6 months ago to Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly and remarked, "Truly, geniuses like you two make this old man proud. Your minds are sharp. Furthermore, your grasp of Needle Jizo and Wild Lion's main jutsu is spot on. Indeed, by breaking down the learning process as you suggested, the difficulty can be mitigated. Well, both of you, give me a demonstration." After uttering those words, Jiraiya signaled the two to showcase their achievements. They exchanged nods, swiftly formed the necessary hand seals, and soon, both of their hair began to lengthen at an impressive pace. Observing the rapid and precise control these two exhibited over their hair growth, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel somewhat incredulous. As a seasoned jonin, he could instantly recognize the exceptional chakra control displayed by these two young troublemakers. Not only would their classmates from the Ninja Academy be in awe, but even some genin or a portion of chinin might not match the level of skill in chakra control exhibited by these two. Minato adeptly controlled half of his hair to trigger rapid growth, while Tatsuma, after more days of dedicated practice, could now manage to control about 3/4 of his hair. After the demonstration, Jiraiya tousled their damp hair and remarked, "Your chakra control is already impressive, and your taijutsu skills are commendable. Why not consider applying for early graduation? At your age, I'm sure you'd love to earn the admiration of your peers through outstanding performances, wouldn't you?" Following Jiraiya's inquiry, Tatsuma shook his head and replied, "That's true, but we haven't delved into any ninjutsu that requires chakra. Our repertoire includes only the escape technique and cloak of invisibility technique." Jiraiya blinked and mused, "With your talents, you couldn't learn them yet." Minato sighed and clarified, "Transformation jutsu is scheduled for next semester, and substitution jutsu and clone jutsu are even further in the subsequent semester. I've heard there are other ninjutsu and genjutsu topics after that." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya finally grasped that, despite their talent, these two were facing a shortage of techniques. It took Jiraiya a moment to understand the reason. During his own enrollment, the Ninja Academy's system and curriculum were not yet perfected. Moreover, they had caught the attention of their sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, early on and were taken as disciples. Therefore, Jiraiya had early exposure to many ninjutsu, but due to his rebellious nature at the time, he didn't bother learning much, while Orochimaru, on the other hand, absorbed a considerable amount. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya sported a smile once again and said, "It's better to graduate a bit later. After all, if you graduate early, it means the big tree can't protect you saplings anymore. You'll have to rely on yourselves to grow quickly. However, that being said, it would be beneficial for you to learn early. How about this? I'll take care of the ninjutsu issue, and you just focus on your training." "No, Jiraiya-sama, ninjutsu scrolls are too expensive, we can't let you bear the cost," Minato refused. However, Jiraiya shook his head, saying, "How pricey can low-level ninjutsu scrolls be? When you become independent ninjas, you can repay me by treating me to a few baths." "Huh? Are baths as expensive as ninjutsu scrolls?" Minato was somewhat surprised, recalling that bathhouses were free for those under 10. Jiraiya laughed heartily, saying, "Baths can be very expensive. You're still young, you wouldn't understand." Suddenly noticing Tatsuma's look of realization, Jiraiya, with a mischievous grin, asked, "Tatsuma, little rascal, do you know why baths are considered expensive? Probably because of different services, right? Just bathing should be affordable, but if you add other services." Tatsuma carefully chose his words, and Jiraiya, with a somewhat wicked interest, asked, "What kind of services are you thinking of adding?" Minato, now extremely curious, looked at Tatsuma. Tatsuma cleared his throat and said, "It's probably, things like scrubbing and also having tea and meals in the bathhouse. They would likely charge extra for those." Upon hearing Tatsuma's explanation, Minato nodded in understanding. Jiraiya, once again, ruffled Tatsuma's head, leaving him with a comment reminiscent of what Tsunade had said half a year ago, small in size but big in wisdom. "By the way, use this method for learning ninjutsu for yourselves, don't go spreading it around." Huh? Why? Minato was a bit puzzled because if this method could help ninjas master high-level ninjutsu more quickly, wouldn't it be better for other ninjas in the village to learn it too? Jiraiya nodded and spoke with a serious tone. "This method should be very effective, but the problem is that it has no threshold. Once too many people know about it, our enemies will also find out. Konoha can use this method to ease the difficulty of learning ninjutsu, but it could be exploited by ninjas from other villages. Ninjas still need to keep a few cards hidden. Anyway, let's not delve into this further." Jiraiya's tone shifted, and he said with a cheerful smile, "Oh, there's one more thing. I just came out of Sarutobi-sensei's office, it's Sarutobi Hiruzen-sensei, not your sensei." As soon as the third Hokage was mentioned, Minato's attention instantly focused, while Tatsuma, not as excited, still adopted a concentrated expression. Jiraiya continued with a smile, "One student in your class got eliminated. Are you curious about who will fill that position?" At Jiraiya's words, both Minato and Tatsuma maintained an uninterested expression, thinking it might be some significant event between villages or even countries. However, it seemed less thrilling than expected. Hey, this is not a trivial matter. Shimura Danzo got into a serious disagreement with the third Hokage because of this. Hearing about this gossip, Tatsuma's attention was piqued again, and Minato also looked back at Jiraiya, waiting for his explanation. Seeing the two seemingly indifferent, Jiraiya was a bit annoyed but continued. "This time, it's said that a female ninja from another country will be joining, a relative of Mito-sama. But I must remind you, try not to get too close and avoid unnecessary trouble." Stirring up trouble? Why? Minato asked in confusion. Interacting with new classmates seemed like a way to foster camaraderie and help people from other countries integrate better into Konoha. Why would Jiraiya disapprove? Tatsuma, on the other hand, had a faint idea about the reasons. Jiraiya didn't elaborate much but simply said, "Just treat her like any other classmate. It's okay to interact and communicate, but don't be overly friendly, or you might be seen as having ulterior motives. Like you did with Tsunade-sama, right?" "I understand," Tatsuma nodded. Jiraiya also acknowledged with a nod. However, a second later, Jiraiya realized something, and a punch landed squarely on Tatsuma's head. "Little rascal, you damn little rascal. Who said anything about me having ulterior motives with Tsunade? And where did you hear such things? Speak up." Chapter 25, Panel Upgrade. "Everyone, we are at 88 votes right now. If we hit 200 by tomorrow, I will release a second chapter." "Hey, you two, what's with the serious faces? Holidays are meant for relaxation and rest, you know. It's the final day, so why not enjoy a well-deserved break?" Within the confines of the third training ground, Inoshikacho trio lounged with their refreshing drinks, observing the duo jogging along the river. Shikaku, leaning back lazily, remarked, "It's the last day of the break, and even on this mildly warm autumn afternoon, it can be a bit tiring. On this beautiful day, he ought to have been comfortably at home, immersed in studying game records amidst the cool embrace of air conditioning. However, for the past month, his routine had been disrupted, banished from the sanctuary of his house daily. The culprits? None other than the mischievous duo, Tatsuma and Minato, wreaking havoc at the training ground. Had it not been for the relentless efforts of these two troublemakers, the lethargy of fellow students during the holidays wouldn't have been so glaringly apparent. He wouldn't find himself ousted from his air-conditioned refuge in the midst of this sweltering summer. Down by the river, the pair, having just completed a grueling 400-meter run, floated at the water's surface, adjusting their breath. In response to Shikaku's grumbling, Tatsuma casually remarked, "You know, you don't have to join us at the training ground. Taking a leisurely stroll down the commercial street might not be a bad idea." Reclining with a nonchalant expression, Shikaku uttered wearily, "You talk about hitting the commercial street, and my old lady has the same notion. Our three clans have a significant presence in that area. If we dare step foot there, she'll have it figured out within 2 hours." "The cursed wealth gap," Tatsuma bemoaned. He hesitated even to consider adding an egg to his humble bowl of ramen, contrasting sharply with those whose family industries seamlessly formed an intricate network. "Why not join us for some training? It might not be as dreadful as you think." Minato, devoid of sentimentality, inquired earnestly. Shikaku responded with an eye roll, stating, "I managed to get to school on time, and now you're suggesting I should put in extra training? Or is it that our body structures are worlds apart, and your sessions don't leave you drenched in sweat with muscles screaming in protest?" Inoichi and Choza concurred with nods. The idea of training was akin to torture for them, and they couldn't fathom why Tatsuma and Minato derived such enjoyment from it. "Training is demanding, but as a destined ninja, I must endure challenges beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. In the path of a ninja, I'll inevitably face formidable adversaries. Instead of pleading for mercy from enemies, I aspire to wield greater strength, preventing any disadvantageous situations. Therefore, I willingly embrace the pain of rigorous training." Tatsuma grinned. In all honesty, the hardships he had encountered in the past year surpassed the cumulative struggles of nearly 30 years in his previous life. Nevertheless, having chosen the path of a ninja, he understood the necessity to endure it all. In contrast to individuals like Shikaku, belonging to the Nara clan meant that his options were more limited. His parents, prominent figures in the village and skilled ninjas, cast a predetermined path for him from birth, laden with expectations. Minato, a war orphan, opted to enroll, fueled by his dream of becoming a ninja, even though the costs were unclear at the time. However, it was a decision he made on his own terms. And what about Shikaku and his peers? Their elders didn't bother inquiring about their future aspirations. It was tacitly assumed that they would inevitably follow the path of becoming ninjas. Hence, Tatsuma refrained from urging Shikaku to embrace training, unlike Minato, recognizing that Shikaku lacked the choice a year ago. However, he acknowledged that circumstances might change in the next 5 years. If Shikaku, with his current lackluster academic performance, remained resolute about not pursuing the path of a ninja, his father might hesitate to thrust him into the battlefield. While confident that Shikaku had the potential to evolve into a dependable ninja, Tatsuma understood that pressing the matter further at this moment wouldn't be productive. Tatsuma and Minato, in contrast, faced a distinct reality. The village heavily invested educational resources in them, and their decision not to become ninjas would be a significant loss for the community. To emphasize the gravity of the situation, even if they hovered just below the graduation threshold, there was a likelihood they'd be retained to serve the village as genin for the rest of their lives. This prospect loomed larger, especially in the current volatile climate of the ninja world. Shikaku, upon hearing Tatsuma's words, responded with a nonchalant shrug. Choza, having finished all his chips, interjected, "Don't you guys ever take a break? How about some afternoon tea?" Tatsuma and Minato exchanged glances, then Tatsuma shook his head, remarking, "We'll pass. If you're feeling restless, take a stroll. If you happen to run into Aunt Henry, I'll let her know you've been training with us until that point." Shikaku mulled it over. Tempted, he considered the invitation, but after careful thought, he shook his head, stating, "Never mind. Let's discuss it after I've got a handle on transformation jutsu." Addressing his comrades, he added, "Inoichi, Choza, no slacking off next semester. Ensure you master transformation jutsu, all right?" Inoichi nodded approvingly, while Choza, having finished the chips, flipped the empty bag over, savoring the remnants of seasoning. His head moved in a rhythmic motion, leaving it uncertain whether he was nodding or continuing to savor the flavor. 5 minutes later, Tatsuma and Minato, both sporting braided hair, continued their competitive water running session. Just as the atmosphere settled, the trio of Inoshikacho grew restless once again. Choza found himself yearning for more chips, Shikaku felt the urge to engage in a game of shogi, and even Inoichi was compelled to go water some flowers. After Minato secured a rare victory against Tatsuma, he took a break, observing the activity of the three. Turning to Tatsuma, he suggested, "Tatsuma, how about we take a break?" Observing Minato's waning interest in continuing the training, Tatsuma nodded and remarked, "Well, the holidays are drawing to a close. Taking a leisurely afternoon off won't hurt." Minato strolled towards the shore, suggesting, "Let's go for some afternoon tea." Shikaku, Inoichi, Choza? Before Shikaku and Inoichi could process the unexpected turn of events, Choza, defying the limits of his body size, leaped up, his red hair swaying, and a wide grin adorning his face. With unwavering enthusiasm, he proclaimed, "Snacks are on me." Upon hearing that Choza was treating them, Shikaku and Inoichi promptly got to their feet. The 5 of them made their way to the edge of the training ground. Judging by Choza's infectious enthusiasm, it felt as if they were embarking on an expedition to track down an S-rank rogue ninja. While afternoon tea for most may entail a light snack and a refreshing drink, Choza's interpretation involved a continuous feast that spanned the entire afternoon. It wasn't until evening that Tatsuma, having indulged to his heart's content, returned home. Opting to skip dinner, as it wasn't conducive to training, Tatsuma turned his attention to the system panel. Over the past 6 months, the growth rate had slowed somewhat, a consequence of Minato no longer being an easily defeated opponent. The win rate between the two had settled into a balanced 3-to-7 ratio. Had Minato not maintained his easygoing yet competitive spirit, Tatsuma's win rate might have dipped even further, perhaps to a 4-to-6 ratio. Nonetheless, Tatsuma had successfully elevated his own talent ceiling, reaching a level approaching that of a Chunin. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma. Talent. Strength, 361/945. Speed, 674/1854. Stamina, 629/1662. Wisdom, 417/587. Ninjutsu, 315/673. Illusions, 99/373. Spirit, 333/764. Seals, 454/801. Special talents. Spacetime, 50%. Ninjutsu development, 40%. Ninja tool throwing, Minato Namikaze limited edition 60%. Sensory, 25%. Now, Tatsuma could proudly claim to be just a step away from achieving Genin status in all realms. This final step hinged on mastering Genjutsu. He believed that once he fully mastered Genjutsu, he could fulfill the last requirement to attain Genin qualification. Chapter 26, Tatsuma never breaks character. In Tatsuma's self-assessment, he gauged his present strength and the exclusive ninja tool throwing technique bestowed by Minato. With ample firepower, confronting a Chunin posed no significant challenge. Indeed, Tatsuma's proficiency in ninja tool throwing surpassed the conventional standards. He confidently opined that even an average jonin might not match his expertise in this particular skill. However, it's crucial to note that this evaluation pertains solely to skill. In terms of sheer power, Tatsuma acknowledges that he still has much to learn and experience. However, at the tender age of 6, he has just embarked on his second year. Judging by his current progress, there's a possibility he could ascend to the rank of Chunin or its equivalent before his 8th birthday. While not necessarily classified as exceptionally gifted, such rapid advancement is undeniably noteworthy. This accelerated growth might also extend to Minato under his influence, potentially outpacing the trajectory of the original narrative. The prospect of Minato, endowed with talents that could manifest sooner, graduating ahead of schedule remains uncertain. Tatsuma, however, harbors reservations about this outcome. He fervently wishes for the timely arrival of Kushina Uzumaki to captivate Minato, a boy exhibiting precocious emotional intelligence, in the hope of averting such an accelerated trajectory. Tatsuma's sentiments toward Kushina? If she were of age, perhaps certain reflections would arise, but Tatsuma is resolute in not allowing himself to descend into inappropriate behavior. He staunchly rejects the notion of becoming a person who fosters unwarranted connections. In the early stages of romantic inclinations, particularly within the generally precocious world of Naruto, youthful relationships are not uncommon. However, there exist instances of childhood sweethearts navigating a relationship marked by innocence and purity. In Tatsuma's previous life, during primary school, he harbored admiration for a young girl. Yet, during that time, the intricacies of falling in love and the nuances between boys and girls were beyond his understanding. Following his enlightenment, Tatsuma found himself forever distanced from the pure, innocent sentiments of childhood. Since arriving in this world, he's been determined to approach young girls with a mature understanding of love, steering clear of any inappropriate tendencies. In essence, Tatsuma's preference leans towards young ladies of 18 years and above. There's an additional rationale behind this choice: his current demeanor doesn't draw the attention or affection of younger girls, given its somewhat unconventional nature. Typically, girls of that age bracket are drawn to cool, composed individuals or handsome boys who captivate them at first glance. Tatsuma, however, embodies warmth, sincerity, adept social skills, and an inherent initiative qualities that the older generation perceives as virtues in a young man. Furthermore, garnering affection at Tatsuma's current age proves to be quite challenging. A prime example unfolded during Valentine's Day earlier in the year, where Minato's desk overflowed with chocolates, and Uchiha Tenko and Hyuga Sento received even more lavish displays of affection. Even Shikaku and Inoichi found themselves recipients of chocolates, while Tatsuma's experience was notably different. His involvement extended only to Minato querying whether he desired chocolates, a gesture prompted by Minato's concern that he couldn't consume them all. Tatsuma, adamant in maintaining the facade of disliking chocolates, consistently asserted his aversion. In an effort to uphold this image over the past 6 months, he went to the extent of removing chocolate toppings from ice cream in front of Minato and others before indulging. With no alternative, Tatsuma resolved to cultivate inner strength in the face of life's challenges. Running his fingers through his hair, Tatsuma pondered ways to completely eliminate his curls before reaching adulthood. The prospect of relying on the ninja world's senseis for a solution loomed if he couldn't find one himself. After consulting the system panel and indulging in a brief daydreaming session, Tatsuma regained his composure. Subsequently, he proceeded to freshen up, utilizing a hairdryer to meticulously dry his hair with a stream of cold air. Prior to retiring for the night, he conscientiously reviewed the contents of his first-grade books. The following day, Minato, sporting a braided hairstyle reminiscent of a blonde-eyed Tora Tojo, and Tatsuma, with a similar braided look resembling a white-haired Yasuo, made their way to the academy together. On this day, akin to when Tatsuma and Minato first entered the school a year ago, numerous parents escorted their children to the campus. As they strolled past the playground, Tatsuma and Minato took a moment to peruse last year's academic rankings. Having not crossed paths at the close of the previous semester, both had maintained an impeccable record in the 3 battles, mirroring their achievements from the initial semester and securing the coveted dual top positions. A subtle premonition crept into Tatsuma's thoughts, hinting at the possibility that this academic prowess might be perpetuated by the school. If this trend persisted throughout the year, a year from now, they could find themselves becoming the objects of envy among other parents. The performance of these 2 commoners surpassing the students from ninja clans stirred a sense of competition among their own children. Be they ninja or commoner, parents utilized these accomplishments as a motivational tool for their offspring. Surprisingly, Tatsuma found himself not averse to this sentiment. Perhaps Jiraiya was onto something. Standing out had its merits, at least for Tatsuma's own morale. Upon returning to the classroom and settling into their seats, the class bell promptly chimed. However, Sarutobi Atoma-sensei, who typically arrived punctually, was notably absent. Shikaku even teased, suggesting that Atoma-sensei might have forgotten that school started that day. As the classroom transitioned from a lively atmosphere to an eerie silence, Sarutobi Atoma finally made an appearance, accompanied by a red-haired girl who kept her head low, exhibiting signs of social anxiety. Sarutobi Atoma reveled in the newfound tranquility of the class before addressing the students. Dear students, starting from today, we have a new transfer student. Everyone, please. I'm Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina abruptly interjected before Sarutobi Atoma could complete his sentence. It was only after her exclamation that she noticed the curious atmosphere surrounding her. Whispers erupted as people discussed Kushina's vibrant hair color and commented on her unconventional behavior. Just as Sarutobi Atoma was poised to intervene, Kushina, undeterred by the attention, boldly declared, I am determined to become the village's first female Hokage. A hush fell over the classroom as all eyes turned to Kushina. After a brief pause, Minato shot a few glances in Tatsuma's direction, noting his lack of response. To prevent any potential embarrassment for the newly arrived girl, Kushina, Minato took the initiative and stood up. Hello, I, too, aspire to become a Hokage recognized by the people in the village, Minato declared. As Minato diffused the tension, Sarutobi Atoma sighed in relief, preparing to guide the conversation in a different direction. However, Kushina, fixated on Minato and his distinctive braided long hair, voiced her discontent. Are you trying to challenge me, sissy boy? She exclaimed. Even Minato found himself a bit perplexed in this moment. Atoma-sensei promptly waved his hand, signaling for Minato to resume his seat, and then addressed the class. All right, let's find a seat first. There's an empty spot next to Minato, you can sit there. Observing Minato, whose braided hair seemed to possess an ethereal quality, Kushina pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Nevertheless, she begrudgingly made her way to the vacant seat and settled in. Minato, unsure of how to navigate the situation, offered Kushina a warm smile. However, her response was a dismissive snort as she turned her head away, steadfastly avoiding any eye contact with Minato. Tatsuma, who had been quietly observing the unfolding scene, couldn't help but smirk. He had been aware of Kushina's initial disapproval of Minato, perceiving him as an unreliable and effeminate individual. However, the depth of Kushina's bias against Minato now appeared more profound than Tatsuma had anticipated. He contemplated whether it was linked to Minato's distinctive hairstyle, entertaining the suspicion that he might have played a role in advising Minato to maintain his long hair and braid it. Well, this might pose a bit of a challenge. If Minato ends up feeling discouraged and decides to opt for early graduation, it won't bode well. Tatsuma mused. Chapter 27, Mito's advice. Unfortunately we didn't reach 200 votes, uneasy face. But still, today will be a double release anyways. Enjoy. Fortuitously, Minato Namikaze continued to be the shining beacon of the ninja world, and Kushina's demeanor did little to dim his benevolence. As the clock struck noon, Minato's concern flared when he observed a group of male classmates encircling Kushina. Instinctively, Minato reached for Tatsuma's sleeve and whispered, Tatsuma, should we intervene? Tatsuma cast a discerning gaze at the situation, where Kushina found herself amidst a group of male classmates. He responded, intervene for whom? The new student. Caught off guard by Tatsuma's unexpected question, Minato paused briefly before comprehension dawned. Tatsuma shook his head and remarked, that girl appears to possess more strength than any of us. If you genuinely want to assist, ensure those guys keep their distance from Kushina. Otherwise, they might find themselves grappling with psychological repercussions. At this juncture, the boys enveloping Kushina hailed from ninja lineage, yet lacked the prestigious background of a specific ninja clan. It appeared they were oblivious to Kushina's true worth. War are individuals like Inoshikacho, Inuzuka, and Abarame, or even the typically haughty Uchiha Tenko and Hyaga Sento, all currently occupying their seats obediently as if nothing is happening. Despite lingering concern, Minato, heeding Tatsuma's counsel and recalling Jiraiya's earlier advice, opted to remain seated and observe. Tomato red hair, round face. Henceforth, I dub thee Tomato, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, that nickname suits you perfectly, you're the pesky tomato. Agreed. Whenever I have a salad with tomatoes, I always make sure to pick them out. As these comments echoed from the group of boys, Kushina lowered her head, her fists tightly clenched, her face turning a shade of red. Minato furrowed his brow, ready to rise and intervene. However, just as he was about to stand, a boy extended his hand and grabbed a handful of Kushina's hair, pointing at her flushed face, jeering, look at that, the tomato is ripe and ready for picking. In a surprising turn, Kushina raised her hand and seized the wrist of the boy who had grabbed her hair. She frowned and fixed a determined stare at the somewhat bewildered boy, retorting, who are you calling a tomato? Just so you know, I absolutely detest tomatoes. Upon uttering those words, the force in Kushina's grip surged unexpectedly. The boy winced in pain, attempting to retract his hand, but Kushina afforded him no reprieve. With a swift motion, she seized his hand and swung it, connecting with several boys encircling her. Without hesitation, disregarding the presence of the others, Kushina promptly seated herself directly on the back of the boy who had grasped her hair. Both hands raised, she unleashed a barrage of punches, reducing the boy to pleading for mercy. Observing that Kushina was in no way at a disadvantage, Minato's tension eased, a smile gracing his face. Yet, at this very moment, Kushina seemed to catch sight of Minato, glared at him, and demanded, what are you finding amusing? Upon hearing her words, Minato's smile vanished. He anxiously straightened his posture, his peripheral vision remaining fixed on Kushina. The boy, thoroughly thrashed and still whimpering, departed with ongoing mutters about blood-red chili peppers. Come afternoon, the absentee from the earlier skirmish failed to show up in class. After a cursory inquiry, Atoma-sensei chose to remain silent. Given the limited number of classes on the first day, the decision to attend or skip had minimal repercussions. As school dismissal approached, Minato observed Kushina leaving without even bothering to pick up her textbooks, his thoughts drifting to the midday incident. Turning to Tatsuma, he remarked, "Tatsuma, I won't be attending training tonight. I'm concerned that Kushina might run into some trouble." In response, Tatsuma nodded. Minato's perceptiveness is remarkable, no wonder he managed to capture Kushina's heart at the tender age of 14. "Go on ahead then. I'll help you gather your books. Thank you so much." Minato expressed his gratitude with an appreciative smile before swiftly departing the classroom. Later that evening, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen employed the crystal ball to execute the telescope jutsu. He observed Kushina entangled in a conflict with the genin brother of the student from noon. Alarmed, he turned to Uzumaki Mito beside him and inquired, "Mito-sama, is this approach truly suitable? If Kushina perceives Konoha's actions as rejection, fostering a sense of belonging might prove difficult for her." Uzumaki Mito shook her head and replied, "Hiruzen, don't you see? To integrate Kushina into Konoha, we must regard her as one of our own. If not for today's events concerning Kushina, would you have even taken notice?" But Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored lingering concerns. After all, Kushina held a pivotal role in the village's future. However, Mito interjected, "Love and hate are like peace and war. To attain peace, one must endure the pains of war. To gain love, understanding hatred is imperative. In comparison to what Kushina faces now, her future burdens will be even weightier. Just look at that blonde kid over there, he seems more composed than you. The boy's name is Minato Namikaze, correct?" Uzumaki Mito shifted her gaze to the crystal ball, where Minato observed the unfolding events from behind a sizable tree. A trace of admiration glinted in her eyes. Prior to Kushina's arrival, she had implored Sarutobi Hiruzen to select individuals who could be suitable companions for Kushina. Among the recommendations put forth by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Mito held the highest regard for Minato Namikaze and Sakamoto Tatsuma. However, it appeared that the white-haired boy exhibited minimal interest in Kushina. Observing through the crystal ball as Kushina forcefully tugged at her own hair and proceeded to deliver a resolute beating to the genin, Uzumaki Mito felt a gratifying sense of vindication witnessing the genin's struggle to fend her off. Yet, she chose not to linger and remarked, "I'm heading back. Please ensure my directives are well accommodated in the future." "Of course, Mito-sama. Have a safe journey. Keep us informed of any further instructions," replied Sarutobi Hiruzen with utmost respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen escorted Uzumaki Mito as she took her leave. Upon her return home, Kushina had also arrived, though she remained elusive to Uzumaki Mito. Instead, she had sought refuge in her room, engulfed in incessant tears. Uzumaki Mito patiently waited, and as the hour for the evening meal passed, she ventured into Kushina's room. Gently opening the door, she discovered Kushina swiftly concealing her tear-streaked face beneath the covers. Rather than rushing to inquire, Uzumaki Mito approached the bedside and settled herself. After a moment of silent companionship, as Kushina's emotions gradually found stability under the covers, she spoke, "I'm aware of today's events." Upon hearing this, Kushina beneath the covers lapsed into a momentary silence before timidly poking her head out, her expression marked by distress. "Grandma Mito, why do they all bully me? Just because I'm an outsider?" she queried. Uzumaki Mito tenderly tousled Kushina's vibrant red hair, its texture finer than that of ordinary strands. Shaking her head, she reassured, "No, Kushina, they're not bullying you because you're an outsider. It's more like they're afraid of you. It's akin to having cats at home. When you introduce a new one, the resident cats might join forces to tease the newcomer. It's not because they enjoy tormenting the new addition, but they fear the newcomer might challenge their established position. Just as you mentioned, aspiring to become the Hokage is quite similar. There's only one position for the Hokage, and if you succeed, it implies others may perceive it as their failure. Thus, they become fearful," Uzumaki Mito elucidated. "Really?" After wiping away her tears, Kushina inquired, "So, what should I do? What should you do?" Uzumaki Mito tenderly ran her fingers through the hair behind Kushina's head, squinted her eyes, and suggested, "Find the fattest cat in the group, give it a good beating, and the other cats will start listening to you. You're referring to the blonde fellow you're not fond of and another white-haired kid. They're the cream of the crop. Best them, and you'll be the undisputed champion." Chapter 28, When the Fat Cats Bite Back? Minato Namikaze, Sakamoto Tatsuma, prepare yourselves for a challenge. In the midst of the first practical combat class of the new semester, Tatsuma and Minato, engrossed in a genial exchange, found their attention abruptly captured by Kushina. She stood nearby with an unwavering determination etched across her face. Intrigued, Tatsuma inquired, what could possibly have provoked her? "I haven't the slightest clue. And you?" Minato responded. Shaking his head, Minato pondered his recent interactions, realizing he hadn't given Kushina any cause for offense in the past week. If anything, the only possible trigger he could pinpoint was his amiable demeanor when they first crossed paths a week ago. Disregarding the subdued conversations around them, Kushina's frustration reached new heights. The students in her vicinity began branding her as an irrational troublemaker, hurling derisive names like tomato and blood red chili her way. Infuriated, Kushina's face flushed with embarrassment as she hollered. Hey, you two cowards! Do you have the guts to accept my challenge? Tatsuma cast a helpless glance at Sarutobi Atoma. In a situation like this, shouldn't the sensei step in? However, when Tatsuma met Sarutobi Atoma's gaze, the teacher simply nodded. Hey, why are you nodding? Are you endorsing classmates engaging in combat? Tatsuma felt the impulse to address Sarutobi Atoma, but before he could take action, Minato Namikaze, subjected to taunts of being effeminate and a coward, gazed at Kushina and nodded, stating, Alright, how do you propose we settle this? In a genuine fight, Kushina proclaimed, unveiling a harmless kunao popular at the academy for its reduced risk, lacking a sharp edge. However, Minato and Tatsuma found themselves without such kunao, as they required an additional purchase, and both were unwilling to invest in them. The ninja tools they wielded were gifts from Sakamoto Tatsuma a year ago. Observing the kunao in Kushina's grasp, Minato Namikaze expressed his regret, stating, I apologize, I only have authentic combat kunao, not the type you're wielding. Real combat. These words echoed in Kushina's ears, but in her mind, they morphed into a provocation. She interpreted Minato's words as a challenge, implying they were about to engage in a genuine fight, but she lacked the courage to use an actual kunao. This perception caused her already flushed face to shift towards a deep shade of purple. However, Minato's actions didn't end there. He promptly stowed the kunao into his ninja tool pouch and, accompanied by a radiant smile, added, No worries, I don't need ninja tools. Minato's intention was to avoid causing harm to Kushina by refraining from using a real kunao. However, to onlookers, it seemed like he was implying, I don't need ninja tools to defeat you. Even Tatsuma shot Minato a look of good luck with that before silently retreating to the sidelines. Damn effeminate guy. As soon as Tatsuma stepped aside, Kushina, fueled by a surge of fury, charged at Minato, brandishing the kunao. In a quick and agile maneuver, Minato dodged to the side and deftly seized the fist that Kushina swung at him. Swiftly changing positions, he skillfully locked her from behind. Surprised by her inability to withstand even a single round, Kushina found herself restrained by Minato Namikaze. Frustrated and seething with anger, she paid no heed to her right hand being held and started rolling, resembling a crocodile fiercely biting onto its prey and rolling uncontrollably. Observing Kushina's persistent attempts to break free despite the pain and danger, Minato opted to release her. Swiftly regaining her freedom, Kushina wasted no time, launching a spinning elbow straight toward Minato's face. In response to the impending attack, Minato swiftly raised his arm to deflect it. However, Kushina's elbow strike inadvertently smeared Minato's hand across his own face. Momentarily losing his balance, Minato staggered in the face of the unexpected maneuver. However, it lasted but a moment. Having engaged in sparring sessions with Tatsuma for an entire year, Minato was well acquainted with Tatsuma's overly competitive fighting style. In such a scenario, Tatsuma wouldn't easily let an opportunity slip by. Thus, Minato swiftly and decisively rolled to evade. Regrettably, Kushina proved to be a different adversary from Tatsuma. As her successful attack unfolded, a triumphant smile adorned her face. Observing Minato's awkward tumble, she couldn't contain her laughter and remarked, Haha, is this the top student? Minato, rising gracefully from the ground without a hint of anger, casually dusted off his sleeves. Although the exchange of attacks and defenses had been brief, he had already assessed Kushina's skill. Her strength eclipsed both him and Tatsuma, leaving Minato genuinely taken aback. After all, he and Tatsuma were widely recognized as the top two in terms of strength among their peers at the Ninja Academy. The arrival of a girl who had surpassed them was undeniably astonishing. Yet, beyond sheer strength, she possessed no other commendable trait. Her speed, skills, attitude, and the mindset for victory were notably lacking. Minato shifted his gaze to Kushina and offered a confident smile, remarking, If that's all, then it won't be enough to defeat me. Humph, you're just all talk, Kushina retorted, running her thumb under her nose with an air of arrogance. Yet, her good mood soured once again as she noticed Minato Namikaze showing no inclination to unveil any ninja tools. Hiya! Undeterred, Kushina pressed forward, thrusting her kunao directly at Minato's chest. However, Minato, having discerned Kushina's strength, wasn't foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation. Employing both hands, Minato deftly slapped away Kushina's right hand wielding the kunao, redirecting it to his right side. Simultaneously, he maneuvered his body, attempting to glide past Kushina. However, as he moved by, his right foot landed between Kushina's legs at the same time. Thud. In a seamless motion, Kushina stumbled over her own momentum and the strategically positioned foot of Minato, hitting the ground. It was a technique Minato had acquired through a year of training with Tatsuma. A frustrated Kushina, now prone on the ground, rose to her feet, casting an angry glare at Minato. She refused to accept that she had lost to Minato. What caught her off guard was not just the defeat but the realization that Minato, who presented himself as effeminate, could deploy such cunning and subtle techniques. It was undeniably infuriating. You jerk. Once again, Kushina lunged at Minato, and a flicker of helplessness crossed Minato's face. If it were him or Tatsuma in such a vulnerable position, they likely would have conceded defeat voluntarily. However, Kushina seemed undeterred. In the ensuing moments, Kushina charged repeatedly, only to be knocked down each time. Regrettably, Minato steadfastly refrained from striking back, intensifying not only Kushina's sense of not having lost but also her growing frustration. Enough! Kushina, Minato has emerged victorious, Atoma declared earnestly, fixing his gaze on Kushina. Then, he gestured towards Tatsuma, remarking, "Clearly, you have only one chance left." "Why?" Kushina, still resistant to acceptance, voiced her discontent, prompting Sarutobi Atoma to helplessly provide an explanation. Inside the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Mito nodded and turned her attention to Tatsuma, whose infectious smile had caught her eye. She commented, "Minato does carry himself with gentlemanly demeanor. What about Tatsuma? He shouldn't be too different, right?" In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated momentarily before affirming, "Mito-sama, you should be prepared. Tatsuma is a good kid, but his drive to win is incredibly intense." On the crystal ball's display, Kushina faced off against Tatsuma. Observing the resolute Kushina, Tatsuma remarked, "Truly a member of Mito-sama's clan. Your strength is indeed formidable, but I will emerge victorious. We'll see when you actually win." Seaweed head. With these words, Kushina, fueled by her fiery temper, charged towards Tatsuma. Aware of Kushina's formidable strength, Tatsuma didn't underestimate her. As she lunged, he retracted his left hand, tucked it into his ribs, and deftly sidestepped, swiftly engaging in an arm lock the moment Kushina's right hand extended. In a swift motion, Tatsuma's right hand executed a forceful punch, targeting Kushina's round face. Frightened, Kushina quickly defended with her left hand. However, Tatsuma's right hand adeptly changed course, honing in on Kushina's throat. Stop. Chapter 29, Mito's Selective Memory. The crystal ball revealed a gripping scene that left even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the venerable third Hokage, and the esteemed Uzumaki Mito, the first Jinchuriki, visibly startled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the one who had cautioned Uzumaki Mito to brace herself, found the situation particularly distressing. His reaction surpassed even that of Uzumaki Mito, fueled by the knowledge of the vital role Kushina played in the well-being of the village. However, their worries proved to be unnecessary as Tatsuma halted his actions just in the nick of time. The collective sigh of relief from the onlookers echoed through the room. Had Tatsuma's pointed finger followed through, the perilous consequences for Kushina could have been all too real. In the Konoha Academy playground, as Tatsuma displayed his impeccable control, Atoma released a relieved breath. The recent incident unfolded with such swiftness that Atoma, unable to reach the scene in time, could only resort to shouting. What Atoma finds appreciable in this moment is Tatsuma's consistent restraint of his strength. This reassures him that Tatsuma's interactions with Kushina are rooted in practical sparring. It echoes the nature of Tatsuma and Minato's sparring sessions, characterized by controlled intensity. In a moment of triumph, Tatsuma grinned and declared, "Looks like I've secured the victory." Kushina, fixated on Tatsuma's hand near her throat, initially responded with fear. However, that fear swiftly morphed into a mix of embarrassment and anger. As Atoma inclined to signal Tatsuma's victory, Kushina, with a sudden burst of energy, swung her left hand toward Tatsuma. Squinting his eyes, Tatsuma swiftly transformed his pointed finger into a palm push. "You insolent brat? Who said I was defeated?" Burp. Before Kushina could finish her retort, Tatsuma's palm connected with the side of her jaw. Kushina's eyes rolled back, and her entire body seemed to lose its strength, teetering on the brink of collapse. Were it not for Tatsuma maintaining a grip on her right hand, she might have crumpled to the ground. In this critical moment, Tatsuma finally registered the system's broadcast. Ding strength +5, stamina +5, special talents ceiling, Kushina Uzumaki limited edition, +10%. Claim them. Atoma gently retrieved Kushina from Tatsuma's grasp. Observing Tatsuma's radiant smile after his triumphant moment, Atoma opened his mouth but found words escaping him. After all, Hokage-sama had already informed him the previous night that today's objective was to impart a lesson to Kushina. Of course, imparting a lesson to Minato and Tatsuma was equally acceptable. In any case, the aim was collective improvement. Tatsuma's actions had indeed served as a lesson for Kushina, yet, in the end, Tatsuma had exercised restraint. Self-study for a while. I'll escort Kushina to the infirmary. Please stay seated and refrain from running around, all right? Ultimately, Atoma harbored no blame for Tatsuma. Instead, he addressed the entire class, then lifted Kushina and made his way to the infirmary. "Tatsuma, I appreciate your restraint in the end." As Minato approached Tatsuma at that moment, he patted his shoulder and expressed his gratitude. Tatsuma responded with a mischievous smile, saying, "Save your thanks for when Kushina herself comes to express gratitude. Why are you taking over? What's your connection with her?" With over a year of familiarity with Tatsuma, Minato easily deciphered the undertones of Tatsuma's words. His face reddened, and he found himself at a loss for words. In the Hokage's office, a prolonged silence enveloped the room before Uzumaki Mito finally broke it with a sigh. If Tobirama were still alive, he would likely appreciate this child. Cough, cough. Tatsuma's decisive actions do bear a resemblance to Tobirama-sensei, to some extent. With Uzumaki Mito initiating the conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had broken out in a cold sweat, visibly expressed his relief. In that fleeting moment, the chakra emanating from Uzumaki Mito's conjured memories of his childhood training in the Senju clan territory. Mito-sama's decision to bring a child from the Uzumaki clan doesn't appear to be influenced by any health concerns. For the time being, Mito-sama's physical condition remains robust. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a mental note to thoroughly counsel the obstinate Danzo later tonight. Failing to do so might lead to dire consequences if Mito-sama were to be displeased. However, it seems Tatsuma may not be the most suitable partner for Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen broached the topic once more, prompting Uzumaki Mito to consider before responding. Let's observe. Perhaps he could still be a viable choice. Given his personality, he might not be overly concerned about the Jinchuriki matter, after all. And when the time comes, we'll also need to take into account Kushina's own desires. Our goal is to eliminate those who are unequivocally unsuitable. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from challenging Uzumaki Mito's decision. When he returned from the battlefield with Tobira Misama's wishes for him to succeed as Hokage, he encountered significant opposition. His ascension to the position of Hokage was primarily facilitated by Uzumaki Mito's support. Moreover, with the recent surge in chakra from her, Mito-sama's status and strength remained formidable, dissuading Sarutobi Hiruzen from acting rashly. Uzumaki Mito acknowledged with a nod, rising from her seat. I won't interrupt your work any further. Mito-sama, are you heading out? Yes, I need to consider how to console Kushina. Later in the afternoon, after school, Kushina returned home and, much like the previous week's first day of school, withdrew into her room, refusing to emerge. Mito, as customary, patiently waited until dinner time before entering Kushina's room. She settled on the edge of the bed, offering silent companionship as Kushina remained concealed under the covers. Grandma Mito, I can't surpass them. After a moment, Kushina lifted her head from the covers, wearing a crestfallen expression. Mito extended her hand, gently running her fingers through Kushina's hair, and spoke soothingly. It's entirely expected. Among that group, Minato and Tatsuma are akin to the alpha wolves in a pack. As a new member, it's only natural not to surpass them right away. Consider yourself as another member of the pack initially subdued by the alpha wolves. Your journey now is to live and evolve within the pack, patiently awaiting the chance to overcome the alpha wolves in the future. Upon hearing Mito's explanation, Kushina nodded, though a lingering sense of unease persisted. She inquired, Mito grandma, didn't you mention they were fat cats last time? Did I? Mito grandma is growing old, making mistakes is only natural. Mito glossed over the question and swiftly shifted the topic, remarking, you must have noticed that the strength of those two youngsters doesn't compare to yours. Do you know why you still struggle against them? Why? Kushina, easily riled but also easily appeased, watched Mito with curiosity. Mito, witnessing Kushina emerge from the covers, nonchalantly shrugged and offered a smile. Because you haven't fully harnessed this power, the power that belongs to our Uzumaki clan. The power of the Uzumaki clan. Exactly. We Uzumaki clan members are born naturals in sealing jutsu. Master all the sealing jutsu unique to our clan, and those two won't stand a chance against you. Uzumaki Mito concluded her statement with a smile, and suddenly, 5 gleaming golden chains materialized behind her. Spearheads and barbs adorned the front of the chains, projecting an aura of immense power and lethality. Entranced by the chains, Kushina gazed at them, prompting Mito to smile and inquire, what do you think? Are you interested in learning? Kushina eagerly nodded, and Mito affectionately patted her back. You can't learn on an empty stomach. Come have dinner with grandma. Okay. Chapter 30, hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. Following the challenge incident involving Kushina, there was a notable shift in her treatment within the class, just as Uzumaki Mito had anticipated. The atmosphere improved considerably, thanks to everyone witnessing her loss against Minato Namikaze and Sakamoto Tatsuma, the 2 prodigies from different families. With a newfound purpose driving her, Kushina refrained from causing any more disruptions at school. She dedicated her days to mastering Ninja Academy knowledge, and her nights were consumed by the intricacies of the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. Adopting a more subdued approach, she skillfully slipped out of the spotlight, becoming a diligent student without drawing unnecessary attention to herself. Tatsuma and Minato remained blissfully unaware that they had unwittingly become pieces in Uzumaki Mito's threefold strategy, each challenge inadvertently resolving multiple issues for Kushina. The first matter revolved around the evaluation initiated by Uzumaki Mito and Sarutobi Hiruzen to determine Minato as the prospective future partner for Kushina Uzumaki. Both contenders displayed the necessary talent and demeanor, albeit in distinct ways. Minato's exhibition of gentleness and chivalry proved to be an excellent match for Kushina, destined to bear the burden of being a Jinchuriki. These qualities acted as a softening agent, easing her resistance and estrangement. Conversely, Tatsuma showcased recognition and impartiality. Uzumaki Mito, with her ability to discern between good and evil with her malicious sensory techniques, appreciated Tatsuma's sincerity. His genuine praise for others did not go unnoticed, adding another layer to the intricate web of Uzumaki Mito's strategic maneuvering. In the years spent as a Jinchuriki, Mito's most significant revelation was the shift in how people perceived her no longer as an individual but as a Jinchuriki. Tatsuma's unwavering impartiality can play a crucial role in ensuring she wasn't treated differently. Tatsuma and Minato emerged as stellar candidates for Kushina's potential partners, each possessing unique qualities. The ultimate decision rested on Kushina's choice. The second objective involved facilitating Kushina's seamless integration into the village, particularly within her small group of classmates. The outcomes were undeniably favorable, indicating a successful endeavor. As for the third objective, it entailed bringing Kushina face to face with her shortcomings, fueling her drive to master the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. Drawing a clear distinction between passive and active knowledge acquisition, Uzumaki Mito recognized the importance of self-motivation. While she could have commanded, given her elder status, that Kushina learn the sealing jutsu, the impact would not have been as profound as the current scenario where Kushina found her inspiration from within. Uzumaki Mito transcended the role of a mere tailed beast container or a sacrificial force. In her era, she symbolized the unbreakable bond between the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, solidified through a strategic alliance contract. In the midst of the successions of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, she played an exceedingly crucial role. Although not inclined to take center stage, it by no means implied a lack of capability on her part. Particularly when dealing with a group of children, direct intervention was unnecessary. A subtle manipulation on her part sufficed to achieve the desired outcomes, all while adeptly staying concealed in the shadows. Do you know what's going on with those two guys' hair? Why does it go from long to short and vice versa? Kushina and Inuzukitsu, who had just become acquainted, were discussing Tatsuma and Minato after class. Seated next to them, Kushina had harbored a curiosity about this topic for some time but hesitated to ask the two directly. In a certain regard, she shared a similarity with Tatsuma, both harbored a dislike for their own hair. Tatsuma found his naturally curly hair bothersome, while Kushina faced criticism for her distinctive red locks. Therefore, when Kushina observed that these two individuals appeared to have a method of controlling their hair, her curiosity had persisted for a while. Today, having successfully forged a friendship with Inuzukitsu, she found the perfect opportunity to inquire. Inuzukitsu cast a brief glance at the two before sharing. As per what Shikako mentioned, it appears they've acquired a ninjutsu from Jiraiya-sama that enables them to control their hair in combat. When their hair is left long, it means they're casually manipulating it. Sometimes, during particularly busy or crucial classes, they don't bother, and their hair shortens as they focus on the lecture. Jiraiya? The one on Sister Tsunade's team, right? I wonder if he has a ninjutsu for hair dyeing. I've been itching to get rid of this red hair for quite some time. Kushina gripped her own hair as she spoke. In response, Inuzukitsu also ran her fingers through her hair, but compared to Kushina's fine and soft strands, Sam's locks were rugged and coarse, reminiscent of many boys. After a moment of contemplation, Inuzukitsu remarked, "If you manage to learn it, you've got to teach me. But, those two have been at it for so long and still haven't mastered it. Must be pretty challenging, huh?" I heard from Shikako that not only have these two mastered the transformation jutsu we are supposed to learn this year, but they've also mastered the other two basic jutsu as well. Now, they've even started delving into D-rank ninjutsu, Kushina added. Just D-rank ninjutsu. I'm already delving into C-rank sealing jutsu. Once I master it, I'll certainly be able to outmatch those two. Upon learning that Minato and Tatsuma had not only conquered the three basic jutsu but were advancing to higher-level ninjutsu, a sudden sense of urgency surged within Kushina. During this period, the prevailing talk revolved around the prodigies Minato Namikaze and Sakamoto Tatsuma. Even peers from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans found themselves unable to surpass them. Initially skeptical, Kushina dismissed it as mere cleverness in playing tricks. However, now that she heard they were engaged in mastering authentic ninjutsu, she felt a pressing need to catch up and defeat them within a limited time frame. In Kushina's perspective, acquiring ninjutsu skills equated to becoming a ninja, especially in the hidden whirlpool village where she had spent her earlier years. This connection was intrinsically tied to the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Members of the Uzumaki clan faced no concerns about whether their physique, strength, and speed could keep pace. Even without specialized training, they naturally evolved into formidable individuals with the passage of time. As a result, their emphasis centered on harnessing their abundant chakra. By mastering a few technique-based ninjutsu or sealing jutsu and demonstrating precise control over their chakra, they could effortlessly transition into the ranks of accomplished ninjas. However, for other ninjas, the path is not as straightforward. They must engage in the learning of ninjutsu, explore methods to augment their chakra levels, and commit to specialized training for physical fitness and taijutsu. Perhaps, when compared to the Uzumaki clan, the advantage for others lies in not harboring an excess of chakra within their bodies, thereby making it less mentally taxing to control. Nevertheless, this proves to be only a minor advantage at the genin or chunin stages. As they progress further, the majority find that their physical fitness does not adequately support the refinement of the chakra quantity required to meet the standards expected at the jonin level. Without an adequate reserve of chakra, they find themselves unable to unleash large-scale ninjutsu, directly undermining their strength. A hallmark of a jonin is their robust strength, and achieving this proves impossible without a substantial chakra supply. This juncture becomes a roadblock for many aspiring ninjas aiming for further promotion. Yet, the somewhat rudimentary educational system in the hidden whirlpool village struggles to fully tap into the talents of the Uzumaki clan, and they appear to have grown accustomed to this limitation. After all, leading a decent life, relying on their physical prowess and mastery of sealing jutsu, gives them little incentive to strive for more. Throughout this academic year, Tatsuma and Minato maintained their familiar rhythm of studying and living, and the world around them appeared relatively unchanged, except for one notable shift: prices steadily rising. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Pondering early graduation. This is quite peculiar. Rice is going for 25 ryo per half a kilo. Luckily, the vegetable prices haven't skyrocketed, otherwise, we'd be tightening our belts when it comes to food expenses. In the midst of summer break, Minato, now a tad taller, lugged 2 bags of rice with a hint of concern on his face. Tatsuma, by his side, nodded in understanding. A number of others in their vicinity seemed to share the sentiment, having also amassed a stash of provisions. This unexpected announcement from the rice merchant, explaining the irregular adjustment of grain prices due to rising logistics costs, had cast a shadow of uncertainty. Furthermore, judging from the prevailing trend, the prices were unlikely to drop in the short term and might even continue their upward trajectory. When it came to vegetables, meat, poultry, and eggs, there was indeed a slight price hike, but it wasn't as pronounced as the increases seen in rice and flour. This discrepancy could be attributed to the ample supply of these items in both Konoha and its surrounding areas. Tatsuma let out a sigh and remarked, Jiraiya-sama and the others only returned once last year. It makes me wonder if the situation beyond the village is no longer as peaceful as it used to be. Upon processing this information, Minato, who had harbored a faint premonition since 2 years ago, abruptly inquired, Tatsuma, do you believe there's a looming war? Similar to the one over a decade ago. Minato was referencing what eventually became known as the First Great Ninja War. Tatsuma, devoid of his usual iconic smile today, nodded with sincerity and responded, war is inevitable. In truth, since the conclusion of the last major conflict, the ninja world has never truly enjoyed sustained peace. Sooner or later, a second war will sweep across the entire ninja realm, and perhaps even a third or beyond. Each war essentially serves as a continuation of the preceding one. Considering the current circumstances, it's evident that the tensions between villages and nations have escalated. It's plausible that, after some time, the onset of war is imminent. While Tatsuma acknowledged the inevitability of a second great ninja war and a third great ninja war, having resolved to adopt a determined mindset to become a strong ninja before that happened, as the looming conflict approached, he found himself overwhelmed with anxiety. He had not personally experienced war, and compared to Minato, his capacity to accept the reality of war was even lower. Observing the weight on Tatsuma's countenance, Minato shook his head and remarked, perhaps we're letting our thoughts run wild? We haven't ventured beyond the village, so how can we truly grasp the realities of the ninja world? Jiraiya-sama and the others might return soon with news that war won't erupt after all. Minato, as he spoke, appeared somewhat uncertain himself. Tatsuma chose not to dispute Minato's thoughts. Instead, he simply shrugged and remarked, alternatively, if the prices of meat, poultry, and eggs keep climbing, we might find ourselves resorting to fishing and foraging for vegetables. The village subsidies, once ample, had become inadequate in the face of the soaring prices. Even for their recent significant purchases, they had to dip into their savings. I've heard there are training grounds with plenty of wildlife. Maybe we should go explore them, Minato suggested. Nevertheless, Tatsuma shook his head and responded, the animals placed in training grounds are specifically chosen to enhance ninja training, meaning they tend to be dangerous. Putting aside whether they can effectively hunt, many of these creatures are omnivores, carnivores, or even scavengers, making them generally unsuitable for consumption. Why is that? Intrigued by Tatsuma's explanation, Minato inquired. Tatsuma pondered for a moment and succinctly clarified, the more pure and straightforward the nutrients in a species, the more suitable it is for human consumption. For instance, animals like cows and sheep that feed on certain plants are suitable for us to eat, as well as simpler options like vegetables and fruits. Minato nodded, seemingly grasping the explanation, and Tatsuma chose not to delve into the intricacies of the food chain with him. Unless absolutely essential, he had no intention of consuming the meat of dangerous animals. As they continued walking, they would soon approach the fork in the road where their paths diverged. Unexpectedly, Minato posed a question, Tatsuma-kun, if a war truly erupts and the village calls on us, would you opt for an early graduation? Taken aback by Minato's inquiry, Tatsuma responded in turn, is early graduation something you're considering? Following the question, Tatsuma furrowed his brow. Considering the original storyline where Minato graduated from the academy at the age of 10, Tatsuma couldn't help but wonder if his early training had accelerated Minato's development, prompting such thoughts on his part. Minato nodded in confirmation, stating, Sensei Atoma commented on our strength before. In reality, we've already surpassed the academy's graduation standards and are close to meeting the requirements for Chunin. Not to mention, if you didn't catch on, Atoma-sensei has been subtly encouraging us to graduate early. He even hinted that Hokage-sama might assign excellent jonin to lead our teams. Tatsuma took a moment before responding. After the end-of-term exams in the early part of the holiday, Sarutobi Atoma had a conversation with the two of them. However, at that time, Tatsuma casually brushed it off with a smile. Observing Tatsuma's reluctance to delve into the sensei topic, Minato opted not to pry and feigned ignorance at that time too. Nevertheless, in this private exchange between the two, Minato sensed no necessity to conceal anything, and Tatsuma's silence wasn't born out of a fear of graduation but rather a thoughtful contemplation. If both he and Minato chose not to graduate, Tatsuma could continue to employ this gradual and secure approach to leverage Minato's abilities, thereby elevating his own potential. However, if Minato opted for early graduation, leaving Tatsuma alone in the academy, the pace at which his own capabilities would improve might suddenly decelerate. After all, there was no one else in the class who could rival Minato's exceptional attributes and character. The class boasted numerous gifted individuals, including Inoshikacho Trio, Inuzuka Tatsuma, Uchiha Tenko, Hyaga Sento, and even a unique insect user. Their talents were noteworthy, and there was also Kushina, a Jinchuriki candidate whose potential might be on par with Minato's. However, attempting to derive benefits from these individuals would prove to be quite a challenge. Shikako was solely engrossed in shogi, and any other game would be met with a flat-out refusal. Chose's passion revolved around food, and when it came to Inoichi, Tatsuma remained clueless about the types of games that piqued his interest. Concerning the Uchiha and Hyaga, while there hadn't been significant conflicts over the past 2 years, the relationships weren't particularly close, especially with Uchiha Tenko, who had been defeated by Tatsuma in 4 consecutive matches. It remained uncertain whether Sarutobi Atoma orchestrated it intentionally, but over the 4 semesters of practical assessments, Tatsuma faced off against Uchiha Tenko 4 times, emerging victorious in each match. Simultaneously, Minato engaged with Hyaga Sento 4 times, also securing success in every encounter. After facing defeat in the initial 2 encounters, Uchiha Tenko, who used to confidently assert his victory in the next match, had now fallen silent, even actively avoiding Tatsuma whenever their paths crossed. Hyaga Sento displayed a similar demeanor. Furthermore, these two promptly returned to their clan grounds after class, rendering any attempts at extra practice impractical. Trying to derive benefits from these individuals seemed increasingly challenging. Regarding Inuzuka Tatsuma, their relationship was notably shallow, with minimal interaction between them. Abarame Shivi was even more distant, with Tatsuma often regarding him more as a distant classmate due to his low profile and entirely different interests. Kushina appeared to have recently embraced a more low-key lifestyle, seldom spotted outside of class hours. As a result, if Minato chose to graduate early, Tatsuma found himself without a compelling reason to remain in school. Early graduation held its advantages, especially the prospect of both of them being assigned to the same team. Even if they didn't end up on the same team, it wouldn't be a significant issue. Drawing from Tatsuma's year of experimentation with the system, any scenario involving combat, even if not explicitly agreed upon but praised, would invariably default to initiating a match. Upon becoming ninjas, they would inevitably face adversaries during mission execution. Though the occurrence might not match the frequency of their current training sessions, it provided a practical alternative without the necessity of contriving situations for matches. Nevertheless, Tatsuma cast a glance at Minato and inquired, "Excluding me, are there no people in the class that you're reluctant to leave?" The moment the words left his mouth, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Tatsuma's query had a peculiar ring to it. Swiftly, they averted their gazes, and Minato earnestly delved into contemplation. Were there individuals he hesitated to part ways with? Undoubtedly, there were. Chapter 32, Reason for War. I'll give it another thought. As Minato mulled over his commitment to graduate early and serve the village, thoughts of Kushina crept into his mind, leaving him with an unexpected sense of uncertainty. Could it be that he harbors feelings for her? Minato pondered the question, acknowledging that there hadn't been any overt romantic signals between him and Kushina thus far. Perhaps, he considered, his hesitation stemmed from a desire to witness Kushina seamlessly become an integral part of the village. While Kushina has managed to forge a few friendships since her arrival in Konoha last year, they remain confined to a select group of female ninja, including Inuzuka Tatsuma and a senior Uchiha girl from another class. Regrettably, the boys in the class, whether they were once involved in bullying Kushina or were victims themselves, along with others from different classes and grades connected to these conflicts, still harbor animosity towards her. Minato, having spent the past year as a mere observer, frets about the potential challenges that might arise for Kushina after he leaves the academy. He worries that, despite his genuine concern, he might not be able to intervene promptly should anything untoward happen to her. Nevertheless, Minato perceived that things remained within a manageable scope, and, importantly, Kushina hadn't endured any losses in physical altercations. Caught in a web of conflicting thoughts, Minato found himself at a crossroads with Tatsuma. They exchanged rice and other ingredients before parting ways to return to their respective homes. Naturally, their evening training routine proceeded as usual. The need to tie their hair in braids had become obsolete due to their advanced training. Their chakra control had reached an impressive level, rendering the practice unnecessary. While they refrained from delving into intricate ninjutsu like medical ninjutsu or puppet jutsu that demanded precise chakra control, their proficiency in general chakra control had already reached a satisfying level. The fruits of their continued training were proving highly effective. Mastery had been achieved in both Needle Jizo and Wild Lion's main jutsu, though flexible application still eluded them, with a bit of distance left to cover. Unfortunately, the circumstances didn't permit them to practice these techniques in genuine combat scenarios. Beyond these two ninjutsu, during Jiraiya's recent return, he introduced yet another hair-related technique called Needle Hell. Diverging from Needle Jizo, Needle Hell transformed hair into senbon, propelling them with force. While lacking the Sage Chakra augmentation found in Jiraiya's later Sage art, Hair Needle Senbon, this technique proved effective for concealment, even if its overall impact was more moderate. Both of them have indeed mastered this ninjutsu, but due to a shortage of chakra and not delving deeply into chakra form manipulation, its power is restricted and falls short of the effectiveness achieved with physically thrown senbon. It is a pity that Tatsuma has never received the talent for changing the shape or nature of chakra. Perhaps these two are not talents, but more like compulsory courses for ninjas. Just like throwing ninja tools, Tatsuma has never picked up the talent of throwing ninja tools from others. Namikaze Minato's one is limited, and he can clearly realize now that this is a talent that cooperates with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Over the past year, Tatsuma had entertained the idea of developing the Raise-Non, given his familiarity with its principles and training methods. Unfortunately, due to insufficient chakra and a lack of proficiency in chakra form manipulation, creating the Raise-Non remained a difficult feat for him. Nevertheless, he persisted, dedicating some time each day to attempts at creating the Raise-Non as supplementary training for form manipulation. Once dinner concluded, the two of them, in an unspoken agreement, made their way to the training ground at night. Recently, the training ground had become lively, attracting numerous Konoha ninja eager to engage in their own training sessions. Certainly, those discerning the abnormality in the current situation couldn't be limited to just Tatsuma and Minato. This was especially true given that ninja, by nature, were individuals with access to external information. Upon completing their customary training routine, Tatsuma and Minato transitioned into practical combat exercises. Their fighting styles had evolved significantly since their academy days when taijutsu was their primary skill. Both of them are extremely proficient in the three-body jutsu, at least to the level of genin. They had also effortlessly grasped the E-rank and D-rank ninjutsu that Jiraiya had provided, given the low learning difficulty associated with these techniques. Of course, the two of them did not use the three-hair-related ninjutsu taught by Jiraiya in their sparrings. After all, for them now, the cost of these three ninjutsu was too high and it would only reduce their possible train-in time. Approaching midnight, the two breathless individuals finally concluded their sparring session. Lately, particularly in practical combat scenarios, Minato had managed to level the playing field, achieving a 50-50 ratio in their matches. Today, securing another victory, Minato finally unveiled his first smile of the day. Turning to Tatsuma, who wore a somewhat regretful expression, he posed a thoughtful question. Tatsuma, why do you believe war exists? That's a tough question. Tatsuma rubbed his buttocks, still feeling the lingering effects of Minato kick his ass, before continuing, but looking at it now, war is just a tool that is incited by the will of the group. Group will? What does that mean? Minato, accustomed to Tatsuma's unconventional terms and theories, displayed a readiness to seek clarification when faced with unfamiliar concepts. Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief, noting that Minato had moved past dwelling on the fundamental nature of war. Truth be told, Tatsuma himself didn't have a definitive answer to why war existed. Was it driven by interests, serving as a means for a select few to profit? Or could it be rooted in something entirely different? The reasons were too myriad, and unraveling them proved too intricate. Tatsuma acknowledged that his conclusion might not be entirely accurate. Minato's willingness to shift the conversation pleased Tatsuma, who looked at him and remarked, "Group will is essentially the shared emotions of a large group. Whether intentionally incited by certain individuals or spontaneously generated and developed, when emotions like anger, hatred, and greed become pervasive or dominant within a group, it sets the stage for war. So, how can you influence the will of such a group? For instance, steering them towards joy and happiness or maintaining rationality." Before Minato could complete his question, Tatsuma shook his head and interjected, "Minato, consider the speed and intensity with which anger, sadness, joy, fear, and rationality spread within a group. What's your take on their order?" After a moment of contemplation, Minato shook his head. It wasn't that he couldn't formulate an answer, rather, he recognized that his thoughts might not align with practical reality. Hence, he preferred to have Tatsuma directly provide the answer. Understanding Minato's intention, Tatsuma began, "If I were to rank them, I believe it would be anger, fear, joy, and sadness in that order. What about rationality?" Observing that Tatsuma had seemingly overlooked a particular option in the ranking, Minato gently reminded him at the opportune moment. However, Tatsuma responded with an expression that seemed to say, "You're still too young," and conveyed, "No, Minato, within a group, there may be individuals with rationality, but the group as a whole tends to be irrational. It's akin to my own desires. I don't wish for war to erupt, and I don't want to become an enemy to others. However, once a war ensues, and we're thrust onto the battlefield, do our individual wishes still hold value against the collective intentions of the group?" Minato opened his mouth and, eventually, nodded helplessly. It wasn't that he regarded everything Tatsuma said as absolute truth, but he found himself unable to dispute Tatsuma's perspective. After a brief pause, he inquired once more, "But why is anger the emotion most readily embraced by a group? Why not joy? And is there truly no way to put an end to wars?" Chapter 33, Whirlpool Country's Destruction. Double release today. Enjoy. Anger, my friend, is the most budget-friendly method for releasing pent-up frustrations onto others. Each of us carries around a load of negative emotions just waiting for a release, and anger conveniently steps in to offer that much-needed outlet, Tatsuma expressed with a hint of resignation. It appeared that, be it in past or present lives, this facet of existence remained consistent. Tatsuma sighed and carried on, "Allow me to illustrate with an example, maybe it will resonate with you. If one day, strolling down the street, you come across someone less fortunate accusing an eccentric-looking individual of stealing not just any money, but the life-saving funds of a family, how would you react? I would be furious at the thief, undoubtedly, Minato replied. Then, raising his head abruptly, he stated, I see it now. In reality, I'm completely in the dark about the truth of the matter. I'm just a pawn, easily swayed by emotions, blindly pointing fingers, and unjustly labeling him as a thief without having any proof. Observing Minato's prompt response, Tatsuma nodded in satisfaction and pressed on, allow me to present another scenario showcasing how the collective will of a group can be manipulated and inflamed. Picture this, a nindog from the Wind Country breaches the borders of the Land of Fire and bites a ninja cat native to the Land of Fire. In retaliation, the owner of the ninja cat eliminates the Wind Country's nindog. Subsequently, the Wind Country insists that the Land of Fire surrender the ninja responsible for the nindog's demise, allowing the Wind Country to administer justice. Now, put yourself in the shoes of the Hokage. How would you navigate this delicate situation? Minato pondered for a moment and responded, in that scenario, the Land of Fire would assert that the nindog initially posed a threat by harming the ninja cat, prompting our ninja to act in self-defense to protect the cat. We would firmly reject the notion that this was a targeted assault against the Wind Country's nindog and, consequently, decline to surrender the responsible party. Now, what if the Wind Country contends that they invested significant resources and funds in cultivating that nindog? With a more assertive stance, they demand not only the apprehension of the culprit but also seek compensation from the Land of Fire, citing the expenses incurred in nurturing the nindog. Is this not simply inviting trouble? Minato pondered silently, but swiftly grasped that Tatsuma's illustration aimed to act from the perspective of the Wind's Country and elevate its position for greater compensation. Confronted with this predicament, Minato contemplated how he, as the Hokage, would navigate the situation. If a nindog commands such a significant investment, it surely isn't an ordinary one. Its mission in infiltrating the Land of Fire couldn't be as trivial as biting a ninja cat. There must be underlying motives, albeit foiled in advance. In such a scenario, I would accuse this nindog of espionage and condemn the Wind Country for employing the nindog to steal classified information from our nation. Consequently, I would insist on compensation from them. But suppose, by some twist of fate, the news leaks in the Wind Country, and even their grassroots ninja and civilians learn that the Land of Fire was responsible for the demise of one of their nindogs. Instead of offering an apology and compensation, we assertively demand both from the Wind Country. How do you anticipate the outcome? At this juncture, Minato unexpectedly felt uncertain about how to proceed as the situation had swiftly transformed from a straightforward incident involving a nindog and a ninja cat into a grave diplomatic affair. Minato could envision that, in Tatsuma's hypothetical scenario, emotions in the Wind Country had likely been stirred up collectively. Even though he couldn't shake off a sense of being the harbinger of troubling news, the undercurrent of anger had evidently taken root. Whether the information leaked accidentally or intentionally was now irrelevant. What mattered most was that the Wind Country, using a ninja cat as a pretext, had issued a warning of war. The most prudent course of action would involve avoiding excessive rigidity, aligning with the sentiments of the Wind Country, surrendering the perpetrator of the nindog, and providing compensation. However, once word spread about the compensation, collective sentiments within the Land of Fire would also surge. At this juncture, the choices were to either stand resolute or yield further, insisting on confidentiality regarding the incident. Regardless of the chosen approach, the Land of Fire would inevitably incur losses. Minato now comprehended the purpose behind Tatsuma's example, to demonstrate that in conflicts between nations, when one party deliberately instigates war, the other party is inherently passive from the outset. To avert the outbreak of war, yielding to the other party's demands seems inevitable, but the consequence is an undeniable exploitation, as they will continually test your limits. Ultimately, war becomes unavoidable, either spurred by intolerable circumstances or desperate actions. In response, Minato inquired, so, how can we bring an end to a war? Inducing joy, sorrow, or fear, any of these dominant emotions within the masses would be sufficient, Tatsuma explained. For instance, aiming to halt the war through joy implies achieving a complete victory, and the downside of such triumph is the opponent's utter defeat, resulting in sorrow, rage, or fear. In a scenario where both sides share sorrow, the firepower is evenly matched, fostering mutual unresolved enmity. The conflict persists until both parties are depleted, and those not on the battlefield experience sorrow, leading to a precipitous conclusion for both sides. Regarding fear, its effectiveness dies with the source, just like during Hashirama's reign. Regardless of the chosen emotion, however, they can only bring about a temporary cessation of hostilities, not enduring peace. Tatsuma concluded his remarks with a nonchalant shrug, and Minato lapsed into silence. After a brief contemplation, he sighed and expressed, I truly wish to discover a method that could lead to lasting peace. My capabilities have their limits, it hinges on whether you might come up with any ideas in the future. Having rested sufficiently by now, they both listened to the tranquility of the training ground. Tatsuma broke the silence, saying, go get some rest. We'll resume training tomorrow. All right. Minato, gathering his resolve, rose from the ground. The joy of victory from their match had completely dissipated during their conversation. Both departed with a certain weightiness lingering until they went their separate ways. Under Tatsuma's influence, Minato still didn't immediately submit his graduation application. It wasn't until half a year later, just after the new year, 2.5 years into Tatsuma guiding Minato's progress, an unexpected piece of news cast a shadow over the entire Konoha village. The Whirlpool country and its hidden village found themselves under siege by the combined forces of the other four major nations. Countless casualties ensued, and ultimately, the Uzumaki clan, famous for their sealing techniques that could even seal the strongest of tailed beasts, decided to fight to the death against their enemies. However, the outcome was bleak. The Uzumaki clan couldn't handle the overwhelming attack of four major ninja villages. By the time Konoha's reinforcements arrived, the Whirlpool hidden village was in ruins, strewn with corpses, and not a single surviving Uzumaki clan member could be found. Even the cherished possessions of the Uzumaki clan had vanished without a trace. Tatsuma learned that Sarutobi Hiruzen had officially issued a letter of condemnation to the four major nations, but as of now, there were no further developments. On the inaugural day of the new school term, Tatsuma and Minato promptly made their way to the school. However, on the opposite side, where Kushina Uzumaki's seat was designated, an empty space greeted them. Even as the class progressed, Kushina remained conspicuously absent. At that moment, Sarutobi Atoma entered the classroom and announced, "Everyone, engage in self-study this morning. Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze, both of you, accompany sensei for a second chapter 34, applying for early graduation." Within the Senju clan's territory, inside Uzumaki Mito's residence, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a troubled expression as he paced back and forth in front of the door, his hesitation evident. "Hokage-sama, Mito-sama requests your presence inside." A ninja, not clad in the typical ninja attire but displaying remarkable skills, appeared and addressed the conflicted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Acknowledging the message with a nod, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and approached the entrance. Upon entering, he found himself in the reception hall. Before he could speak, Uzumaki Mito, seated across from him, spoke up. "You've been lingering at the door. Do you not know how to convey this news to me, or do you believe I would raise a ruckus after hearing it?" Saru. Observing the displeased expression on her face, yet acknowledging her composed demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and admitted, "Mito-sama, it was my negligence that led to such a tragedy within the Uzumaki clan." Uzumaki Mito shook her head and replied, "The Uzumaki clan has been targeted. Such incidents are bound to happen, and it's not Konoha's fault. I am well aware of that. However, this matter cannot be left unresolved." "A letter of condemnation? That's not enough. Mito-sama, I understand. I will have Sakamo secretly investigate this matter, eliminate the responsible individuals from the four major nations as a deterrent, and allocate resources to handle the deceased members of the Uzumaki clan," Sarutobi Hiruzen assured. After hearing this, Uzumaki Mito nodded and remarked, "You are doing well. Why did you look so guilty just now?" Hesitating at Uzumaki Mito's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally spoke. "This morning, Sarutobi Atoma reported to me that Kushina applied for early graduation. No, that's not acceptable. She still needs at least 2 more years to master the core sealing jutsu of our Uzumaki clan," Uzumaki Mito responded. Uzumaki Mito outright refused. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen relaxed a bit and said, "That's what I had in mind as well. So, I asked Sarutobi Atoma to find a way to reject Kushina's request. His idea is to use Tatsuma and Minato, those 2 children, as obstacles for Kushina's graduation assessment. I'm concerned that this might dent Kushina's confidence." "No worries, go ahead and do what you need to. By the way, bring Tsunade back. There are some matters I need to discuss with her." Hashirama, as a grandfather, left her with nothing. "I won't allow that to happen again." Uzumaki Mito waved her hand dismissively. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body stiffened. He lifted his head, somewhat incredulous, and asked, "Mito-sama, about your health?" Uzumaki Mito touched the wrinkles that had appeared over the past 2 years, then pressed on her abdomen, saying, "Perhaps another 6 or 7 years. The village should prepare for some things." "I understand, Mito-sama. I'll take my leave now," Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, bowing respectfully. "Very well, go ahead." Saru. Uzumaki Mito waved her hand dismissively. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly left, and after informing the Umbu that Sarutobi Atoma's plan could proceed, he returned to the Hokage's office, promptly summoning his advisors. Inside Konoha Academy, Sarutobi Atoma, having exchanged information with the Umbu, swiftly arrived at his office. Tatsuma and Minato had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing Sarutobi Atoma once again in front of them, they curiously glanced at him. Sarutobi Atoma nodded, gesturing for them to sit in front of him. He then spoke, "In these past few days, you've probably heard about the situation with the Uzumaki clan. Kushina wishes to graduate early because of this, but the village does not want her to do so." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma had already guessed what Sarutobi Atoma was going to say, but he refrained from interrupting. Sarutobi Atoma continued, "So, Sensei would like to ask for your help in addressing this matter." "Sensei, please go on." Minato nodded. Sarutobi Atoma took a deep breath and then said, "Sensei hopes that both of you also submit applications for early graduation, and then thwart Kushina, who has applied for graduation in the same period. Later, if you wish to graduate early, you will undergo the official assessment. If you prefer to continue your studies in school, the village will announce that your assessment is also unsuccessful, allowing you to return for further study." Minato was on the verge of agreeing, as he didn't want Kushina to graduate so early, especially given the circumstances of her clan's destruction. Embarking on her ninja journey with such a heavy burden would be undeniably challenging. While it might serve as motivation, it could also become a form of torment. Before he could respond, Tatsuma asked, Sarutobi-sensei, are you so certain that the two of us can stop Kushina? Sensei believes in both of you, Sarutobi Atoma affirmed. Completing his statement, he noticed Tatsuma still looking at him, realizing that the situation was not that simple. After some thought, he added, if you can excel in completing the mission, Sensei will apply for some rewards from Hokage-sama on your behalf. And if you wish to take advantage of this opportunity to become ninjas, Sensei will do his best to persuade and find powerful ninjas to serve as leading jonin for your teams. Tatsuma pondered for a moment and realized that there wasn't much to gain from this situation. After all, even without their involvement, the village could find a way to prevent Kushina from graduating. For instance, they could appoint a formidable examiner. However, this would only make Kushina feel unfairly treated. With peers of the same age, she had no reason not to accept defeat. Therefore, they were favorable conditions but not that much. Having the ability to apply for rewards was already good enough. Although they didn't know what the rewards were, anything coming from the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen would be a decent gain for them. Thus, Tatsuma looked at Minato, nodded, and Minato, understanding, turned to Sarutobi Atoma, saying, Sarutobi-sensei, I'm willing to apply for early graduation. I am too. Both nodded in agreement, and Sarutobi Atoma immediately took out 2 application forms and handed them to the two. He asked, do you need to prepare anything? For example, update a genin tool or purchase some explosive tags. If needed, I will try to postpone the assessment for a few days to give you enough time to prepare. Tatsuma shook his head and said, no need, Sarutobi-sensei. Even if you give us more time, we won't be able to replace our ninja tools or purchase explosive tags. Sarutobi Atoma hesitated for a moment, then grasped the financial difficulties they faced. He nodded and said, in that case, if you choose to become ninjas after completing the mission, Sensei will personally gift you a set of ninja equipment. Okay. Tatsuma didn't say much more. He and Minato swiftly filled out the application forms and handed them back to Sarutobi Atoma. After glancing at the forms and ensuring everything was in order, Sarutobi Atoma said to the two, starting today, you don't need to attend classes. Go home and prepare. The assessment could take place as early as tomorrow or, at the latest, within a week. I understand, Sarutobi-sensei. All right, Sarutobi-sensei. Chapter 35, Genin Exam Rules. Why is it you two again? 3 days later, at Konoha's third training ground, in the secluded spot where Tatsuma and Minato frequently honed their skills, Kushina wore a disapproving expression as she observed the duo, who had arrived ahead of schedule and were already in the midst of their warm-up routine. Tatsuma maintained his silence, recognizing that his role today demanded a certain degree of villainy, sparing him the need to elaborate much to Kushina. Meanwhile, Minato, scratching his head, offered, it might just be a coincidence. Tatsuma and I simply happened to submit our early graduation applications. As long as you two don't hinder me from becoming a ninja. Kushina snorted, and just as Minato was poised to add something, 2 silhouettes descended. The trio turned their attention to the newcomers, recognizing their sensei, Sarutobi Atoma, and the other figure as Orochimaru, one of Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples. Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. Orochimaru addressed them with his distinctive tone, prompting the 3 to immediately straighten up and respond, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru nodded, his golden eyes scanning the trio before he spoke, I am the examiner for your graduation assessment, and Shinin Sarutobi Atoma is the witness for this assessment. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Kushina nodded solemnly. The fiery nature within her erupted once again as she loudly declared, I will definitely pass the assessment and become a ninja to avenge my people. With these resolute words, Kushina, seemingly deriving inspiration from Orochimaru's statement, swung her fist toward him. Tatsuma and Minato exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if they had missed something. Sarutobi Atoma's usually composed face also displayed surprise. Even Orochimaru, known for his calm demeanor in the squad, was momentarily stunned. However, as Kushina charged towards him, he shook his head and sighed. Wind release, great breakthrough. Confronting Kushina's attack, Orochimaru calmly formed hand seals with one hand and unleashed a gust of wind, propelling Kushina backward. Damn it, I'm not just that. Kushina got up from the ground, fists clenched, and chakra surged within her. She was ready to charge at Orochimaru again when he calmly stated, attacking the examiner, I can declare your assessment failed at any time. What? This time, Kushina was puzzled. Her forward momentum came to a halt. Observing this, Orochimaru explained, I never said the assessment had started, nor did I imply that facing me in battle was the assessment. Then how is the assessment supposed to be? Kushina inquired as she came to her senses. Orochimaru looked at Tatsuma and Minato, who were prepared but hadn't made any moves, with a smile. Then, he turned to Kushina and said, first of all, 3 graduates are too many. Orochimaru deliberately paused, giving Kushina, who was a bit slow in catching on, a moment to react. As soon as Kushina understood, she cast a glance at Tatsuma and Minato with a hint of hostility. In her view, if these two hadn't suddenly applied for early graduation, there wouldn't have been the issue of too many graduates. Observing Kushina's reaction, Tatsuma couldn't resist the urge to mock her. Orochimaru's excuse seemed overly perfunctory. After all, who wouldn't be aware that Konoha currently operates on a 3-man per team model? Having 3 graduates is, in fact, the most convenient arrangement. Graduating together and subsequently being assigned to the same squad eliminates the hassle of adjusting the number of team members or searching for teams with vacancies. What's even more astonishing is that Kushina appeared genuinely unsettled. It seems you've caught on. Yes, in the first round of the assessment, we need to eliminate at least one of you. Although the current Orikimura didn't exude the cold demeanor that Tatsuma remembered, the way he spoke at this moment carried a somewhat villainous quality. This demeanor might provoke a reaction from Kushina, but for Tatsuma and Minato, who were privy to some inside information, it left them unfazed. The two fixed their gazes on Orikimura, anticipating his next move. Next, you need to engage in one-on-one battles. Each person must achieve at least one victory to proceed to the next round. First up, Kushina versus Tatsuma. Upon hearing this, Kushina locked eyes with Tatsuma and declared, "Come at me. This time, I absolutely won't lose." Instead of immediately making a move, Tatsuma looked at Orikimura and inquired, "Orikimura-sama, are there any other rules, or can we start now?" Orikimura appreciated Tatsuma's conscientious nature and nodded, stating, "Initiate the seal of confrontation, and then you can begin." Tatsuma nodded and cast a glance at Minato beside him. Minato promptly employed body flicker, appearing next to Sarutobi Atoma. The adept execution of this body flicker jutsu even surprised Sarutobi Atoma. Although Minato only showcased a D-rank body flicker jutsu, it was still remarkably impressive for an 8-year-old academy student. The realization that Minato, his own student, possessed abilities he wasn't fully aware of left Sarutobi Atoma feeling a bit embarrassed, questioning his own adequacy as a sensei. However, if Minato could utilize body flicker jutsu, Sarutobi Atoma turned his attention to Tatsuma, who had been performing slightly better than Minato. Did Tatsuma also master it? By now, Tatsuma had already reached Kushina. He raised his right hand in front of his chest, formed the seal of confrontation, and remarked, "Just now, I noticed that your speed and strength have improved quite a bit. Indeed, you are a genius with remarkable talent." "Humph, always saying hypocritical things. I won't go easy on you." Despite Uzumaki Mito having vouched for Tatsuma's genuine nature, Kushina couldn't shake off her skepticism, feeling that Tatsuma's praise for others was insincere. Nevertheless, the two had already initiated the seal of confrontation and began refining chakra in unison. Orikimura nodded and said, "You can start." Bang! The moment Orikimura finished speaking, Kushina stepped forward and threw a punch. However, as her fist connected with Tatsuma, he transformed into a puff of smoke, simultaneously a wooden stake that took his place split into fragments. Observing this scene, Kushina suddenly felt a bit irked, not because Tatsuma used ninjutsu. After all, she had now mastered some ninjutsu and sealing jutsu herself, and she didn't mind Tatsuma employing ninjutsu, except for the substitution jutsu. Because the substitution jutsu is a form of ninjutsu designed for deceptive maneuvers, it's a trick typically employed when the power dynamics significantly favor the user. The principle of the substitution jutsu doesn't involve swapping places in the spacetime ninjutsu sense. Instead, it's straightforward. At the moment of impact, replace oneself with something else and slip away. This implies that the practitioner of the substitution jutsu must possess greater speed than the opponent for the technique to be effective. Describing it as a ninjutsu for playing tricks on opponents is entirely accurate. "Come out, don't rely on such petty tricks if you have the guts," Kushina exclaimed indignantly. Behind a large tree, Tatsuma, who still maintained the seal of confrontation, emerged and remarked, "Sure, I also want to see how much strength I can unleash when facing others." Chapter 36, Tatsuma vs Kushina. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma. Attributes. Strength, 1576/1984. Speed, 1821/3893. Stamina, 1701/3490. Wisdom, 1205/1432. Ninjutsu, 1193/1547. Illusions, 661/1013. Spirit, 1236/1757. Seals, 1344/1682. Special talents. Spacetime, 80%. Ninjutsu development, 70%. Ninja tool throwing, Minato Namikaze limited edition 90%. Sensory, 55%. Sealing, Kushina Uzumaki limited edition 30%. Tatsuma's current system display showcased his remarkable achievements. All talent limits have successfully met the Chunin requirements. Moreover, each talent has ascended to the level expected of a Chunin, except for illusions, which continue to progress within the ranks. Furthermore, there's a glimmer of hope for Genjutsu. Recently, Tatsuma mastered the illusion hell viewing jutsu, demonstrating a more diverse approach beyond relying solely on enduring other people's illusions for practicing Genjutsu. In addition, once he reaches a talent value of 1000, Tatsuma, who used to only be able to redeem 1 point per day and sometimes it reaches up to 2 points, will be able to increase it to a consistent 2 points per day, occasionally even reaching 3. To put it differently, within the span of at most half a year, all his abilities will impeccably reach the Chunin standard. Despite these advancements, Tatsuma harbors a subtle lack of confidence in practical combat. His training partner, Minato, has become so familiar that they can't accurately gauge each other's strength, leaving Tatsuma yearning for more diverse combat experiences. Regarding the others in the class, Tatsuma finds them somewhat lacking in strength. Even Uchiha Tenko falls short of making Tatsuma exert his true strength. Consequently, he secretly wishes for Kushina to have become stronger since their last encounter, as he yearns to test his true capabilities. Observing Tatsuma emerge from behind a massive tree, Kushina eyed him with suspicion, wary of any potential use of transformation jutsu or similar deceptive techniques. However, upon closer inspection, unable to discern any trickery, Kushina dismissed her doubts and charged directly at him. Bang! Another punch lands, accompanied not by the muffled sound of smoke, but by the authentic noise resulting from the impact between Kushina's fist and Tatsuma's forearm. After Kushina's powerful strike, Tatsuma took 2 steps back, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his mouth. The reason for his amusement? Kushina's strengths proved to be formidable, surpassing Tatsuma's estimate by at least 30%. Observing that Tatsuma couldn't hold his ground due to her forceful blow, Kushina couldn't resist emitting a proud hum. However, before she could revel in her success and taunt him, she noticed something peculiar. Tatsuma's right hand suddenly held several shuriken. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 shuriken formed a precise triangular pattern, swiftly hurtling toward Kushina. Swiftly swallowing her words, she deftly drew a kunao, using it to block the incoming shuriken with practiced skill. Having dealt with the trio of shuriken, Kushina shifted her attention to Tatsuma, only to discover him swiftly forming hand seals with both hands, the technique already complete. Paralysis jutsu. In an instant, invisible ropes seemed to bind Kushina's limbs, torso, and head, rendering her entirely immobile. The paralysis jutsu proved to be a simple yet potent D-rank ninjutsu. Despite its straightforward nature, its effectiveness was undeniable. The extent and strength of the binds could be tailored according to the amount of chakra infused. Tatsuma, aware that he didn't need to restrain Kushina for an extended period, refrained from infusing an excess of chakra, aiming for just enough to immobilize her briefly, merely a prelude to a single, decisive strike. Capitalizing on the moment when Kushina found herself immobilized, Tatsuma deftly reformed the seal of confrontation, triggering the instant activation of the body flicker jutsu. The standard body flicker jutsu, a mere D-rank ninjutsu, is operated by utilizing chakra to propel the body forward, enhancing speed. Tatsuma and Minato had grasped this technique in less than a day thanks to their prior understanding of using chakra to activate the body acquired during the study of Jiraiya's needle Jizo and Wild Lion's main jutsu. Tatsuma's execution of the body flicker jutsu in this moment was remarkably seamless. It appeared as if he vanished the moment he raised his hand to gather chakra, and upon reappearing, he stood already before Kushina. I won't let you succeed. Caught off guard for a moment, Kushina's initial surprise quickly transformed into heightened fury. Channeling a surge of intensified force and chakra, she effortlessly shattered the chakra bonds that restrained her. With newfound freedom, she hurled a punch towards the astonished Tatsuma. Bang! As a triumphant smile graced Kushina's lips, her fist made intimate contact with Tatsuma's face. However, at that very moment, Tatsuma abruptly transformed into a burst of smoke. Substitution jutsu? No, clone jutsu. Confronted with the emptiness in front of her, a sense of unease settled over Kushina. She scanned the surroundings in search of Tatsuma's figure but found no trace. Meanwhile, the ground beneath her feet subtly rippled. Earth release, double suicide decapitation jutsu. In an instant, a pair of hands emerged from the grass, seizing Kushina's ankle and forcefully yanking her toward the ground. This nature transformation jutsu was the sole mastery in Tatsuma's repertoire, standing as the only ninjutsu that eluded Minato's skill set. As Minato, who observed the unfolding battle, witnessed Tatsuma employing this technique, a hint of envy crossed his features. Tatsuma had previously suspected that Minato lacked earth release chakra, hindering the smooth resonance of his chakra with the earth to shape it effortlessly. Nevertheless, Tatsuma held the belief that given time, Minato could undoubtedly master this ninjutsu. After all, the double suicide decapitation jutsu, despite belonging to earth release, didn't demand chakra nature transformation. It merely required the use of chakra to manipulate the landscape's form. Having earth release chakra might facilitate things, but even without it, mastering this technique is not an insurmountable challenge. Unlike the advanced techniques that demand chakra nature transformation and may entail specific prerequisites related to the corresponding attributes chakra, Tatsuma, unfazed by Minato's current reaction, remained completely absorbed in his ongoing battle with Kushina. Despite successfully grabbing her, he encountered unexpected resistance while attempting to pull her to the ground. In response, Kushina, having overcome her initial panic and imbalance, swiftly regained her composure. Despite her lower body being drawn into the earth, she acted promptly, using her hands to support herself on the ground, staunchly preventing further descent. Her physical prowess surpassed Tatsuma's. After a brief struggle beneath the surface, Tatsuma swiftly conceded, emerging from the ground and brandishing a kunao aimed at Kushina, who was partially buried in the soil. Damn it, all you know is to play tricks. Despite having only half of her body in motion, Kushina clung to her determination. With one hand grounding her, she exerted considerable effort to pull herself out, the other hand gripping the kunao in a defensive stance. Ding! The clash of the two kunao resonated. Despite Kushina's initial strength advantage, her awkward body position unexpectedly diminished her force compared to Tatsuma. Nevertheless, she skillfully deflected Tatsuma's kunao, narrowly avoiding a direct hit as it grazed her ear and sliced a few strands of her vibrant red hair. Witnessing her hair sliced by Tatsuma, Kushina, seemingly powerless until that moment, unleashed a surge of astonishing strength. Fueled by a flash of anger, she forcefully extricated herself from the ground, seamlessly transitioning into a capoeira-style kick directed at Tatsuma. Swiftly stepping back, Tatsuma employed his hands to block and deflect Kushina's kick with nimble precision, thwarting its effectiveness. Despite the unsuccessful kick, Kushina now found herself free from the ground, reclaiming a favorable position. Let's start over. Seaweed head. Menacingly moving her feet, Kushina taunted Tatsuma. His eye twitched, and he muttered to himself, daring to mock my hair? Ninja art? Needle hell. Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Why are you targeting me? Tatsuma refrained from unleashing the full power of his hair, aware of its taxing nature. A swift motion of his head caused hundreds of chakra-infused strands to straighten abruptly before snapping forward, hurtling toward Kushina with formidable force. Confronted by the densely packed hair senbons, Kushina hesitated to directly block them. Despite her agile hands, limited to only 2, she couldn't possibly intercept the multitude of strands. Opting for a decisive maneuver, she rolled to the side with determination, skillfully evading the impending onslaught. However, this outcome aligned perfectly with Tatsuma's intentions. As Kushina rolled and regained her balance, her gaze shifted towards Tatsuma, only to realize he had closed the distance with remarkable speed. What caught her attention even more were the seals in his hands, their complexity eluding her understanding. As Tatsuma dropped the final tiger seal and drew a deep breath, an ominous sensation washed over Kushina. It was undeniably the precursor to the activation of fire release ninjutsu. I absolutely cannot allow this ninjutsu to be unleashed. The determination flashed through Kushina's mind, prompting her to swiftly bend forward and advance, lowering her body to evade the flames yet to be released. Simultaneously, her right hand tightened into a fist, aiming for Tatsuma's abdomen. Boom! The moment Kushina's fist connected with Tatsuma's abdomen, a billow of smoke erupted, prompting a swift change in her expression. It was unmistakably another clone jutsu, but not just any clone, a fundamental clone jutsu, a non-physical shadow clone adept at releasing ninjutsu. Maintaining her forward posture, she cautiously stepped out of the dissipating smoke. However, what materialized before her was yet another Tatsuma, this one having completed the intricate seals. Illusion Hell Viewing Jutsu. As the genjutsu unfolded, Kushina, initially revealing a mix of embarrassment and panic at falling for the clone jutsu, suddenly stiffened. The illusion robbed her of control over her forward momentum, causing her to tumble to the ground. Observing Kushina sprawled on the ground, Tatsuma refrained from impulsive actions. Instead, he took 2 measured steps backward, swiftly conjuring seals once again with both hands. Ninja art? Needle Jizo. As the seals seamlessly came together, a strand of hair rapidly sprouted from Tatsuma's head. Guided by the precise transformation of chakra, it elongated and thrust towards the fallen Kushina. Sizzle. The hair penetrated the ground, but Kushina's original position had already shifted. Unperturbed, Tatsuma calmly retracted his hair. His brows furrowed instantly, sensing something amiss. With swift reflexes, he turned and deftly blocked with his bent arm. Boom! A subdued impact resonated through the air. The Kushina, supposedly ensnared in the genjutsu, had materialized at Tatsuma's side. Swiftly, she delivered a side kick that connected with Tatsuma's arms. What a formidable power! Creating a rapid distance between them, Tatsuma had to shake his hand, alleviating the impact. Although Kushina had successfully liberated herself from the genjutsu's grasp, her chakra now exhibited signs of disorder. It was apparent that breaking free from the illusion had taken a toll. Had it not been for the tumultuous state of Kushina's chakra, Tatsuma might have struggled to withstand the force of that recent kick. Both of them entered a brief moment of respite. Not far away, Sarutobi Atoma, observing the unfolding battle, wore an unusually serious expression. He hadn't anticipated that the clash between the 2 students would challenge his ability to keep pace with their movements. In the seemingly brief exchanges just now, there was a multitude of intricacies at play. Initially, Tatsuma utilized hair senbon to divert Kushina's attention, cleverly creating an opening to deploy the clone jutsu. Subsequently, deftly maneuvering the clone and confusing Kushina with deceptive seals, Tatsuma exploited the blind spot in her field of vision, cleverly crafted by the clone in front of her. The authentic Tatsuma then executed a well-timed genjutsu, catching Kushina off guard. Not to mention the way Kushina used her fall to use genjutsu release and counter with a kick, were elements even Sarutobi Atoma, a chunin with extensive experience as a ninja school instructor, found somewhat perplexing. Moreover, the taijutsu prowess and strength displayed by these 2 individuals caused him to sense a subtle discomfort within his own body. Beside him, Orochimaru maintained a constant smile. The recent performance of these 2 greatly pleased him, particularly Tatsuma's adept application of Jiraiya's ninjutsu, creating the impression of an enhanced version of Jiraiya in terms of strategic intelligence. Certainly, Orochimaru understood that his teammate wasn't lacking in intelligence. It's just that, in this situation, considering Jiraiya's personality, he would undeniably unleash his mastery of advanced ninjutsu at full power, even if it meant depleting all of his chakra. Tatsuma's strategic and calculated fighting style differed from Jiraiya's usual approach, but while Jiraiya might not favor it, Orochimaru did. Orochimaru glanced down at Minato, who displayed no signs of surprise. Growing even more intrigued, He pondered whether these two top students truly embodied, as Sakamoto-senpai had mentioned, a fusion of his and Jiraiya's strengths. Now, after a brief respite, Tatsuma and Kushina synchronized their breath and chakra, their expressions unusually serious. For Tatsuma, Kushina's mastery over her strength had evolved significantly since she first arrived in Konoha a year and a half ago. Furthermore, Kushina hadn't employed any ninjutsu or sealing jutsu thus far, prompting Tatsuma to sense a looming crisis. On the flip side, Kushina harbored intense frustration. Despite pouring nearly all her time into training over the past year, she still found herself unable to best Tatsuma, a source of considerable annoyance. Your chakra must be running low by now, right? I won't be deceived by your flashy ninjutsu any longer, Kushina declared, voicing her frustration even as she grappled with the absence of a breakthrough. Despite the irritation and the lack of a clear strategy, Kushina maintained her confidence. Tatsuma nodded in acknowledgement and casually remarked, yeah, it's challenging to pull off clone jutsu at this point. With those words hanging in the air, both combatants drew kunao. Since ninjutsu seemed to have limited efficacy, they opted for communication through the language of taijutsu. Both bent forward and charged. Kushina, embodying the philosophy of seizing the initiative, thrust her kunao directly at Tatsuma's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, Tatsuma sidestepped and a kunao emerged from below Kushina's arm, aiming straight for her throat. Humph. Kushina extended her right hand, pressing and swinging it to divert Tatsuma's left hand outward. Her left hand clenched into a fist, attempting to strike Tatsuma's midsection, but Tatsuma's right hand remained resolute. In a direct counter, Tatsuma's elbow met Kushina's fist, his elbow tips colliding with Kushina's knuckles. Despite Kushina possessing greater strength, she winced in pain and promptly withdrew her hand. However, Tatsuma appeared unwilling to afford Kushina an opportunity. The right hand that countered the elbow strike promptly seized hold of Kushina's left wrist. Subsequently, a left kick landed squarely on Kushina's abdomen. Despite Kushina's efforts to press Tatsuma's leg with her right hand, all she managed to achieve was shifting the impact point from the ribcage to just above her abdomen. Boom! This kick undeniably carried immense force. Kushina's face, initially flushed from the movement, now displayed a tendency to turn purple-black. Moreover, Tatsuma maintained a firm grip on Kushina's left hand, thwarting her attempts to break free. Without hesitation, Tatsuma deftly shifted his footing and rooted himself, applying a technique learned from a judo class he took in a previous life. This maneuver sent Kushina tumbling to the ground. In one fluid motion, Tatsuma twisted Kushina's wrist, compelling her to roll over and lie on the ground. Kneeling down, he pressed Kushina's left hand onto her own back. Only then did Tatsuma position the kunao horizontally at the back of Kushina's neck. With his other hand, he extended it, forming the seal of reconciliation, and placed it on Kushina's hand. With a smile, he declared, I win. Ding strength plus 3 stamina plus 3 spirit plus 3, seal, Kushina Uzumaki limited edition, plus 10%. Not bad. Now, let's commence the second round. Tatsuma, you're up against Minato. Just as Tatsuma reveled in the joy of his victory, Orochimaru's sinister voice echoed once again. Tatsuma's expression abruptly froze. His chakra was dwindling. His stamina proved insufficient. And, significantly, the areas where Kushina had struck him still throbbed with pain. Today's objective was to prevent Kushina from graduating, correct? Why does it I'm your target now, dammit? Chapter 38. Chapter 38, using the rules against Orochimaru. Tatsuma couldn't shake the suspicion that Orochimaru was merely performing a well-crafted act, yet lacked concrete evidence to support his intuition. He found himself helplessly observing Orochimaru, who maintained an air of sophistication with a touch of subtle malevolence. Throughout the course of his existence, Orochimaru took particular pleasure in toying with individuals who proudly deemed themselves geniuses. However, a direct assault on Kushina would be far too conspicuous. Orochimaru deemed it more effective to center attention on Tatsuma, creating an illusion that would lead Kushina to believe she was the favored one. After all, she had a break in the middle, and after the rest, she would face Minato, who had just concluded a fierce battle. As for whether Kushina would secure a victory due to this, even though Sarutobi-sensei didn't harbor hopes for Kushina to triumph in the initial round, Orochimaru remained indifferent. All that mattered to him was ensuring Kushina ultimately failed to graduate. Tatsuma squinted at Orochimaru, who was wearing an insidious smile, then released Kushina, allowing her to return to the sidelines for a moment of respite. Any more questions? Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, locking eyes with Tatsuma. Tatsuma shook his head and, with determination, formed the seal of confrontation, redirecting his focus toward Minato. Minato, we can start anytime. Minato had initially hoped Tatsuma would take some time to regain his strength, but with Tatsuma showing no inclination to stall, Minato had no alternative but to step forward, summoning the seal of confrontation. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered with Minato. It appeared that Tatsuma had refrained from offering his usual praises today. It wasn't as if Minato needed Tatsuma's commendation to engage in a fight, but after 2.5 years of camaraderie, Minato couldn't ignore the absence of Tatsuma's customary praise. There had to be a reason for this. As the two executed the seal of confrontation and then lowered their hands, Orochimaru also directed some attention, intrigued to observe how Tatsuma would approach the match with both stamina and chakra significantly depleted. However, after completing the seal of confrontation, the two refrained from an immediate assault, leaving Orochimaru perplexed and furrowing his brow. In that moment, Tatsuma lifted his head, revealing a radiant smile. Orochimaru-sama, I concede. Tatsuma's words took Orochimaru somewhat off guard. After all, the information he had gathered about Tatsuma emphasized Tatsuma's exceptional competitiveness, a drive so intense that he sought to engage in competition in even the most trivial aspects of life. But now, Tatsuma was unexpectedly conceding. Orochimaru glanced at Minato, who wore an expression that seemed to convey, I knew it, and then shifted his gaze back to Tatsuma, who had already formed the seal of reconciliation. Orochimaru inquired, care to explain the reason? Because I've already secured the qualification to advance to the next round of the test, haven't I? Tatsuma's smile remained brilliant. His competitiveness was undeniably robust, but it operated on the premise that he had a genuine chance of victory, seizing the opponent's talent. In his current state, facing Minato left him with no chance. After all, he was competitive, not a masochist. Tatsuma's response momentarily froze Orochimaru's expression. In the rules he had just outlined, it was explicitly stated that each participant needed to secure at least one victory to progress to the next round of the assessment. However, Orochimaru had not anticipated that Tatsuma would seize upon a casual remark to cleverly manipulate the situation, effectively toying with him, especially considering Tatsuma posed yet another challenge. The current standings were Tatsuma with 1 win and 1 loss, Kushina with 1 loss, and Minato with 1 win. If, in the third round, Minato chose to navigate the rules as Tatsuma had, then all three would boast at least one victory, making them eligible for the next round. Aren't you afraid that I could use your failure to engage as a reason to strip you of the qualification to continue the assessment? Orochimaru scrutinized Tatsuma, eager to discern his decision. However, Tatsuma simply shrugged and remarked, you forgot, you didn't mention any other rules. I made sure to ask. Indeed, Orochimaru recalled their prior conversation, silently applauding Tatsuma for his meticulousness. Little did he realize that Tatsuma's thoroughness was aimed at preempting Orochimaru from causing complications, and Orochimaru had inadvertently fallen into Tatsuma's cleverly laid trap. No, in a way, this trap was inadvertently laid by Orochimaru himself. If he hadn't deliberately made things challenging for Tatsuma, then Tatsuma wouldn't have had the opportunity to exploit this loophole. Alright, let's begin the third round. Minato, face off against Kushina. Orochimaru redirected his gaze, focusing on Kushina, who was still in shock and struggled to fully grasp the sudden turn of events. After regaining her composure, Kushina shot a discontented glare at Tatsuma and exclaimed, always resorting to petty tricks. Don't forget, you're the only one left now who needs to pursue victory. Best of luck. Tatsuma retorted in a sarcastic tone as they passed each other. Kushina attempted to intentionally bump into Tatsuma with her shoulder, but Tatsuma appeared to anticipate it, effortlessly sidestepping. Kushina stumbled a couple of steps instead. Darn it. Frustrated by her failed attempt, Kushina redirected her emotions toward Minato, who stood before her with a resigned smile. Glaring at Minato's seemingly apologetic expression, Kushina burst out, why are you grinning, sissy? Do you think you've already won? Minato froze for a moment. His peculiar smile earlier was merely a reaction to Tatsuma's peculiar actions and the evident clash between Tatsuma and Kushina. However, Minato didn't anticipate that once again, due to his own smile, Kushina would misunderstand him. He himself couldn't recall how many times Kushina had misinterpreted his smiles. Yet, Minato refrained from providing any clarifications, it was simply part of his inherent nature. Tatsuma often dubbed him as a steamed bun. Honestly, Minato remained puzzled about why Tatsuma used a steamed bun to describe his personality, warm and soft basically. Minato shook his head, cleared his thoughts, raised the hand he had recently lowered, formed the seal of confrontation, and said, Kushina, do you need to take a break? You've even formed the seal of confrontation. Are you planning to give me time to rest? Besides, I don't need it. Kushina adjusted her still sore left shoulder joint, and her right hand also assumed the seal of confrontation. The moment they released their hands, Minato's expression shifted. Suddenly, 6 shurikens materialized in his hand and were swiftly launched toward Kushina, who had yet to react. As the shurikens left Minato's hand, he frowned, regretting that he shouldn't have approached the battle with the same sense of urgency as with Tatsuma. After all, he and Kushina hadn't undergone numerous practical combat drills, and their familiarity with each other was limited. Hence, his combat approach had the potential to inflict harm upon Kushina. However, remorse held no sway now. When Kushina realized and attempted to evade, it was already too late. 2 shurikens sliced across her, causing blood to splatter. From the outset, the outcome of the battle had been predetermined. Kushina was defeated even more swiftly than when facing Tatsuma. Tatsuma wasn't in peak condition after their battle, and she wasn't at her best either. After a while, Minato, with 2 victories, observed the sulking Kushina and extended his hand, saying, sorry, but I promise you, I will carry your determination and take the first step toward becoming a ninja. Who asked you to carry it? Woo-woo. As she spoke, Kushina suddenly erupted into loud sobs. Minato felt somewhat helpless. Orochimaru, Sarutobi Atoma, and Tatsuma all silently directed their gaze toward the seemingly distant horizon, allowing Kushina to continue crying. They understood that Kushina needed this emotional release to express her emotions. Chapter 39, Orochimaru's gaze. Sadness can be expressed in many forms, and there are various ways to alleviate it. Some people experience immediate pain and release their sorrow through crying. Kushina, however, treads a different path. She wraps her sorrow in a formidable shell, allowing it to incubate within. The shell remains unbroken, growing silently and unnoticed, waiting for the opportune moment or triggered by a certain event before all hell breaks loose. Clearly, Kushina aligns with the latter category. The tragedy unfolding in the land of whirlpools has cast its somber shadow over time, its impact gradually seeping into the village of Konoha and permeating the awareness of ordinary folk for nearly a week. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina has borne an invisible burden since the tragedy unfolded. No explicit demand for revenge on behalf of the Uzumaki clan has been made, yet involuntary thoughts of such vengeance linger in her mind. She sets one goal after another for herself, advancing along what she deems the right path. Before achieving success, she refuses to release the driving force that hatred has brought her. However, her initial stride toward graduation from the academy faced direct obstruction from Tatsuma and Minato. This setback at the outset left Kushina uncertain, rendering her unable to make even the simplest choices. Much like a vulnerable infant, Kushina allows her emotions to guide her actions, as evident in her current bout of tears. Attempting to block or console her at this moment is akin to loosely applying a band-aid to the already cracked shell of Kushina. It's more effective to let her directly release her pent-up emotions. After an extended period of weeping, compounded by the exhaustion from 2 consecutive practical tests, Kushina succumbed to a deep slumber. Sarutobi Atoma observed Kushina, peacefully asleep yet still whimpering. Gently picking her up, he addressed Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sama, I'll take Kushina back first. It's fine, I have enough time today, we will wait for you. Orochimaru nonchalantly waved his hand, prompting their team's urgent recall. With no word from Tsunade after her return home and Jiraiya summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen for a conversation, Orochimaru, on a brief respite, didn't mind dedicating this time. However, once Sarutobi Atoma departed, Orochimaru turned his attention to Tatsuma and Minato, inquiring, both of you have performed well in the task you were given by the village. As for the upcoming second round of tests, do you wish to continue? Tatsuma maintained a stoic silence, avoiding both speech and eye contact with Minato. Minato's recent commitment to Kushina had already signaled his intent to persevere. Tatsuma, however, needed some time for contemplation. I will proceed with the assessment, Minato calmly declared. As expected, Minato wanted to continue, and Orochimaru shifted his gaze to Tatsuma, awaiting his response. Tatsuma took a moment to contemplate before raising his head to meet Orochimaru's eyes. With a respectful tone, he inquired, Orochimaru-sama, may I ask a question? Of course, Tatsuma-kun, Orochimaru replied. Orochimaru had already reclaimed his elegant smile, observing Tatsuma with keen curiosity. He wondered what question could influence Tatsuma's decision to graduate early. Inhaling deeply, Tatsuma asked, Orochimaru-sama, I'd like to understand why you are personally overseeing our assessment today. Is it because you perceive potential in us? Upon grasping Tatsuma's concern, Orochimaru discerned the young one's apprehension about post-graduation resources, not the tangible kind, but the intangible mentorship and team support. With a light chuckle, Orochimaru shook his head and remarked, it's precisely because I don't perceive significant potential in either of you, or rather, the village has no intention of having you both follow in my footsteps. Hence, I don't need to avoid bias and can serve as your assessor. Tatsuma, ready to pose further inquiries, was halted as Orochimaru waved his hand, stating, I understand your curiosity. Rest assured, the village won't let you down. And here's a little hint, if you successfully graduate, the Jonin leading your team is very likely to be my teammate. Orochimaru had no qualms about unveiling these secrets to the two, recognizing that only when the bait in the trap is sufficiently alluring can it entice the prey into the snare. At the current moment, divulging the potential magnitude of their future gains to Tatsuma and Minato aimed to stoke their enthusiasm for the upcoming assessments. While the duo's qualities already ensured their genin status, Orochimaru was not content with ending it on a predictable note. He desired to inject some excitement into the proceedings. Upon discovering the potential Jonin leader for their future team, Tatsuma and Minato shared a knowing look, a surge of motivation coursing through them. Tatsuma nodded, affirming, Orochimaru-sama, I will proceed with the assessment. Then take a short break. When your sensei returns, the assessment will commence. I can assure you, it won't be child's play, Orochimaru stated. As he spoke, his smile abruptly vanished, replaced by a cold, fierce, and murderous aura that emanated from him. His golden eyes appeared unfocused yet intensely fixed on the two. Gulp. Tatsuma and Minato both swallowed nervously, with Tatsuma particularly skeptical about the significance of such a formidable presence. In his previous life, when people asserted that an actor played a convincing criminal with a killer look in their eyes, he never experienced any genuine reaction while watching them. However, in this moment, the piercing gaze from Orochimaru induced a sensation as though a deranged murderer had perched on their shoulders, brandishing a cleaver and pressing it against their necks. Furthermore, I want to make one thing clear, Orochimaru suddenly unleashed his imposing aura, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile that carried the unsettling air of a manic killer. It wasn't overtly threatening, but it instilled a profound sense of dread. Maintaining his unsettling smile, Orochimaru continued, if you fail to pass my assessment, I might exercise some of my privileges to draft reports deeming you utterly useless. Consequently, upon your return to the academy, you will be viewed as nothing more than waste in the eyes of the jonin. With your talents, I'm confident you can discern the gravity of what I'm implying, correct? No guessing was required. Orochimaru was overtly indicating that missing this opportunity meant they shouldn't anticipate encountering a competent jonin leader in the future. Tatsuma furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Orochimaru. He harbored suspicions that Orochimaru might be bluffing, akin to Marino Ibuki's tactics to instill fear in participants during the Chunin exams. Yet, Orochimaru displayed no emotional vulnerabilities, leaving Tatsuma with the uneasy feeling that Orochimaru was indeed capable of such audacious actions. While Minato was still deep in contemplation, Tatsuma snapped out of it first and asserted, "I understand, Orochimaru-sama. Your assessment may pose challenges, but I trust that you wouldn't intentionally block our path. If we exhibit qualities that impress you, I believe you won't consider us as having failed the assessment." Quite confident. Give it a try. Orochimaru maintained his smile. Observing Minato regain his determination, Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "However, if I were you, I'd concentrate on recovering your condition." "I understand," Tatsuma nodded. Then, he and Minato exchanged a glance, both swiftly forming hand seals to refine and restore their chakra. Chapter 40, Tatsuma and Minato vs Orochimaru. Sarutobi Atoma didn't reappear until close to noon. It was apparent that, in addition to guiding Kushina back, he had briefed the Hokage on the earlier events. As Orochimaru cast a scrutinizing gaze at the duo, he dryly remarked, "Looks like your break time is done." At this point, both individuals had replenished their chakra, yet their physical stamina hadn't fully rebounded. Minato was in relatively better shape, whereas Tatsuma grappled with more noticeable fatigue. Nevertheless, Orochimaru remained resolute, displaying no inclination to grant them the luxury of a nap before resuming the assessment. The duo rose to their feet, discreetly edging a bit farther away from Orochimaru. While unaware of the specific nature of Orochimaru's assessment, the decision to increase the distance was a strategic move to allow for better reaction time, a prudent choice. Observing their subtle maneuver, Orochimaru acknowledged their alertness. He lifted his hand, commencing the formation of hand seals. Noticing Orochimaru's deliberate pace, Tatsuma briefly brightened, entertaining the hopeful notion that Orochimaru might be taking it easy on them. Wind release, wind cutter technique. However, Tatsuma's optimism proved unfounded. The moment Orochimaru completed the hand seals, Tatsuma's keen eyes detected distortions in the space around Orochimaru. Witnessing this unfold, Tatsuma instinctively unleashed his own chakra outward. Although he hadn't systematically mastered techniques for utilizing sensory-type chakra, his innate sensory talent enabled him to effortlessly discern changes in chakra within his surroundings. Within Tatsuma's heightened sensory perception, several wind blades assailed them, with Minato, at that moment, maintaining his vigilance, oblivious to the impending danger. Swiftly forming hand seals, Tatsuma mobilized chakra to his legs, activating the body flicker jutsu instantaneously. Closing the gap, he maneuvered toward Minato, executing and threw him to the ground. Bang! Boom boom! As the two descended to the ground, the positions they had previously occupied, along with the tree stumps and boulders behind them, all appeared as if they had been sliced through by invisible blades. "Indeed, I didn't make a mistake. It is indeed a sensory talent," Orochimaru remarked, observing the unfolding scene. Having witnessed Tatsuma's sensory prowess in the recent clash with Kushina, the trial now confirmed it. "Orochimaru-sama, as expected from you," Tatsuma replied with a grim look. Upon seeing the havoc caused by Orochimaru, Sarutobi Atoma became uneasy. However, as he began to speak, Orochimaru fixed his gaze on him, rendering him speechless. A calm expression curved Orochimaru's lips as he coldly uttered, "Sarutobi Atoma, you are merely a witness. I am the examiner." "Yes, Orochimaru-sama," Sarutobi Atoma reluctantly nodded, casting a concerned glance toward the two students who had narrowly avoided harm, hoping they could persevere. Minato also grasped the gravity of the situation and whispered, "Thanks, Tatsuma. Are you okay?" Tatsuma shook his head and replied, "Use chakra to sense changes around you. Wind release isn't as visually apparent as other jutsu, you need to observe more carefully." Minato nodded, saying, "I understand." Although the exchange between the two was brief, it presented Orochimaru with ample opportunities to launch multiple attacks. Surprisingly, he remained motionless, observing the two with keen interest. As the two students rose from the ground, their vigilance remained heightened, particularly Minato. Following Tatsuma's lead, he began to release his chakra outward. Orochimaru found this intriguing. Could it be that Minato also possessed sensory talent? It was worth noting that not everyone had this innate ability, and sensing changes in the surrounding chakra by overflowing one's own chakra was a skill not every ninja possessed. Eager to test this possibility, Orochimaru leisurely formed hand seals once again, unleashing the wind cutter technique. Witnessing the sequence of hand seals, the two immediately tensed up. The moment Orochimaru completed the hand seals, Tatsuma and Minato simultaneously activated the seal of confrontation. With both of them attuned to each other's actions, there was no need for hand seals in executing the body flicker jutsu. Boom boom. The two rolled somewhat awkwardly, successfully dodging the slicing wind blades. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. It seemed Minato also possessed such talent. Truly remarkable. Now, let's talk about the conditions for passing the assessment. Orochimaru's smile reappeared, and as his words were uttered, Tatsuma and Minato suddenly realized that Orochimaru hadn't even explained the content of the assessment or how to pass it. Observing the reactions of the two, Orochimaru's smile deepened. He relished the sensation of others struggling to decipher him, even though he had, admittedly, forgotten to provide an explanation beforehand. Attack me, and as long as either of you touches me, the assessment will be considered passed. It could be with your bodies, your ninjutsu, or your ninja tools, all are acceptable. Orochimaru spoke slowly, forming hand seals again. However, this seal was unfamiliar to both, but they still readied their legs to run at any moment. Earth release, earth shore return. Wind release, gale palm. Just as Tatsuma wondered why Orochimaru had erected an earthen wall in front of him, he found the wall instantly shattering. A powerful gust of wind swept through, turning the broken wall into sharp projectiles that assailed him and Minato. Not good, can't escape. Observing the extensive coverage of this ninjutsu, Tatsuma's eyelids twitched. There seemed to be no way to evade it. In this predicament, Tatsuma looked at Minato, who was sharing the same concern, and they both nodded simultaneously. Wild Lion's main jutsu. Ninja Art Needle Jizo. Both of them swiftly formed hand seals. Minato's golden hair immediately grew wild, enveloping the two of them. Tatsuma's blue and white hair, on the other hand, surged behind him and entwined around the tree stumps that Orochimaru's wind cutter technique had severed. Thud thud thud. Tatsuma suddenly jerked his head forward. As the fragments of earth approached within 2 meters of the two, several large tree stumps materialized in front of them, serving as shields against the flying debris. Meanwhile, the hand seals of Tatsuma and Minato were not yet complete. The moment Tatsuma finished his hand seals, he seemingly descended into the ground like a plummet. Simultaneously, when Minato completed his hand seals, a transformation jutsu clone manifested in Tatsuma's original position. As the tree stumps were removed, Orochimaru, observing the two unscathed individuals, suddenly lowered his gaze, then forcefully stomped the ground. Bang! Tatsuma, who had employed the double suicide decapitation jutsu to infiltrate the ground, hadn't closed in yet when Orochimaru's formidable force erupted from the ground, shaking him out. However, Tatsuma didn't yield. His strands of hair launched an assault on Orochimaru. Jiraiya's technique, but too slow. Orochimaru drew a kunao, condensing wind release chakra in his mouth. With a breath towards the kunao, a chakra-long sword materialized. He swung the chakra blade, severing all the hair that approached him. But at that moment, 2 strands of golden hair burst through the ground, entwining around Orochimaru's legs. Continuous mutual protection, truly an impressive tactic. Looking down at his entangled legs and then at the smiling faces of the two, Orochimaru laughed even more brilliantly than them because, in the next moment, bang, smoke rose, and Orochimaru vanished. Tatsuma and Minato's smiles froze on their faces, not realizing when Orochimaru had employed the shadow clone jutsu. The ninjutsu just now blocked my vision and also blocked yours. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly emerged from behind Sarutobi Atoma. Clearly, he had utilized the taller and more imposing figure of Sarutobi Atoma to perfectly conceal his own presence. Seeing this, Tatsuma and Minato wore expressions of resignation. Moreover, to seize this opportunity, they had very little chakra remaining. Orochimaru, observing the two in their desperate situation, smirked sinisterly and said, "No way out, huh? If there's no way out." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden gust of wind swept through the training ground. The strands of hair that Orochimaru had severed from Tatsuma danced in the wind, and one happened to fall onto Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru looked at the strand of hair curling up without chakra and shook his head, saying, "It seems it's fate, after all." Chapter 41, reporting to the Hokage. Tatsuma and Minato could hardly believe it when an unexpected gust of wind played a crucial role in them passing the examination in a somewhat bewildered state. Perhaps it wasn't just the wind, Orochimaru seemed almost eager to find a reason to advance them. Despite the imperfections in their displayed abilities, there might be a few gaps to bridge before attaining Chunin status. Nevertheless, when it comes to mere graduation, they prove more than competent. In the end, it appeared Orochimaru's intention was to push their limits and assess their true potential. The following day, the pair adorned with their Konoha ninja headbands found themselves ushered to a photography studio by Sarutobi Atoma. There, the unmistakable click-clack sound accompanied the capture of their imposing headshots, followed by a visit to acquire new ninja tools. To be honest, amidst the passing days and after the skirmish with Orochimaru, Tatsuma had almost entirely overlooked the ninja tools promised by Sarutobi Atoma. Were it not for the reminder from Sarutobi Atoma, it might have slipped his mind entirely. A subsequent day unfolded. After completing breakfast post-morning exercises, Tatsuma pondered the morning's training regimen when he noticed the entrance of an Umbu ninja donning a mysterious mask into his apartment. Sakamoto Tatsuma. The Umbu ninja lowered his voice, rendering his original tone indiscernible. Tatsuma noted a few familiar features about the mysterious figure but refrained from dwelling on his identity. He simply nodded and replied, "Yes. Here's your ninja registration certificate. Please report to the Hokage Tower at your earliest convenience." "Yes." Tatsuma nodded, accepting the ninja registration certificate from the Umbu ninja's hand. As he glanced at the photo on the certificate, a tinge of regret washed over him. Why hadn't he utilized chakra control to style his hair better before taking the picture? Disheveled like a clump of moldy, sun-dried seaweed, his two eyes appeared unfocused, and the iconic smile was noticeably absent. The photo was an outright failure? Lost in his momentary distraction, Tatsuma snapped back to reality only to discover that the Umbu ninja had vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of their presence in the room. With such skill on display, it wouldn't be an overstatement to declare it 10 times more potent than Jiraiya's. Undeterred, Tatsuma didn't immediately make his way to the Hokage's office. Instead, he opted for a shower, changed into fresh clothes, and meticulously blow-dried his hair with a cool breeze, attempting to restore order to the unruly mess as much as possible. Only after securing the ninja headband and clutching the ninja registration certificate did he make his way towards the Hokage Tower. Upon reaching the tower's base, Tatsuma noticed Minato shivering in the chilly breeze beneath the lingering spring frost. "How long have you been here?" Tatsuma inquired. Minato sniffled and replied, "Just about an hour. After sweating it out and enduring this cold wind, aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Observing that Minato hadn't even changed his clothes, Tatsuma surmised that this determined individual must have received the order and hastily rushed to the Hokage Tower, still clad in his gear. Tatsuma wasn't as gullible as Minato. He knew that this early in the morning was when the Jonin class conducted their meetings, and occasionally, one could catch Sarutobi Hiruzen delivering lectures downstairs. During this time frame, the ninjas inside the Hokage Tower hadn't yet commenced their daily tasks, and some hadn't even returned to their posts. It was unrealistic to expect them to spare time to receive Tatsuma and Minato and meet with the Hokage. Minato sniffled once more and admitted, "The Umbu ninja-sama told me to hurry, so I didn't think too much about it." Tatsuma shook his head and advised, "When you return today, brew some ginger honey tea. Also, remember to sleep with an extra blanket to avoid catching a cold on your first day as a ninja." "I understand." Minato nodded, appreciating Tatsuma's concern. Suddenly, the chill seemed to subside. Tatsuma cast a glance at the Hokage Tower, noting that no one had emerged yet. He touched his own headband and remarked, "Minato, it appears that as a ninja, you can choose the style of your headband. Would you like to change yours?" "I think it's fine as it is. Do you want to change yours?" Minato felt a tad perplexed. After all, wearing the headband on the forehead in the standard way was the most traditional approach. While alternative styles or methods were permitted as long as the symbol remained visible, Minato still held the belief that the standard way was the most optimal. Tatsuma nodded, gesturing towards his own hair, and remarked, "My hair is too fluffy. If I wear the headband on my forehead, the section pressed down by the strap will leave looking like a pineapple." Minato observed Tatsuma's demonstration as he circled around and nodded in understanding. "I see. So where do you plan to wear it? Around your neck? Many ninjas wear it that way. It can also provide protection for the throat." "No, that's like donning a turtleneck sweater, right? I've never been a fan of turtleneck sweaters." Tatsuma decisively shook his head, dismissing the notion of wearing it around his neck. "Wouldn't that be too itchy?" After pondering for a moment, Tatsuma suggested, "I'm considering wearing it on my arm or as a belt, so it won't impact my agility." Wearing it on the arm is a smart choice, but it might limit movement and make it challenging to exert force. You'd have to secure it with elastic bandages. And as for using it as a belt, do you think that might be a bit indecent? Minato pondered for a moment and shared his perspective. Tatsuma, lost in contemplation, nodded in agreement. Wearing the headband around the waist did indeed seem indecent, particularly when interacting with ninjas from other villages. While ninjas had vests like shinin and jonin vests adorned with village insignias, they didn't always wear them on a daily basis. Consequently, when encountering ninjas from other villages, the most practical means of identification was through the headband. If one used the headband as a belt, then during interactions with ninjas from other villages, they would need to glance at their waist to identify themselves. It might be acceptable when facing female ninjas from other villages, but if it was a male ninja... Tatsuma shivered at the thought, convinced that only Might Guy and Rock Lee, two relentlessly passionate ninjas, could endure such scrutiny. He decided it was not his style. "Let's go with the arm. I'll buy some elastic bandages when we get back." As the two deliberated on high-quality ninja outfits, a jonin with a cheerful smile approached them and said, "Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze." "Yes, X2." Unacquainted with the jonin, they both saluted and replied with a simple yes. The jonin didn't provide much information either, stating, "Please follow me. Hokage-sama is already waiting." Following the jonin into the Hokage Tower, they reached the Hokage's office. The jonin knocked on the door, received a come-in from inside, and then opened the door, signaling the two to enter. As he left, he closed the door behind them. "Tatsuma, Minato. Hokage-sama X2. The two saluted and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. He waved his hand, saying, "You can stand up, no need to be too formal." After the two stood up, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "I'm sure you both know the reason I called you here today. I won't waste much time on words. Your team leader, for now, will be Jiraiya. You should be familiar with him, but this is temporary, as you are only a team of two. There may be changes in the team in the future. Do you understand?" Upon learning that Jiraiya would be leading the team, Tatsuma let out a slight sigh of relief. He nodded along with Minato and said, "Understood X2. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, then turned to the side, saying, "Jiraiya, are you satisfied with your two subordinates?" The two followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze and only then noticed that Jiraiya had been standing there with a cheerful smile, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. He nodded and said, "If possible, I'd even like to take both of them as my disciples." Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Minato happily smiled, but Tatsuma discerned a hint of significance in Jiraiya's statement. Chapter 42, Jonin Team Leader and Sensei. When Jiraiya uttered, "I want to take them both as disciples," it revealed that he hadn't definitively decided to accept them as apprentices. However, if he declares that he wished to take both of them as disciples, it signifies an inability on his part to take on apprentices. Certainly, taking both of them as disciples appears to be a desire deeply rooted in Jiraiya's heart. Yet, the fact remains that fulfilling this desire poses a challenge for him. According to Tatsuma's assessment, Minato is slated to become Jiraiya's disciple, but Tatsuma himself is an unexpected scenario. When there's only one prodigy, it's standard for Sarutobi Hiruzen to assign them to Jiraiya, who is more inclined to take on apprentices. However, with the emergence of two exceptional talents, Sarutobi Hiruzen must now grapple with the challenge of not only avoiding a shortage but also ensuring a balanced distribution. Additionally, he faces the task of allocating among his three disciples. Orochimaru, who supervised their genin exam, explicitly conveyed to Tatsuma that he wouldn't be taking on both individuals as apprentices. Jiraiya, on the other hand, is unable to accept both due to the need to accommodate Tsunade. This put Tatsuma in a quandary. What advantages would he derive from becoming Tsunade's disciple? In this realm, the mentor-disciple dynamic holds great significance. Simply being part of a Jonin team doesn't automatically establish one as a Jonin's apprentice. Generally, the connection between a Jonin squad captain and genin team members is usually one of authority and subordination or, at most, mentorship. It mirrors the future scenario with Team 7, where Kakashi leads as a Jonin, and the three members address him as sensei, but Kakashi refrains from officially adopting them as disciples. The true mentors or masters of Team 7, the genuine senseis, are the Sunin, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. This encapsulates the essence of the mentor-disciple relationship. The mentor-disciple relationship isn't merely a symbol of status, it serves as the conduit for passing down the ninja way and exclusive techniques, with Orochimaru's adoption standing as a notable exception. If Tatsuma were to become Tsunade's disciple, his status would be impeccable, even surpassing Minato Namikaze, who originally became Jiraiya's disciple. However, Tsunade's expertise, in super strength and medical skills, is not suitable for Tatsuma. Oddly enough, these are precisely Tsunade's strengths but are the areas where Tatsuma is least skilled, as he lacks any special talents and has no interest in pursuing the medical ninja path. Hence, what Tsunade can essentially provide him is a layer of endorsement in terms of status. Contemplating this, Tatsuma cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen, displaying a hint of comprehension. Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention was for Jiraiya to guide the two as Jonin. In the future, regardless of who becomes Tsunade's disciple, there's no imperative for them to fully adopt Tsunade's ninja path and techniques. Jiraiya will carve the path forward for both, freeing Tsunade from the need to personally guide her disciples. The identity of Tsunade's disciple becomes inconsequential, what both the mentor and disciple can exchange is a mutual acknowledgement. Tsunade's reputation can shield the development of her disciples, and as the disciples mature, they, in turn, contribute to enhancing their master's renown. One person who might find themselves at a disadvantage is Jiraiya. However, considering the bond between Jiraiya and Tsunade, he may not be bothered by willingly shouldering the disadvantage. Upon grasping this dynamic, Tatsuma couldn't help but break into a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been attentively observing the duo, was reminded of Uzumaki Mito's commendations on Tatsuma's resemblance to Tobirama-sensei. If Uzumaki Mito had initially praised Tatsuma's decisiveness in facing enemies, now Tatsuma's displayed thoughtfulness and ability to perceive nuances undeniably mirrored those of the second Hokage. Alright, it's time for your team to acquaint themselves as well. Jiraiya, take these two youngsters with you. If there are any issues, don't hesitate to seek me out. Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured with a wave of his hand. Jiraiya nodded, glanced at the duo, and casually remarked, "Come along, little ones." And with that, Jiraiya swiftly darted toward a nearby window. In the midst of Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression transitioning from delight to sudden annoyance, Jiraiya inadvertently shattered the window once more, executing a hasty escape. Observing the abrupt change in Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor, Tatsuma and Minato exchanged glances before cautiously navigating over the broken window, following Jiraiya in his escape. After traversing a substantial portion of the core area, Jiraiya finally came to a halt on the rooftop of a building. Turning to the two who effortlessly followed, he quipped, "Not bad. I thought having genin-level skills would be impressive." Indeed. Certainly, Jiraiya didn't exert himself fully. It was almost leisurely for him, yet not something any genin could easily match. Some recently promoted shinin might even find it daunting. Nevertheless, Tatsuma and Minato effortlessly kept pace, not breaking a sweat. Minato, feeling a tad sheepish, offered a smile and scratched his head. Tatsuma then remarked, "If you had employed the body flicker jutsu, given our skills, catching up would be quite the challenge." Jiraiya acknowledged Tatsuma's praise with a silent nod, then casually leaned against a low wall. "Even though I'm already acquainted with you two, we still need to go through the formalities. Let's begin with self-introductions. I'll kick it off as the leading Jonin. I'm Jiraiya, a Konoha Jonin skilled in ninjutsu, excluding lightning release. I have a penchant for literary creation and drawing inspiration. What I can't stand, or rather, absolutely detest, is Orochimaru and his vile snakes. My aspiration is to reshape the ninja world, or assist others in doing so. Now, it's your turn. Minato nodded and started. I'm Minato Namikaze, a Konoha genin proficient in ninja tool throwing and taijutsu, although not quite at Tatsuma's level. My hobby is reading. There's nothing that comes to mind that I particularly dislike at the moment. My dream is to become a ninja recognized and trusted by everyone, just like Hokage-sama. Hokage, huh? It's a pretty common dream at your age, Jiraiya remarked, glancing at Tatsuma. Tatsuma nodded and stated, I'm Sakamoto Tatsuma, a Konoha genin. I specialize in the same areas as Minato, and our skills are pretty evenly matched. My hobby is defeating people I respect. I do have one thing I specifically dislike, though, and that's this unruly hair. My dream is to seek out and overcome all worthy challengers and, if possible, find a way to make my hair straight and silky. Quite a robust sense of competitiveness. I've got your basic information, but you didn't mention anything about what I taught you. How come, even after my ninjutsu guidance, you still aren't proficient? Jiraiya playfully questioned. Minato was about to explain but was halted by Jiraiya, who tousled his hair with his hand. Then Jiraiya continued, from now on, you can call me Jiraiya-sensei, or just sensei. Although our temporary team will disband, no matter which one of you becomes Tsunade's disciple, it won't change the fact that you are my students. Got it? Minato nodded, then caught on to something amiss. Tatsuma looked at Jiraiya in disbelief. Jiraiya, too, realized the oversight, scratched his head, and said, oops, slipped my mind. Well, you'll have to go through it sooner or later. Now that you know, let's focus on what's most important for you at the moment, learning. Mastering the techniques of a ninja and how to become a true ninja. Since you're already my students, I won't hold back. Unless, of course, you only possess lightning release chakra, I can teach you. Jiraiya spoke with great confidence. Minato nodded. Tatsuma had informed him that each ninja possesses their own chakra attributes, one or more. However, neither of them was certain about their own chakra attributes due to the expense of chakra paper, which was beyond their budget. Jiraiya seemed prepared and produced a few sheets of paper, saying, next, let's test your chakra attributes. Chapter 43, Chakra Attributes and First Mission. Wind, Fire, Water, Earth. Haha, kid, you're just like me. Jiraiya tousled Tatsuma's head even more, then glanced at Minato Namikaze. At that moment, Minato Namikaze was also scrutinizing the test paper in his hand and remarked, wrinkle, tear, burn. I should have lightning, wind, and fire, right? Yes, not bad. You're also a ninja with 3 attributes. Unfortunately, I can't offer you much guidance on lightning release. However, I've delved into wind and fire nature techniques quite extensively. Lightning release will be your own journey of exploration in the future. Jiraiya felt a bit helpless. Minato nodded, undeterred. After all, he hadn't delved into any nature techniques thus far, and contemplating mastering all 3 attributes seemed overly ambitious. Jiraiya turned to the two and inquired, do you want to take a few days off, let me draft your training plan, and then integrate practice with your missions? Or are you planning to jump right into missions without a break? Usually for regular genin who have just graduated, there's no need to create an elaborate training plan. Just take them for tree climbing and water walking exercises. However, Tatsuma and Minato had already mastered these fundamentals during their time at the academy. Furthermore, their evaluations from 2 days ago were scrutinized through the telescope jutsu by Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hence, for these 2 prodigies, employing an off-the-shelf plan wouldn't suffice. Jiraiya's fervor for his inaugural set of students also prevented him from taking such a shortcut. Conducting a direct examination of the chakra attributes of the 2, Jiraiya intended to customize their training based on the nuances of their chakra characteristics. This required some preparation time. After deliberation, Tatsuma and Minato then addressed Jiraiya, Jiraiya-sensei, we're ready to embark on missions now. Minato was eager for the ninja life, while Tatsuma, based on his understanding, knew that freshly graduated genin typically had to tackle several D-rank missions like weeding and finding lost cats. Instead of waiting, it's better to knock out these missions first and then delve into training and take on higher-level tasks, Tatsuma suggested. Jiraiya nodded and remarked, I anticipated your choices, so I've already selected a suitable mission for you. What mission? Minato asked eagerly. Jiraiya unfurled a scroll and replied, it's a C-rank mission. Apprehend a C-rank rogue ninja from the waterfall hidden village and dismantle the influence they've established in the land of fire. Upon hearing this, Minato's eyes sparked with anticipation, while Tatsuma was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated starting with a C-rank mission. Observing Tatsuma's reaction, Jiraiya laughed heartily and commented, Tatsuma, you little rascal, didn't see that coming, huh? Sarutobi-sensei initially had reservations, but considering the talents you 2 possess, engaging in D-rank missions would be a total waste of time. This mission is just right. The target is only a Chunin. Despite establishing their influence in the land of fire after defection, it's nothing more than a few Ronin and thugs. And I'll accompany you on this mission. However, unless you run into danger, I won't offer any assistance. Of course, considering the nature of this low-level mission, I'll have to question your abilities if you do encounter danger. Jiraiya spoke with a teasing tone as if attempting to ignite their emotions. However, neither of the two reacted, which left Jiraiya feeling a bit unenthused. Nonchalantly, he inquired, "Are you up for it?" "I'm willing." "No problem." Both nodded, and Jiraiya tossed the mission scroll to them, remarking, "You decide the departure time." Minato took the scroll and began to examine it, while Tatsuma tentatively said, "Jiraiya-sensei, this is a mission outside the village. Along the way, expenses for food and accommodation. Typically, when ninjas undertake missions, accommodations might be informal, and dining out or starting a fire might not be practical. They usually rely on military ration pills." However, Tatsuma's concern was with the military ration pills, which had to be purchased. Seeing Tatsuma looking somewhat hesitant yet expectant, Jiraiya scratched his belly and said, "Need a loan. Borrowing for military rations pills is fine." Seeing Jiraiya getting straight to the point, Tatsuma also spoke openly, and Jiraiya nodded, asking, "Anything else? Ninja tools? Explosive tags? Smoke bombs? Do you need these?" As the Jonin leading the team, Jiraiya didn't mind the two students spending some money. After all, Tsunade had been unable to come home recently, and no one would be spending his money. His wallet was quite full now. Tatsuma shook his head and said, "Sarutobi Atoma-sensei has already purchased new ninja tools for us. Explosive tags and smoke bombs are a bit too pricey. We might end up in the red after completing the mission, so it's unnecessary." "Unnecessary? This is your first mission. Are you sure you don't want to be more thorough in your preparations?" Jiraiya chuckled while looking at the two. Both shook their heads. After all, their conversation with Jiraiya was framed in a borrowing context. If they borrowed more, they'd have to pay back more. Being genin now meant they would lose their allowances starting next month. They'd also be responsible for covering the rent and utilities for their apartments. Since they hadn't completed any missions yet, overspending was a luxury they couldn't afford. "All right then, I'll prepare the military rations pills for you. When do you plan to depart?" Jiraiya didn't attempt to persuade them further. Tatsuma looked at Minato, who had finished reading the mission scroll. Minato lowered his head, contemplated for a moment, and said, "The entire village is being held hostage. Every day we delay brings more danger to the villagers. Tatsuma, can you leave in the afternoon? I don't need much preparation on my end, how about you?" Tatsuma nodded and replied, "No problem. Our situations are similar. We just need to gather our things when we get back." Only then did Minato turn to Jiraiya and said, "Jiraiya-sensei, we plan to depart afternoon, tentatively around 2 p.m. Is that acceptable to you? You decide, I won't give you advice, and I won't be a burden to you." Jiraiya shrugged, and Tatsuma and Minato nodded. Tatsuma added, "All right, for now, let's disband. Minato, plan our route, and I'll head to the Hokage's office to report and pick up the travel permit. We'll rendezvous at the village entrance at 2 p.m. "No problem." Minato handed the mission scroll to Tatsuma, who hadn't glanced at it yet. Obtaining the travel permit from the Hokage's office required referencing the mission scroll. The three swiftly departed. Tatsuma returned home and perused the mission scroll. The destination was a place called Hakusen Village, renowned for its hot springs and cultural industries. Recently, it had fallen under the control of Nasu, a rogue ninja from the Waterfall Village, the target of their mission. Their task was to apprehend this rogue ninja and dismantle the criminal organization he had established in Hakusen Village. The mission was commissioned by the daimyo's estate. After a quick perusal of the mission details, Tatsuma rolled up the scroll and commenced packing his belongings: a sizable ninja tool backpack, 2 compact waist pouches, and leg pouches. He armed himself with the necessary ninja tools, secured the door, and set out. Tatsuma initially headed to the Hokage's office to report and acquire the travel permit. Subsequently, he visited the Konoha archives, the village library, to gather information about Hakusen Village. Following a swift lunch, he hastened to the village entrance for the rendezvous. Minato was already waiting at the entrance, and the two exchanged information. Jiraiya, arriving with a leap, handed over the travel permit for inspection by the ninja stationed at the village gate. After verification, Tatsuma and Minato took their first steps outside Konoha Village. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Darkness of the Ninja World. 2 days had elapsed when a trio of individuals finally reached the outskirts of Hakusen Village. Although the hot springs in the Land of Fire couldn't compete with the fame of those in the Land of Hot Water, Hakusen's underground waters remained a hidden gem, not widely recognized across the Land of Fire. Despite its relatively lower profile, Hakusen Village drew visitors from nearby settlements eager to immerse themselves in the soothing hot springs. Some sought not only relaxation but also a taste of the local traditions and industries that added unique charm to this quaint village. The trio came to a halt approximately 5 miles outside the village. Tatsuma and Minato intended to delve into their next course of action when they realized that Jiraiya had vanished. In the distance, on the road leading to Hakusen Village, a swaggering, middle-aged man with a lecherous smile made his way forward. Despite the stark dissimilarity to Jiraiya's appearance, the two companions, having spent 2 days together, were unequivocally convinced that this man was none other than Jiraiya. Grumbling about their less-than-ideal encounter with their team leader Jonin, Tatsuma and Minato found themselves with no alternative but to proceed with their strategic discussion. The outcome of their deliberation proved to be rather straightforward. Initiate with an external reconnaissance, proceed to infiltration for intelligence gathering, and culminate with decisive action. However, given the inaugural nature of their collaborative mission, a collective decision was made to exercise caution at every stage. Following a concise deliberation, the duo embarked on a reconnaissance mission outside the village. Initially, everything appeared unremarkable, but as the evening shadows crept in, they hesitated upon reaching a cemetery on the outskirts. Sensing an anomaly not far off, both swiftly masked their presence and advanced toward the commotion to discreetly observe. Behind a tombstone, a group of Ronin wielding knives had apprehended a 13 or 14-year-old boy. His hands and feet were tightly bound, a gag silenced his cries, and he sobbed incessantly. The surrounding Ronin reveled in hearty laughter. I thought it was some ninja attempting to assassinate Boss Nasu. Turns out, it's you, Murata you little brat. What's this? Did your sister's milk make you grow a backbone recently? Ahahaha. Upon hearing the Ronin audaciously mention his sister, Murata who had been sobbing, felt a surge of rage. Disregarding his restraints, he lunged towards the Ronin. Pfft. However, what awaited him was a knife thrust into his shoulder. Murata instantly crumpled to the ground, curled up, and twitching sporadically. Not far away, Minato, witnessing the grim scene, swiftly drew a kunai from his hand. Yet, Tatsuma restrained him with a firm grip. Perplexed and anxious, Minato looked at Tatsuma, who was now gritting his teeth, and said, "There's no saving him. Don't do anything unnecessary." Minato's confusion deepened. Observing Murata he noted that the frequency of his convulsions was gradually diminishing. The nearby Ronin, oblivious to the severity, continued their assault, causing Murata to roll over repeatedly. However, Murata blood was swiftly pooling, staining his upper garment a deep red. It dawned on Minato, Murata had been struck in the artery by that earlier knife. Given their lack of knowledge in medical ninjutsu, even immediate intervention wouldn't have spared him. He's dead? How did he die so quickly? At that moment, the Ronin also discerned that something was amiss with Murata. One of them bent down to inspect Murata condition. After a while, he shakily turned to the Ronin who had inflicted the fatal wound and stated, "Brother Yuzuki, this kid's gone." The Ronin known as Yuzuki was momentarily taken aback by the news, but soon a more twisted smile crept onto his face. He remarked, "If he's dead, he's dead. But, as the perpetrators, we've got to offer some compensation." Compensation? Yeah, he bit the dust just like that. Does his sister have the funds to bury him? Tonight, we'll pay a visit to his sister, throw in a little extra money when we tip her, let her head home with a smile. When she discovers her little brother's demise, we can chalk it up as a charitable act. Ha ha ha. Yuzuki's grin, against the backdrop of the darkening graveyard, took on a particularly malevolent quality. Not far away, Minato's hand, firmly held by Tatsuma, struggled to break free. However, Tatsuma applied even more force, subduing Minato's attempts and preventing any impulsive actions. Minato could only watch helplessly as the Ronin dragged Murata's lifeless body towards the village. "Tatsuma, why are you stopping me?" As the Ronin departed, Minato inquired somberly from Tatsuma, who had just released his grip, "Are you going to kill them?" "I'll make sure they pay. That's why I can't let you loose. Remember, our main objective is capturing the rogue ninja Nasu, and only then addressing his accomplices." Tatsuma met Minato's gaze with a stern expression. Minato, still perplexed and slightly uncertain, questioned, "Why? Are we supposed to let these killers off the hook in the name of mission success?" "No, I want to take them down just as badly. But if we strike now, it might give our main target, Nasu the true mastermind behind these horrors, an opportunity to escape. He could unleash a tragedy elsewhere. Capturing him takes precedence over dealing with these few culprits at the moment. If we were unaware of Nasu's existence, I'd fully support your intervention, even if it meant eliminating them. But not now. Do you get it?" Tatsuma, grappling with his own anger, found it challenging to contain his emotions. Minato stayed quiet for a moment, then regained some composure and nodded, saying, "I understand, Tatsuma. What's our next move?" "We need to trail their movements, gather intel on the rogue ninja named Nasu. These individuals barely meet the standards of true ninjas. Even if we allow them to slip away for 3 days, we can still catch up. But Nasu is a different story." Taking a deep breath, Tatsuma reiterated, "We are ninjas. Killing is our fate, but it's never our objective. It's a means to achieve results. Keep that in mind." "I understand." Minato nodded, and sensing that he had reined in his emotions, Tatsuma nodded in return. They swiftly moved forward, maintaining their presence hidden, tracing the same path as the Ronin from earlier. Although this was their first mission outside, as representatives of the Academy's prodigies, the art of stealth was not difficult for them. While not as advanced as later characters like Orochimaru, who could disguise themselves and approach the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen without being noticed, dealing with these few Ronin was relatively straightforward. Under the vigilant gaze of Tatsuma and Minato, Yuzuki and his companions initially brought Murata to a somewhat dilapidated house, presumably Murata's residence. Inside, there lay a farewell letter personally written by Murata. However, upon the arrival of Yuzuki and the others, the letter remained unopened. Spotting the letter, Yuzuki and his cohorts decided to unveil its contents. They gathered around, heads close together, whispering and struggling to decipher the characters Murata had written. After considerable effort, they finally managed to read it and callously tossed the letter aside, laughing carelessly. Later, they exchanged hushed words amongst themselves before entering another room, clearly belonging to a woman. Inside, they discovered an array of provocative garments, and without hesitation, they began adorning Murata-yu with them. Once their unconventional makeover was complete, they indulged in a bath within Murata-yu's residence, cleansing away any lingering traces of blood, and departing with laughter in tow. Tatsuma and Minato closely observed the entire sequence of events. Tatsuma noted the gradual dissipation of anger on Minato's face. It wasn't that his anger had vanished, rather, it transformed into an icy, merciless calmness reminiscent of a hunter relentlessly pursuing their prey. Tatsuma, I'll entrust all command decisions to you. I'm wary that I might make the most serious errors. With me overseeing, you won't. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. People who go to nightclubs without money definitely have ill intentions. As the night unfolded, the duo maintained a vigilant watch. Numerous Ronins frequented the establishment known as Dream Night. With their focus on the young woman named Murata Yuko, every unfolding scene was meticulously scrutinized by both of them. It was well past midnight when Tatsuma and Minato wrapped up their surveillance. Observing Yuzuki and the others emerging and leaning against the wall, Tatsuma turned to Minato, saying, I'll keep an eye on them while simultaneously tracking down Nasu's whereabouts. You focus on monitoring that girl, Murata Yuko. Ensure she doesn't impede our efforts against Nasu and his forces due to her brother's situation. If needed, limit her movements. I'll reach out to you once I gather relevant information. Minato nodded expressionlessly, unsure of what emotions to harbor towards this task and its objectives. In a matter of hours, he bore witness to a group of Ronins supporting the rogue ninja. The brutal killing of a teenager unfolded before his eyes, and instead of fleeing, these Ronins brazenly turned their attention to harass the sister of the fallen youth. If Tatsuma hadn't stepped in and Minato hadn't made a solemn promise to Tatsuma about curbing his impulsive actions, tonight Minato would have found himself repeatedly tempted to cast aside his ninja identity and succumb to the urge to kill. At this juncture, Minato had reached a state of almost numb calmness, yet he grasped the essence of Tatsuma's words. Despite the recent harshness in Tatsuma's communication, Minato understood that Tatsuma's underlying message was a directive for him to safeguard the girl named Murata Yuko. Tatsuma left first, following the Ronins who needed support to walk. Minato remained, waiting for the appearance of Murata Yuko. After a while, Murata Yuko, walking somewhat unsteadily, returned to her home. She saw her brother's already cold body and the farewell letter he had left before leaving yesterday. Thud. Against the just-opened door, Murata Yuko collapsed, the sound resonating ominously in the silent night. The nearby residents, and even a few houses, illuminated their lights moments later. Yet, inexplicably, not a single household dared to venture out into the midnight darkness. Even those who had initially lit up their homes swiftly extinguished their lights for reasons unknown. In the stillness of the night, an undeniable chill hung in the air. Having seated herself on the ground for a while, Murata Yuko summoned the strength to crawl toward Murata Yu's side. Upon touching her brother's already frigid skin and the dried blood scabs that crumbled at the slightest contact, Murata Yuko could no longer contain her tears. Gazing at the letter spread out beside her, callously thrown on the ground with footprints marring its surface, Murata Yuko's sobbing gradually waned, yet her tears flowed more freely. Cradling Yuko discovered something concealed within her brother's garments. With hands trembling, she delved into his clothes and retrieved a short knife, wrapped in strips of cloth, devoid of even a proper sheath. No, it couldn't rightly be called a knife, it was more a narrow piece of iron honed to a keen edge. Running her fingers over the bloodstained yet untouched short blade, Yuko stared at her brother's unyielding eyes, unwilling to shut, and clenched her teeth. By the time the sun began to rise, Murata Yuko, her tears now dried, cradled the short knife that Yu had carried with him in her arms. Lifting him onto her back, she took faltering steps toward the outskirts of the village. Upon reaching the site of the tragic incident and witnessing the bloodstains on the white frost-covered grass turning black, Murata Yuko seemed to grasp some understanding. With her bare hands, she proceeded to excavate a not-so-large hole nearby. In the early spring graveyard, the withered grassfield lay beneath a blanket of frozen frost and scattered ice fragments. Murata Yuko's hands bore repeated scratches from the hard soil, mingling fresh blood with the graveyard's blackened and dried stains. Upon gently placing Yu in the pit, the weary Murata Yuko leaned against a tombstone, murmuring softly, Dad, Mom, little Yu is coming to join you. I'm alone now. Not far off, Minato shut his eyes, unable to endure the heart-wrenching scene. After a brief respite, Yuko knelt by the pit once more, using her hands to cover her brother with soil, each handful tainted with a blend of blood and frost. Having completed her somber task, Yuko continued to stagger back to the village. Upon her return home, Yuko's movements were no longer marked by a mere stagger. She couldn't even maintain an upright posture. Struggling to reach her room, she eventually collapsed on the floor, unconscious. Minato, who had concealed his presence until now, could no longer resist. He entered the house, gently lifting Yuko onto the bed, covering her with a thin blanket, and then disappeared without a trace. Over the next 3 days, Yuko didn't make her way to the nightclub for work. When questioned, she attributed her absence to illness, and indeed, she needed the rest. Although the wounds on her hands had formed scabs, numerous densely packed reddish-brown stripe marks remained. Even a slight movement threatened to reopen the recently healed wounds, causing them to bleed once more. During this time, Tatsuma remained far from idle. By tailing Yuzuki and his associates, he eventually pinpointed Nasu's location and discovered that Nasu collected protection fees at Dream Night, where Murata Yuko was employed, every 10th day. Tomorrow marked the 10th day, and Tatsuma, along with Minato, devised a plan to seize this opportunity and carry out an operation to apprehend Nasu. However, it became apparent that they were not the sole possessors of this critical information. Yuko was also in the know. On the 10th day, undeterred by the wounds on her hands that had yet to fully heal, she began grooming herself in the afternoon. Observing the unfolding situation, the two of them grasped Yuko's intentions. Minato furrowed his brow and remarked, "Should we intervene? Her involvement might disrupt our operation." Tatsuma pondered briefly, shook his head, and replied, "No need. Allowing her to proceed could indeed impact our operation, but with some guidance, she has the potential to be an asset for us. But tonight's operation is highly perilous, and she's just a civilian girl." Before Minato could complete his thought, Tatsuma interjected, "She desires personal involvement in seeking revenge. If we obstruct her, it will leave a lasting regret deep within her heart." In the evening, she changed into fresh attire, applied makeup, and made her way to the nightclub. The only notable difference was the concealed knife she now cradled in her embrace. Simultaneously, a white-haired young man with naturally curly hair and an unassuming blonde youth, both garbed in yukata, sauntered towards the entrance of the nightclub. Unbeknownst to them, on the opposite side of the nightclub, within a hot spring inn, Jiraiya leisurely sipped his drink while observing them. "Come on, Tatsuma, Minato. But really, entering a nightclub without money, that takes guts. Haven't they ever been roughed up for that?" As he spoke, Jiraiya touched the area around his ribs. The injuries from his earlier years seemed to still cause him some phantom pain. Jiraiya suddenly had a somewhat wicked desire for Minato and Tatsuma to experience something similar. Chapter 46. Chapter 46, Tatsuma trolling Minato. "Welcome." Tatsuma stepped into the night shop named Dream Night, greeted by a gentle voice. Two lines of girls near the entrance beamed with welcoming smiles as they cordially acknowledged the duo. In that moment, an even more refined and slightly older middle-aged woman approached. She effortlessly linked her arm with Tatsuma's and inquired, "Welcome, guests. Is this your first visit to our Dream Night? Judging by your and your friend's attire, I presume you are esteemed patrons from the Shiranami Hot Springs Inn, am I correct?" Tatsuma affirmed with a nod. Their arrival at this location wasn't a mere application of transformation jutsu, even their choice of yukatas had been meticulously made, reflecting the pinnacle of expenditure associated with the Hot Spring Inn in Shiranami Village. The reason behind their distinctive attire was straightforward, a lack of funds. Opting for ordinary clothes would risk exposing their financial constraint if asked for payment upfront. Yukatas, on the other hand, provided a semblance of normalcy to their apparent lack of funds. Furthermore, the entire village was aware that patrons of the Shiranami Hot Springs Inn were individuals of affluence. Astute proprietresses like the one at the nightclub might be inclined to extend the payment deadline or, perhaps, even accompany them to the Hot Spring Inn for the settlement process. After a nod, Tatsuma withheld his words momentarily. Instead, he adopted a discerning and critical expression, carefully observing the movements and postures of the girls within the venue. After a pause, he couldn't help but smirk and turned to Minato, who seemed somewhat uneasy, remarking, "Zenza, this place seems rather ordinary. How about we explore another establishment?" Minato didn't reply immediately. He was still getting accustomed to the environment, but his hesitation was misconstrued as disdain by the nightclub madam. She promptly interjected, "Guests? Guests? Why the rush? A jewelry store doesn't flaunt its best pieces for everyone to see, right? Come to this private booth, and I'll introduce you to our finest selection. June, fetch 2 bottles of sake and join these 2 guests for a couple of drinks." Upon hearing the madam instructing the nearby girl to fetch the drinks, Tatsuma gently nudged the madam's shoulder, retracted his arm, and calmly remarked, "Pressuring a sale isn't the way to go. Consider what you're saying. How can these 2 bottles of sake compensate for your bill? Think of it as recompense for any inconvenience caused by the wait," the madam responded. Upon hearing the madam's conciliatory words, Tatsuma finally revealed a smile, embraced the madam, and expressed, "Now, that's what I like to hear." Maintaining her warm smile, the madam led the duo to a private booth. At that moment, the girl named June approached with 2 bottles of sake. As she tidied up the table in the private booth, she inquired with gentleness, "Guests, would you prefer the sake warmed?" Tatsuma responded effortlessly, "Certainly, warm. In this chilly weather, sake that isn't warmed feels as cold as dewdrops freezing on your body during a hot spring soak." On the sidelines, Minato, initially fearing they were about to break their alcohol abstinence, breathed a sigh of relief, appreciating how Tatsuma's words deftly bought them some time. He couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed about Tatsuma's familiarity with the place. However, Minato didn't dwell on the confusion for too long, assuming that Tatsuma had gathered information during his surveillance in the past few days. June ignited a small charcoal stove, heating water in preparation to warm the sake. Once these tasks were completed, the madam entered with several other girls. With a casual wave, she signaled for June to leave and then offered a warm smile to Tatsuma. Before any introductions could be made, Tatsuma gestured dismissively and declared, "Change them?" The madam's expression momentarily stiffened, but she swiftly regained her composure, forcing a smile as she responded, "Guest, you certainly have discerning tastes. Let me promptly find a few more options for you. Change them? If the next round doesn't meet our satisfaction, then you may enjoy the sake yourself, Tatsuma insisted. However, Tatsuma promptly dismissed the second batch with a casual wave of his hand. The madam, sensing Tatsuma's authority, refrained from uttering a word and quickly departed with a few girls. After a significant amount of time had elapsed, likely allowing the warm sake to lose some of its alcohol content due to evaporation, the madam returned with 2 new girls. Simultaneously, Tatsuma and Minato's eyes brightened, for among the pair, one was none other than Yuko. Despite this exciting development, Tatsuma refrained from an immediate agreement. Instead, he scrutinized them with the precision of a seasoned ladybug, ultimately pointing to Yuko and remarking, "Let's go with her. Zenzo, what's your choice?" Minato hesitated in choosing the second option, or any other for that matter. In a moment of recollection, he thought about Tatsuma's earlier boldness in requesting a change, cast a glance at the madam, and felt the inclination to follow Tatsuma's lead in seeking an alteration, even if it meant prolonging the wait. However, Tatsuma was mindful that the nightclub in this small village might not boast an extensive selection of girls. Furthermore, frequent requests for changes could potentially convey a troublesome intent to the madam. Thus, with a mischievous smile, Tatsuma preempted Minato and spoke up. "Madam, it appears my friend here hasn't found a connection with any of the girls in your establishment." "Oh, this." The madam found herself a bit perplexed. Before she could formulate a response, Tatsuma smoothly interjected, "But you're not bad. Zenzo, what's your take?" Minato, momentarily caught off guard, realized he had fallen for Tatsuma's trick. He could only express his helplessness. "Isn't this a bit too awkward?" It's fine. The madam waved her hand, signaling for the other girl to leave. She then positioned Yuko between Tatsuma and Minato. Retrieving the slightly overheated sake with a smile, she said, "This young lady is called Yuko. You can call me Yoshiko. I'm curious about the names of our 2 guests." Sakata Jintoki, Tatsuma pointed to himself and then indicated Minato, saying, "Hattori Zenzo. Mr. Jintoki, Mr. Zenzo, would you like me to warm another cup for you too?" Observing Yuko lowering her head and seemingly ignoring the guests, the madam briefly displayed a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Nevertheless, she quickly raised her head with a smile, ready to warm sake for the duo again. However, Tatsuma intervened, taking the sake cup from the madam's hand and saying, "Wasting warm sake is akin to squandering a girl's youth. I'm not as frugal as Zenzo in that regard." With these words, Tatsuma emptied the sake cup that had long lost its alcohol content. He then cast a glance at Minato. Minato's expression darkened. He felt as if Tatsuma had been ribbing him all day, but he quickly caught on. Declining a drink at a nightclub would raise suspicion. Taking the sake cup from the madam, he emitted a disdainful snort and swiftly downed it in one go. The madam, oblivious to any suspicion, promptly refilled their cups and commenced warming the sake again. At this moment, a sudden influx of people burst into the nightclub, stirring up a commotion. Tatsuma feigned displeasure and glanced over. His eyes slightly narrowed upon recognizing the newcomers. Within the group were not only Yuzuki and others but also several other Ronin. Most crucially, their primary target for the trip, the rogue ninja from the Waterfall Ninja Village, Nasu, was in their midst. Yuko also caught sight of the newcomers. Her initially listless eyes snapped into focus, and an instinctual urge to stand up surged through her body. However, a restraining hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. Tatsuma directed his gaze at Yuko and gestured toward the table. Although he didn't speak, Yuko understood his silent communication. She didn't want the guests to cause any disruptions, potentially jeopardizing the chance to deal with Nasu. Thus, she reached for a sake cup and handed it to Tatsuma, saying, "Dear guest, tisk." However, just as Yuko spoke, Tatsuma seized her hand, the one holding the sake cup. Startled, Yuko released the cup. The madam was on the verge of scolding Yuko, but Tatsuma swiftly intervened, remarking, "A hand like this isn't fitting for serving drinks." "What did you say?" Yuko attempted to withdraw her hand, but Tatsuma remained fixated on the scar, stating, "Do you know what hands like these are best suited for?" Yuko remained silent. Tatsuma shifted his gaze to Minato, who had incapacitated the madam with a neck chop, then refocused on Yuko, whispering, "They are perfect for seeking vengeance for your brother." Yuko stood in stunned silence, still processing the abrupt move when Tatsuma seized her hand and tossed her aside. Simultaneously, wearing a fierce expression, Tatsuma exclaimed, crying and offering drinks with such an unsightly hand. "Who do you take me for? I'm here to spend money, not to watch your hardships. What's happening over there?" Nasu, positioned at the entrance, also took notice of the unfolding situation, his brows tightly furrowed. Chapter 47, The best hunters often disguise themselves as prey. "Hey, is that Murata Yuko? Her little brother's the cheeky one who tried to take you out a few days back and ended up in our clutches," Yuzuki remarked, eyeing the perplexed Yuko seated on the ground. He turned to Nasu, who nodded in agreement and remarked, "Next time, handle it more cleanly. Now she's still alive but causing trouble for my business. What's the deal with that?" "I get it. I'll handle her in a bit." Yuzuki nodded before inquiring, "What about our uninvited guest? Anyone stirring up trouble in my turf should pay up and get lost." Nasu shook his head and disappeared into a nearby room. Yuzuki made his way toward Tatsuma and the others. Meanwhile, seizing the moment, Minato poured some alcohol on the madam's body and splashed a bit on himself. Approaching without uttering a word, Yuzuki was met by Minato, who, having shrugged off his earlier unease, gestured to the alcohol stains on his chest and queried, "You the one calling the shots around here? I'm in charge to deal with both of you. Your authority is good enough then. What's the deal with this joint of yours? One spills drinks like it's a hobby, and the other acts more high and mighty than the customers." Minato cut in, disrupting Yuzuki. Yuzuki glanced at the unconscious madam, covered in various alcohol stains, deducing that she might have accidentally spilled drinks on a customer who then knocked her out in frustration. However, instead of pacifying him, this revelation only fueled Yuzuki's irritation. Placing his hand on the long sword at his waist, he declared, "Hand over the money you've got, vacate this place, and we might just let you off the hook for causing a ruckus in the joint." "Money? Which eye of yours sees that we're carrying any cash?" Tatsuma remarked with casual indifference. Yuzuki was taken aback, it was the first time he had encountered someone more audacious than himself. He then demanded, frustration evident in his tone, "So you intentionally came here today to stir up trouble?" "Ahahaha." Tatsuma wore a wicked smile, declaring, "Did you just figure that out? I hereby proclaim that Hakusen village is now under the control of Sakata Jintoki and my brother Hattori Zenzu. Hurry up and fork over the money." Yuzuki's expression darkened entirely as he reached out to seize Tatsuma's chest. However, Tatsuma's hand moved unusually swiftly. He snatched a bottle of alcohol from the table and ruthlessly smashed it against Yuzuki's head. Bang! Shards of glass and alcohol droplets scattered in all directions. Yuzuki staggered, caught off guard, and before he could regain his balance, Tatsuma delivered a swift kick, propelling Yuzuki the now unconscious right beside Yuko. In the dim light, Yuko, perplexed about how things had escalated, glanced at Tatsuma. To her astonishment, Tatsuma winked at her. Observing the unconscious Yuzuki next to her, Yuko discreetly touched the short knife hidden in her bosom, grasping Tatsuma's intention. In the midst of the chaos, the remaining patrons and waitresses hastily made their exit, leaving the Ronin to encircle them. However, Tatsuma and Minato remained unperturbed, calmly surveying the individuals in their proximity. Soon, the two exchanged glances and nodded. Tatsuma had already discerned Nasu's influence in Hakusen village, realizing that these people had congregated quite coincidentally. Tatsuma turned his gaze toward the direction of the room Nasu had entered and instructed Minato, "Zenzu, take it easy on them, don't give these folks a fright." Upon hearing Tatsuma's directive, Minato nodded. They were feigning troublemakers, so revealing their full strength at this point was a no-go. They needed to create an illusion that these opponents stood a chance. Unleashing too much strength right away could trigger Nasu's suspicion and make him bail. What they sought now was to ineffectively subdue these individuals, prompting Nasu to step in against them. Swoosh! In that moment, a blade sliced through the air past Minato. Swiftly dodging, he recognized that a direct hit could disrupt the effects of the transformation jutsu on his body. Seizing the Ronin's sword in response, Minato plunged it into his chest. Emulating Tatsuma's earlier attitude, Minato quipped, "If you're reaching for your sword, be prepared to meet your end." Tatsuma was taken aback, surprised that Minato also possessed the talent for intimidating opponents. No, Minato did have the talent, but he didn't flaunt it as conspicuously as the later generation of leaders. Instead, he handled it with greater sophistication. For example, before getting into a fight, he would change into the attire of the Hokage, saying, "I'll be right back," and bearing the name of the Hokage, "I cannot lose." Moreover, he would casually mention, "I'm not good at Sage Jutsu," yet he could instantly activate it in the fight against Six Paths Obito. Tatsuma not only recognized Minato's talent for intimidation but was also taken aback by Minato's recent stoic act of thrusting the sword into his opponent. Indeed, their very own people perceived Minato as the little son, a title that resonated with his demeanor. In the eyes of outsiders, however, Minato was renowned for swiftly dispatching Jonin ninja like a farmer plucking weed, navigating countless battlefields, earning the respect of Iwagakure village to the extent that they'd forgive any mission abandonment upon encountering the Yellow Flash, and being handpicked by Jiraiya as the most exceptional ninja. Having just lost two comrades in quick succession, the Ronin, who had initially shown little concern for loyalty, found themselves in a moment of hesitation. Despite still encircling the duo, none dared to initiate an attack. Two of them abruptly turned and made a dash for the room where Nasu was. Observing this, Tatsuma seized another bottle and hurled it at the pair. Bang! It was done. One person crumpled, while the other scrambled away. Satisfied, Tatsuma averted his gaze. He had no real intention of preventing the Ronin from seeking reinforcements, it was all part of the act. Before long, Nasu emerged from the room, witnessing over a dozen subordinates circling two figures, and despite their numerical advantage, refrained from attacking. He erupted, "What's this nonsense? Waiting for them to starve to death. Attack!" Following Nasu's order, the Ronin, though hesitant, cautiously closed in on the pair. The nearest two swung their blades directly at them. Exercising restraint, Minato sidestepped the attacks, purposely refraining from using the taijutsu learned in the academy. He deftly dodged and then applied the specific taijutsu moves Tatsuma had taught him, slamming his elbow against the assailant's jaw, rendering the Ronin unconscious. Tatsuma, on the contrary, exhibited a less polished approach. He directly seized the Ronin's wrist, executed a shoulder throw, and concluded with a kick in the neck, incapacitating him with another forceful blow. Observing the unfolding spectacle, Nasu's anger heightened. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He was irate because the two had assaulted his subordinates, yet relieved because there were no apparent signs of them being ninja. They seemed like ordinary individuals with some fighting skills. Stepping forward with indignation, he barked, "You two will regret this." As he spoke, Nasu swiftly formed hand seals and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from his original position. Witnessing their leader employ ninja techniques, the Ronins' faces lit up with a mix of amazement and joy. In their perspective, regular folks stood no chance against a ninja. These two troublemakers were, in their minds, bound to meet their demise at the hands of their leader. Tatsuma and Minato, however, accurately wore expressions of terror, as if oblivious to Nasu's stealthy reappearance behind them. As Nasu materialized, he brandished a kunai in each hand and aimed them at the necks of the duo. "Look out!" In that moment, Yuko, who had gone unnoticed by the rest, hurriedly shouted. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. The longer the foreplay, the shorter the main act. Surprisingly, Yuko broke the silence at this moment. Nasu hadn't seen it coming, and his subordinates continued their activities unabated. He doubted that these two mischievous troublemakers comprehended the gravity of the situation. Yet, a subtle undercurrent of menace toward Yuko flickered in Nasu's eyes. Once this ordeal was dealt with, Nasu swore to take matters into his own hands and put an end to Yuko. Plop, plop. Bang, bang. Nasu's kunai found its mark, piercing the necks of Tatsuma and Minato. But the grim sound of blades slicing through flesh didn't resonate as expected, freezing the smiles on the faces of the Ronin and momentarily leaving Nasu in a tense stillness. Within the space where Tatsuma and Minato had stood, a pair of smoke clouds enveloped them. Swiftly dissipating, the smoke revealed an unexpected transformation. The two adults had inexplicably morphed into two small boys. What's more, Nasu's kunai had struck just above the heads of the transformed duo, indicating that Nasu had not inflicted any physical harm. Unexpectedly, Tatsuma and Minato restored to their original forms, each wielded a kunai and thrust them into Nasu's ribs. The depth of Nasu's lung injury undeniably delivered a severe blow, sapping the strength of even a formidable ninja like him. This setback was particularly impactful given Nasu's status as a chunin in the relatively modest Waterfall Ninja village. Tatsuma and Minato pressed on, their actions seamlessly coordinated. Simultaneously swinging their arms back, they executed a well-timed kick to Nasu's knees from behind. Nasu crumpled to the ground instantly, and the duo wasted no time in producing ropes to bind him securely. Employing techniques learned from their classroom training, they applied effective methods and intricate knots designed to thwart any escape techniques. The sudden turn of events caught the Ronin off guard, and there was no intervention from anyone to halt their actions. In the blink of an eye, the ninja-sama, expected to be the one to put an end to the troublesome duo, found himself unexpectedly defeated by two kids. The Ronin were not the only ones taken aback, even Minato found himself somewhat astonished. Nasu, a chunin, being effortlessly defeated by freshly graduated genin was not something he had anticipated. Tatsuma, with a keen awareness of his own capabilities, remained unfazed. He understood that many ninjas lacked the skill to overcome lack of intelligence. Even jonin or village leaders could fall victim to ambushes due to imbalances in intelligence. Nasu, this chunin, was someone who abused his power among civilians, forgetting all caution. His role as a chunin, especially one who overlooked vigilance within the civilian population, was even more concerning. Except for a handful of highly skilled rogue ninjas, the majority could be handled with just a kunai, let alone dealing with Tatsuma and Minato together who both have the strength of a chunin. Minato, should I take the lead, or are you up for it? Having subdued Nasu, Tatsuma eased into a smile and directed the question at Minato. Unfazed by their effortless victory over Nasu, Minato scanned the surroundings and replied, "I've got it. Don't underestimate us, you little brats." A Ronin, unable to accept the unfolding scene, voiced his despair. However, his protest was met with a swiftly spinning shuriken slicing across his neck. As the Ronin collapsed, Minato vanished without a trace, mirroring Nasu's earlier use of the body flicker jutsu. However, Minato's execution was notably more proficient than Nasu's stumbling attempt. In the blink of an eye, the Ronin fell one by one. Those directly involved in the killing of Muratayu met their end at the hands of Minato, while the others were skillfully incapacitated, ensuring they would no longer pose a threat in their remaining years. To put it plainly, this involved rendering them immobile and unconscious, achieved through techniques such as strategically cutting tendons and ligaments. Soon, only Yuzuki remained among the Ronin who hadn't succumbed to death or incapacitation, lying unconscious by Yuko's side. Minato, utilizing the body flicker technique, materialized in front of Yuzuki, poised to strike with his kunai, when Tatsuma's voice interrupted. "Minato." In response to Tatsuma's shout, Minato halted. Tatsuma directed his gaze towards Yuko and inquired, "Do you want to handle this yourself, or shall we take care of it for you?" Yuko, momentarily stunned as she surveyed the scene, instinctively reached for the short knife at her side. Her eyes fixed on the unconscious Yuzuki, her breaths coming heavily. However, after a deep inhalation, she composed herself and, with a slightly trembling voice, responded, "Please, let me handle this myself." With trembling hands, Yuko retrieved the short knife. She carefully unraveled the cloth encasing the blade, her fingers shaking as she clutched the remaining handle wrapped in fabric. The knife's tip hesitated above Yuzuki's chest, her struggle was evident. Minato, growing uneasy, felt the urge to intervene, but Tatsuma intervened once more, preventing him from taking action. Tatsuma directed his attention to Yuko and said, "Your little brother wouldn't want to see you commit murder. If you find it difficult, just leave it to us." Upon hearing Tatsuma mention her brother, Yuko, previously indecisive, resolved herself. The knife's tip pierced Yuzuki's heart, but her grip on the handle faltered, causing her hand to slide down, the blade leaving a cut. Despite the injury, Yuko remained oblivious. Tearfully and with a smile, she observed Yuzuki's sudden convulsion. Tatsuma and Minato exchanged glances but opted not to disturb Yuko. Instead, they efficiently bound the remaining Ronin on the ground. Once this task was complete, they planned to depart with their captives. However, in this moment, Yuko ceased crying and declared, "Please wait a moment. I'd like to pour a drink for both of you." Stretching out to grasp the nearby table for support, she realized her hands were stained with blood. Awkwardly, she commented, "I need to wash my hands first. Just give me a moment, okay?" Minato shook his head, saying, "Apologies, but we don't drink." Tatsuma maintained silence, silently concurring with Minato's assertion. Disappointment flickered across Yuko's face. Yet, in the now hushed nightclub, a voice echoed, "Two naive youngsters, a girl's gratitude is something you can't refuse." Realizing there were still people around, Yuko suddenly became nervous, and from the darkness emerged the figure of Jiraiya. Observing Yuko's anxious expression, Tatsuma took the initiative to introduce, "This is our guiding jonin. By the way, we're ninjas from Konoha." "Thank you." With nothing else coming to mind, Yuko could only express her gratitude. She then struggled to stand and made her way towards the restroom. Jiraiya approached the two boys, ruffled their hair, and said, "Not bad, huh? Seems like your talents extend beyond just academics." A shy smile graced Minato's face, but in this moment, his hands were also bloodied, and a few droplets stained his face, creating a chilling sight. Jiraiya turned to Tatsuma and inquired, "Tatsuma, do you strongly resist killing?" Having observed their actions in the past few days, Jiraiya was genuinely puzzled by Tatsuma's apparent reluctance. Tatsuma didn't deny it. He nodded and said, "Taking a life has never felt like the right thing to do. Perhaps in the future, I'll be stained with the blood of countless people, but I'll never see it as something right or commendable." Upon hearing Tatsuma's response, Jiraiya nodded and turned his attention to Minato, remarking, "Minato, you should also grasp Tatsuma's perspective, right?" Minato nodded, affirming, "I understand. I'll be more considerate in restraining myself moving forward." "Good. However, you didn't make a mistake this time. These people didn't deserve to live, it was just a matter of mission necessity." Jiraiya patted the shoulders of the two boys and directed his gaze at Yuko, who emerged from the restroom. He retrieved a key card and handed it to both of them, saying, "If you're not up for a drink, head over to the hotel across the street. The rooms are ready, and it's about time you two took a break. I'll handle keeping an eye on these folks for you." Chapter 49, Fame is Deadly for a Ninja. Double release today. Enjoy and thank you to everyone supporting the story. Tatsuma remained oblivious to Jiraiya's nocturnal activities involving alcohol. Upon waking up and stepping out of the house, he discovered Yuko had once again revealed her will to live. The despondency that lingered the night before, marked by the feeling of imminent demise, had miraculously dissipated. Meanwhile, Nasu and the others found themselves in the custody of the Waterfall Village ninjas and the law enforcement authorities from neighboring towns in the Land of Fire. Tatsuma had anticipated this to be a daunting challenge, yet to his surprise, Jiraiya managed to resolve the matter in just one night. Observing Nasu being escorted away by the Waterfall Village Jonin, Minato questioned Jiraiya, "Jiraiya-sensei, given that the Waterfall Village Jonin is already handling the situation, why must we proceed with the mission? Because this is the Land of Fire. Even if they could have made the arrest earlier, they can't take unilateral action here." Jiraiya sighed and said, "If Konoha ninjas take action, even if it takes longer, the only ones harmed will be the civilians that the daimyo doesn't care about. But even if the ninja from the Waterfall Village were to act, even if it could reduce harm to civilians, the daimyo wouldn't agree. Because in this case, the ones harmed would be those important to the daimyo, the prestige of a major nation." Minato continued to grapple with the situation, finding it challenging to fully comprehend, while Tatsuma maintained his silence, recognizing that Jiraiya deemed no need for further explanation. He grasped the intricacies. As for whether this perspective was ethically sound, Tatsuma found himself unsure how to pass judgment. The preservation of a nation's sovereignty often demands such actions, even at the cost of civilian well-being, though the harm inflicted is typically short-term and limited to a few individuals. Once a precedent is set, the sovereignty of the Land of Fire will be trampled upon. Rebuilding it will be difficult, and Konoha will also be greatly affected. People will question Konoha's strength, leading to a reduction in mission assignments. Therefore, from a higher perspective, sacrificing a very small number of people to uphold the dignity of the entire country is indeed worthwhile. However, Tatsuma is currently on the grassroots level, where he can see the genuine and tangible harm people are experiencing. Observing his two students, who had abruptly lost their enthusiasm after completing the mission, Jiraiya sighed, affectionately tousled their heads, and uttered, "All right, let's head back." "Jiraiya-sama." Upon learning of their imminent departure, Yuko interjected, "The village wishes to arrange a banquet as a gesture of gratitude towards you. If you're not occupied, could you stay and partake in the celebration?" Jiraiya dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, remarking, "Forget it, we're ninjas, and ninjas don't crave flowers and applause. Plus, our tardiness only added to the tragedies here. It's rather awkward to linger." As he spoke, he allowed his hands to hang down, gently resting them on the backs of Tatsuma and Minato's necks. Leading the two away from the village, once a suitable distance was established, Jiraiya inquired, "Ruining the chance for both of you to receive well-deserved praise, does that bother you?" Minato shook his head, and Tatsuma, nonchalant, shrugged, signaling his indifference. Jiraiya nodded and conveyed, "For ninjas, the greatest fear is being burdened by fame. In Konoha, only one ninja needs to pursue that, the Hokage. If you're not aspiring to be the Hokage or have no interest in it, then steer clear. You shouldn't let even a hint of fame tarnish you." Upon absorbing Jiraiya's advice, Tatsuma wore a pensive expression. He finally grasped why Jiraiya refrained from embracing the title of Konoha Sunin, later preferring to be recognized as the Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. This is because Jiraiya had no aspirations to become the Hokage. Concurrently, he deliberately shed the title of Konoha Ninja bestowed upon him. As he traversed the ninja world in the future, he adorned a forehead protector uniquely inscribed with the character, oil, a symbol of his individuality. Furthermore, Jiraiya's words appeared to hold true. Ninjas burdened by fame, particularly in Konoha, did not fare well. Sakamoto Tatsuma, renowned as Konoha's White Fang, tragically took his own life. Yakushi Nono, the wandering Maiko, met her demise at the hands of her own people. Shisui, the master of body flicker, ended his life after betrayal by his superiors. Shimura Danzo, the shadow of the ninja world, met his demise after his bad karma bit him in the ass. In the realm of those with prestigious titles, almost no one managed to evade being killed. Hashirama Senju, hailed as the god of the ninja world, ascended to become the first Hokage. Tobirama Senju, renowned as the swiftest ninja globally, assumed the role of the second Hokage, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of ninjutsu, held the position of the third Hokage. All of them were killed. Subsequently, Minato Namikaze, renowned as the Yellow Flash, rose to the mantle of the fourth Hokage. Tsunade, one of the Konoha 3 Sunin and also known as the Slug Princess, took on the role of the fifth Hokage. Kakashi, the copy ninja, assumed the duties of the sixth Hokage, and the unexpectedly exceptional ninja, Naruto Uzumaki, emerged as the seventh Hokage. Apart from them, the majority of Konoha ninjas bearing prominent nicknames didn't meet favorable fates. Even Might Guy, who modestly dubbed himself the Azure Beast of Konoha, came perilously close to losing his life. Perhaps it's superstition, or maybe someone is manipulating things, but indeed, as Jiraiya said, if you're not aiming to be the Hokage or have no intention of becoming one, then fame is unnecessary. After all, in the consensus of many in the ninja world, ninjas are tools. These tools are wielded by the kages in the ninja village and the daimyo in the country. The more dazzling the tool, the more cumbersome it becomes to employ. For such tools, their destiny is confined to either being brought into the light or buried in obscurity. Observing the contemplative expressions on his two students, Jiraiya shook his head, sighing at himself for broaching such weighty matters so early with the young duo. Nevertheless, he managed a reassuring smile and remarked, "Let's not linger on that. Congratulations to both of you on completing your first mission in your ninja careers. This mission comes with a reward of 50,000 ryo, with the village taking a 20% cut. The remaining sum is all yours, considering my less than impressive contributions." Tatsuma arched an eyebrow. 40,000 ryo, when divided evenly between him and Minato, would amount to 20,000 each. This equated to their living allowances for the past 6 months. And in a mere 6 days, they had completed the mission. Even accounting for a day or two of travel back, it was just a little over a week. Reflecting on it, earning money as a ninja indeed proved swift. However, considering the newly added responsibilities of covering expenses like rent, utilities, and living costs, their hard-earned reward would barely stretch to last about 3 months. Furthermore, their approach to this mission was frugal. They refrained from purchasing any additional ninja tools or explosive tags. Even the military rations pills were generously provided by Jiraiya. If these supplementary expenses were factored in, their financial resilience would likely be halved. In an instant, the fleeting joy Tatsuma had just experienced dissipated. Minato, however, didn't dwell on it too much. He shook his head and expressed, "No, Jiraiya-sensei. Without your assistance, completing the mission wouldn't have been nearly as smooth." Minato glanced at Tatsuma, who nodded in agreement. Tatsuma, harboring no greed for the money, added, "I echo Minato's sentiments, Jiraiya-sensei. You should take the share you rightly deserve." Jiraiya displayed a pleased smile. Though money held less significance for him compared to these two students, he appreciated their considerate attitude. Jiraiya chuckled and responded, "Since you're both so thoughtful, I'll gladly accept it. Once we return, I'll treat you to barbecue. Ahaha. Gurgle *2. At the mention of barbecue by Jiraiya, the two who had subsisted on military rations pills for a week perked up. Tatsuma wiped his mouth and suggested, "Minato, the craving for barbecue has hit me suddenly." "Same here. How about we make our way back to the village swiftly? Up for a race?" Minato nodded and agreed, "Sure. You truly live up to your reputation, Minato. Even after completing the mission, your energy is still soaring. But I bet I'll beat you to the village." Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Getting new jutsus from Jiraiya. Check is 30,000 ryo, plays come back again. 2 days later, in front of the barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Jiraiya, wallet in hand, froze mid-smile. A sudden realization hit him, something was amiss. This time, the mission had only yielded him 20,000 ryo as his share. Treating these two mischievous brats to barbecue unexpectedly cost him 30,000 ryo. It looked like he was in the red. However, in the blink of an eye, Jiraiya caught the gazes of Tatsuma and Minato, tinged with approval and admiration. Instantly, Jiraiya's heart ceased its momentary ache. If he lost some money, so be it. Besides, Tsunade couldn't borrow money from him recently, and his savings were quite substantial. Jiraiya-sensei, what should we do next? Continue with missions, or? Tatsuma looked at the distracted Jiraiya and timely reminded him. Jiraiya slapped his forehead, snapped back to his senses, and said, we still need to continue with the missions, but they won't be C-rank from now on. At this, Tatsuma pursed his lips and glanced at Minato, saying, Jiraiya-sensei, do you think Minato and I are now capable of handling B-rank missions? Who said anything about B-rank missions? The next tasks for you are D-rank missions. Accumulate enough tasks for your future Chunin promotion, and meanwhile, you will follow me for training. Jiraiya shook his head, a subtle smile playing on his face. There was a time, just after graduation, when he aspired to tackle high-difficulty missions every day. However, after years of handling A-rank and S-rank missions, he found himself reminiscing about the simplicity of D-rank missions. Tatsuma and Minato's eyes lit up at the mention of training, especially Tatsuma. Over the past week, due to mission constraints, he had hardly had a chance to team up with Minato. His progress had fallen behind. Now, upon learning that Jiraiya would guide them through both D-rank missions and training, Tatsuma sensed the opportune moment to leverage Minato's skills once again. Earlier, Jiraiya had mentioned their team as a temporary arrangement. Either Tatsuma or Minato were destined to join Tsunade's team eventually, akin to selling piglets. This implied that Tatsuma would eventually lose Minato as a valuable resource. While he still had the chance, Tatsuma planned to make the most of it. Alright, tonight, you guys go back and rest. Your clothes haven't been washed for over a week. Despite the early spring and being kids, your clothes are all stinky now. I'll notify you tomorrow. Seeing the enthusiastic demeanor of the two, Jiraiya quickly waved his hand. He understood the diligence of these two brats but had no intention of spending the late evening entertaining them. After that, Jiraiya vanished without a trace. Tatsuma admired his body flicker technique. He then turned to Minato and remarked, just had barbecue, and I don't feel like resting so soon. What about you? You won't let me rest anyway, right? What's the training plan for tonight? In response to Minato's question, Tatsuma flashed a contagious smile and suggested, Genjutsu, perhaps. I'm not as skilled in Genjutsu as you are. How about we compete to see how many times we can trap each other in illusions before exhausting our chakra? Sure, let's go. The next morning, nearing noon, Tatsuma stirred awake. After expending a substantial amount of chakra and stamina the previous night, he found himself unusually having slept a full 8 hours. As he opened his eyes, Tatsuma spotted a toad by his pillow, observing him with its round eyes. Remaining composed, Tatsuma recognized it as Jiraiya's summoning creature. Did Jiraiya-sensei send you? Tatsuma inquired as he sat up in bed. The toad nodded, handing him a scroll before transforming into smoke and disappearing. Tatsuma unrolled the scroll to inspect its contents. It contained the meeting point and time. However, when Tatsuma saw that the meeting time was 8 o'clock in the morning, he glanced at the clock in his house in a bit of panic and realized it was already 11. He hastily changed his clothes and brushed his teeth simultaneously. Leaving his unruly hair untouched, he secured the forehead protector, fastened his ninja tools pouch, and rushed out of the house, heading straight for the agreed-upon location at the back of the Konoha Hokage Rock. Upon reaching the base of the Hokage Rock, he noticed Minato, also looking flustered, approaching from another direction. Upon locking eyes, both of them inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. This situation is quite peculiar. When you're the only one running late, there's a sense of panic. However, when you discover that someone else is also tardy like you, there's an inexplicable sense of relief. Did you just wake up too? Tatsuma greeted. Minato nodded, pointing to his chest and said, your buttons are crooked. Tatsuma glanced down and realized that the buttons on his clothes were misaligned. He swiftly unbuttoned and then rebuttoned them correctly. Alongside Minato, they hastened towards the top of the Hokage Rock. Arriving at the back of the mountain, both of them were still catching their breath when they suddenly saw Jiraiya, with a grim expression, appearing in front of them. Observing Jiraiya's silent demeanor, Minato couldn't help but feel guilty, lowering his head deeply, unsure of what to say. Tatsuma forced a smile and remarked, Jiraiya-sensei, you truly live up to your reputation, being here so early. Duan. The cost of speaking was a resounding conk on the head from Jiraiya. Despite receiving a love tap, Tatsuma felt a strange sense of relief from the stern Jiraiya. With a slightly eased expression on his face, Jiraiya observed Tatsuma, who was grimacing while holding his head and standing up. Finally, Jiraiya spoke, what time did you two train until last night? Until 2:30. Minato spoke somewhat sheepishly. In reality, they could have finished before midnight last night, as their chakra was nearly depleted. However, a suddenly arrived senior in tight-fitting night training attire prolonged their session. Confirming from Minato's words that their lateness was due to additional training, Jiraiya's anger subsided a bit more. He didn't reproach them but instead said, in the future, exercise restraint. Don't rely on youth alone. Training should be planned, understand? Understood. Minato nodded, while Tatsuma's expression was somewhat peculiar. Seeing Jiraiya raising his hand again, ready to deliver another knock, Tatsuma quickly nodded and said, understood. Small in size, big in trouble. Jiraiya muttered, then took out a scroll, saying, although your chakra attributes are somewhat different, you both have wind and fire attributes. I consider myself fairly skilled in fire release ninjutsu. While I'm not a master of wind release, I borrowed some study notes from my teammate Orochimaru. With your talents, you should be able to understand them on your own. Currently, your biggest weakness is the lack of elemental jutsu. Therefore, for the next period, I will prioritize teaching you fire release and wind release ninjutsu, as well as nature transformation. Additionally, you will learn techniques from other ninjas. Saying this, Jiraiya unraveled a scroll and placed it on the ground. The scroll depicted various peculiar seals. Jiraiya formed hand signs and then slapped the scroll with one hand. Boom! Smoke rose and dispersed, revealing numerous scrolls on the ground. Jiraiya continued, I've selected ninjutsu for you, including C-rank fire release techniques like the Great Fireball Jutsu and Flame Bullet Jutsu, as well as C-rank wind release techniques like the Great Breakthrough Jutsu and Gale Palm Jutsu. Additionally, there are notes and insights from Orochimaru and me on nature transformation for both fire and wind chakra attributes. These will be the main focus of your studies going forward. As Jiraiya spoke, several scrolls were thrown out, and Tatsuma and Minato quickly caught them. Glancing at the remaining scrolls, Jiraiya remarked, the rest are Genjutsu, Taijutsu, and Sealing Jutsu. I originally wanted to teach you Summoning Jutsu as well, but let's wait until you have a true sensei. Besides, Summoning Jutsu is a bit risky. While speaking, a hint of lingering fear flashed across Jiraiya's face. Minato didn't mind Jiraiya holding back, instead, he was full of gratitude. Tatsuma, eyeing the pile of scrolls, felt a bit embarrassed and said, Jiraiya-sensei, actually, there's another ninjutsu I want to learn. A glimmer of curiosity appeared on Jiraiya's face as he said, what attribute? No, Jiraiya-sensei, it's the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Tatsuma had a hopeful look on his face. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya stroked his chin and said, Shadow Clone Jutsu is indeed a very good technique, especially useful for you in the learning stage. However, not now. I will teach you this technique, but not at the moment.